Chapter 1. It was a sweltering summer day, a dead day, not a breath of wind, no clouds, dead. The barren desert landscape viewed from the deck only came alive after a rain, or perhaps in the dark. At night small sounds carried, scurrying nocturnal live things busy using the cool of night to prolong their short lives or shortening others. Darwinian concepts at play. Now the landscape was silent. The portable phone rested in my hand. My sister had just called. She wanted to see me, but wanted me to visit her. I had refused, claimed work-related pressures a lie. Since my wife died 2 years ago, I had little desire to socialize. My life had drifted, a malaise at first so pervasive the only contact with the outside world had been through my work and my avocation. As a hobby, I helped unusual individuals with unusual problems. Lately, my lassitude had improved. Touches of energy intruded. Perhaps a visit with Ruth and little Christy would help. I dialed the phone. Changing one's mind isn't just the prerogative of women. They merely do it more often. Besides, the summer heat in Phoenix had become unbearable. New Orleans wouldn't be much better, but humidity didn't bother me, and New Orleans was green. Right now, I longed for green. After agreeing to the visit, I closed my eyes to the brown landscape and let my thoughts wander. Disjointed, unrelated memories flickered without resolution or direction. As usual, Diana, my late wife, dominated any inward scrutiny, but other events and faces flashed among her images. I was at loose ends. As a professor of mathematics at Arizona State University, I specialized in chaos theory. My work was interesting, but my avocation was my true passion and gave me purpose. I applied chaos math and a little help from my friends to solve unusual human problems. Ah, my friends. Many would describe the group of men and women I had helped as a motley crew, but each was unique, and I loved all of them some more than others. My last adventure with my avocation proved dicey. I nearly failed. Dr. Sherry Evans, a child psychiatrist, came to me with a unique problem. Because she was an unusual person and she accepted the terms of my verbal contract, I had taken on her dilemma. As is often the case, a strange set of circumstances had caused Dr. Evans to become aware of a truly evil man, a man of religion others revered. His large congregation had made him wealthy, and he used his phony moral high ground to expand his constituency beyond his congregation. Powerful individuals in government and business sought his guidance and friendship, which gave him additional layers of protection. We took the evil man down using the butterfly effect from chaos theory and a little help from my friends. In the end, he committed suicide, not my goal, but nonetheless a reasonable solution. Now, I included Sherry as one of my friends. I needed another project like the one presented by Sherry to occupy my time and my mind. In the interim, a visit with my sister would be interesting. Besides, time spent with my niece partially fulfilled usually suppressed paternal yearnings unsatisfied by my childless marriage. The damned airplane was going to crash. In a swamp. Adrenaline pumped into my system as I gazed out the oval window next to my head. The tops of gnarled old cypress trees growing up out of muddy, slightly brackish water appeared level with the flight path of the aircraft. No dry land, no runway, just cypress and swamp. I glanced nervously at the other passengers, but oddly, none seemed concerned about the pending disaster. I fearfully glanced out the window again. Catastrophe loomed only seconds away. I knew with a certainty that soon I would become gator food. Abruptly the plane hit, and I squeezed my eyes shut. I refused to meet death with my eyes wide open. The aircraft bounced and then hit again. No explosions, no rending of metal or terrified screams. I peeked with my right eye, the one by the window. Miracle of miracles, the plane was sliding down a runway. I gulped in oxygen, tried to calm myself. Massive amounts of adrenaline had rushed to aid me in this fight or flight event. Shortly I would collapse, I knew, drained of all energy as my body attempted to neutralize the hormone. Airplanes had a habit of doing that to me. The heavy, wet air in New Orleans didn't improve my attitude as I deplaned, but the sight of my sister standing at the gate with a wide and impish smile made the trip with all its non-disasters worthwhile. Mrs. Ruth Crow James, a widow of 5 years, had married Ralph James while both attended Harvard, Ruth's first year and Ralph's last. Ruth had been pregnant when they took their vows. I, for one, suspected Ralph was not the father, but the man admirably assumed the role, and paternity became a moot point. Ralph, a vital and active man, fell into a crevasse while attacking the summit of a high mountain in Asia. Shamefully, I can't remember the mountain's name. His body had never recovered, but he left my sister and niece well provided for with loving memories and old family money. Ruth appeared younger than her 31 years. I was 4 years her senior, but after the non-crash probably looked 20 years older, at least. She wore a light and short summer dress that showed off her best body features, her long tapered legs, and satiny shoulders. Soft and lustrous brunette hair framed her pixie smile and sparkling dark eyes. Ruth's daughter, Christy, had presented me a conundrum during my last visit a year ago. Christy was 11 years old then, and the scamp loved to tease as she frequently bounced around the house dressed only in skin. Embarrassed, I asked Ruth about her daughter's behavior. She shrugged, told me it was just skin, and that she, too, enjoyed nudity in the privacy of their home. The girl was merely aping her mother, which Ruth promptly proved by occasionally joining her daughter in the all-together. Shamefully, at first I couldn't control an indiscriminate and uncomfortable tightening of my trousers, but soon rediscovered the accuracy of the adage that the unusual becomes commonplace when sufficiently repeated. I had refused during that trip to join them in the all-together, and I planned to remain stalwart and fully clothed during this visit. Ruth wrapped herself around me and kissed me until my toes curled. If you were thinking it was not a sisterly kiss, you would be correct. When we were young, she had asked me to teach her how to kiss. A curious teenager myself, I had enthusiastically accepted the role, although my qualifications at the time were seriously lacking. Now every time we embraced, she wanted to demonstrate my lessons had borne fruit. Also, she knew it confused me, excited and embarrassed me at the same time. Ruth played games. After a while, I gave up and gave as much as I received. Now we kissed each other for pleasure and damned anyone who objected. Still the expert, Ruth whispered in my ear before she released me. "Welcome to New Orleans." "My turn, Uncle Martin," a pixie-like voice sang out when I extracted myself from Ruth's embrace. I sucked in the heavy New Orleans air mixed liberally with jet exhaust fumes, and in my mind, Maurice Chevalier started to sing "Thank Heaven for Little Girls." Christy had appeared as if by magic and held out her arms for her kiss. It was love again at first sight for me, Uncle Love, or fatherly. I thoroughly enjoyed lavishing my paternal urges on Christy. The imp was tall for her age, with dancing dark eyes, still narrow hips, perhaps a little wider proportionately than when I saw her last, and her stick-like legs had taken shape, not womanly yet, but almost. She wore a translucent blouse with no bra, and I could see tiny hints of puffed, budding breasts, darker areolas and pointy nipples. I raised my gaze to her grinning expression, so full of mischief I wanted to giggle, but swallowed the urge, and then tried, but failed, not to stammer and look a fool. Christy didn't hesitate, giggled at my awkwardness, and then kissed me with even more enthusiasm than her mother. A difficult and interesting few days loomed ahead for me, I decided. The three of us strolled toward the baggage area, one luscious female on each arm. I was pleased I had changed my mind. An old house, I thought, as I stepped out of the car. New Orleans is an old city with old homes, especially in the Garden District where my sister lived. In front of me, 2 stories of a crumbling red brick facade stood behind 4 massive Ionic columns. Above sailed a high-pitched, slate roof, below a raised front porch, Big double entry doors, a shutter each side of large but small paned windows and ivy, lots of ivy. I looked back at the street from the circular drive at the huge, ancient, and gnarled oak tree. A massive, twisted branch of the tree drooped and touched the ground and then reached for the sky again as if it had tried, and failed, to reroot itself. I fondly remember playing in that tree with Christy during my last visit. "Follow me, Uncle M," she said, carrying my small bag. I heft the other two, and obeyed. In the guest room with the private bath, "Christy," Ruth called after her daughter. "Martin, I'll put the car in the garage and be up in a few minutes. Make yourself at home." At the rear, a separate 3-car garage connected to the house with a covered walkway. "Okay, Mom," Christy said with a grin. She pranced toward the 2 high entry doors, painted black and festooned with brass hardware and a massive decorative knocker no one used. Inside, a 2-story entry faced a swooping staircase now occupied by Christy, already halfway to the 2nd floor. To the right of the entry was a formal living room, to the left an office and library full of musty but well-read books. I loved my sister's library. Her reading was broad and eclectic, both fiction and non-fiction. She had a successful romance novelist, and although romance wasn't my preferred genre, I enjoyed her books. She had dedicated the last one, her first bestseller, to me. I was touched by her comments. I reset my hold on the bags and followed Christy. "Slowpoke," Christy said at the top of the stairs. I looked up. She stood at the edge of the landing with her legs spread slightly, fully aware of the view she offered me, her no longer stick-like, long legs, pink panties and a mischievous grin, everything dramatically foreshortened. I grunted and trudged upward following Christy into the guest room. "I'm so happy you're here, Uncle M," she said when I dropped the bags on the canopied bed. The sexy scamp welcomed me again with a kiss, her arms around my neck, and her lithe body pressed up against me from knee to lip. She reluctantly released me when she heard her mother's footsteps on the stairs. Christy's expression was no longer mischievous. A sultry, lusty look had replaced the sparkling tease in her eyes. With no hint of shyness, she glanced at the slight bulge she had created with her embrace, smiled a satisfied smile, and the sparkle and tease returned to her expression. "See you at dinner, Uncle M," she said brightly and moved ladylike from the room, except for a compulsive wriggle as she stepped through the door. Yes, it would be a difficult and interesting few days. Ruth entered moments later as I was putting socks and whatnot in a dresser drawer. She, too, noticed my embarrassing bulge. Ruth's smile was more knowing than her daughter's, but her expression was no less mischievous. "The little imp can sometimes be a real tease, Martin. She's just testing her ability to attract the male of the species. She passed with flying colors. And, where did she learn to kiss like that?" Ruth chortled. "It's in the genes. Frankly, she knows she can get away with teasing you, knows you won't take it seriously. She feels safe, so she tests the limits. I love her to pieces, but I'd prefer not to be her lab rat." Ruth chuckled. "I have just the solution for your dilemma. Guess who's coming to dinner? Louis Armstrong." Another chuckle. "No, Jill Henderson. She'll be spending the night as my guest. You remember Jill, don't you?" "Jill?" I definitely remember Jill Henderson. I was the girl's first lover. She was 14, and I was 18. I had just graduated from high when she selected me to be her first. That summer, I lived dangerously, loving and making love with an underaged, green-eyed beauty with red hair and freckles. When Ruth said her name, a memory surfaced in full color. I could clearly see Jill's striking face as she looked up at me with half-closed lids covering part of her startling green eyes. I remembered cupping her chin with my fingers and studying her face. "Good bones for a model," I said. "Prominent cheekbones high on your face, a strong but intensely feminine chin. Green eyes to die for. And your full lips are so very, very kissable." She leaned toward me, a stuttering movement, backed away and leaned again. When finally her lips touched mine, I fell in love with the red-headed girl with freckles. She retreated before the kiss became passionate and I appreciated her reticence. Yes, I remember Jill Henderson. She had gone on to become a renowned fashion model. We had only that summer together. I went away to college, and Jill moved to another city before I returned for the Christmas break. We wrote to each other for a while, but fate took us in different directions and I never saw her again. I occasionally saw her face and figure on the covers of magazines, and each time memories of my summer of living dangerously flickered through my mind. My wife would buy magazines featuring Jill and leave them lying around so she could tease me about my reaction. Ruth chuckled. Yes, I can see you remember Jill. She certainly remembers you. Take a nap. I know how you are after a flight, and you have time. Dinner is at 7. Dress is formal. I nodded. I think I will. The plane nearly crashed into the swamp, you know. And, please curb your daughter, tell her I'm not her lab rat, and for the few days I'm here, I would really appreciate it if the two of you deferred your propensity for nudity. Spoil sport, she said with a pout. She glanced at her wristwatch. Got to go, things to do. I'm really glad you're here, Martin. We've missed you. Chapter 2. I dressed for dinner. Black and shiny ballet shoes, tuxedo trousers, gray silk vest, and a Mandarin-styled white dinner jacket, buttoned at the top only. Stylish, I thought as I studied my image in the mirror. Just over 6 feet tall, I maintained my body by running each morning. Flat stomach, narrow waist, wide enough shoulders, strong chin, but my nose was a little big, destroying what would otherwise be just another pretty face. My nose gave me character, I had often been told, and I finally accepted the imperfection without rancor. And tonight I would need to be stylish. I had attended a few formal dinner parties in my sister's home. She would shame me, I knew, with her style and grace if I didn't make an effort. My outfit was new, all the rage I hoped. At the bottom of the stairs, a maitre d' greeted me. Various New Orleans restaurants catered Ruth's formal dinners. The ladies have not arrived, sir, he said and guided me to the library. May I serve you a drink? I ordered scotch on ice, without naming a brand. I knew it would be superior. I loved Ruth's library, studied the titles, and opened a book or two without paying attention. My thoughts had drifted to Jill again. I wondered if she had arrived. Good evening, handsome. I turned to Ruth's voice, and sucked in air. She wore a lace, full-length gown in a soft blue. Narrow straps at her shoulders flared to a plunging bodice. If I studied the pattern of the lace, I suspected I could see her darker areolas and nipples peeking through. The gown hugged her undulating curves, and a split at the side exposed a shapely, tapered thigh. Her legs were bare, no hose. It would be criminal to cover or try to enhance perfection. She had pulled her hair up, and the style of her gown and the hairstyle exposed her long neck captivating. I exclaimed. But well, the ensemble needs something. Ah, I know. I pulled a jewelry box from the inside pocket in my dinner jacket and displayed its contents to my sister. Oh, Martin, it's beautiful. Put it on, please. She turned and exposed her bare, silky back to me. I kissed her neck, just a peck of compulsion as I hooked the string of pearls around her neck. I love you, sis. Thanks for inviting me for a visit. I needed the change. She turned with a pose. Her head cocked slightly, one leg in front of the other, a curvy long thigh and the rest of her leg slipped into view. The pearls looked nice, but their beauty didn't approach the perfection of the woman. I told her my thoughts, and she kissed me, a sisterly kiss this time. My earlier comments had not fallen on deaf ears. Maybe the few days wouldn't be difficult, but they would certainly be interesting. Has Jill arrived? I asked. Yes, she's changing now. Is this evening one of your games? Sir, I'm sure I don't know what you mean, she said, and her eyes fluttered coquettishly. I laughed. We've been a pawn in a few of your games before. You plan, set up a scenario, and then sit back, chuckling to yourself, and watch the plots unfold. She chuckled as predicted. Does that make me a bad person? I laughed again. No, but you are manipulative. I'll probably see the scenario in one of your novels someday. Probably, but why manipulative? I'll use the analogy of a chessboard to explain. You set up the pieces, place them on the board so any move by anyone will be dynamic and affect the move of anyone else on the board. And you nudge the pieces, set up more and more possible outcomes with each nudge. You invited me knowing Jill would hear this evening. If I didn't know you better, I'd accuse you of matchmaking, but your writer's mind is more devious. The game is more complex than a simple boy meets girl again scene. You have information I don't have. You probably know things Jill doesn't know. Curiously, I don't believe you know what will happen. The players in your game are like characters in your novels, but characters that have come alive. You sit on the board immobile and invincible as the queen, watching the game unfold like a voyeur but still nudging and moving the pieces because no one but you can see the entire board. That's manipulative, Ruth. She chuckled. It's the way I flutter my wings, Martin. You use the butterfly effect in your avocation. I use it to create scenes with live players to test reaction to various situations. The results give me information I need for plotting and characterization in my books. Matt, I still don't know is how you want me to play the game. That's my point, bro. Play it your way, any way you wish, she said with her knowing smile. Sometimes my sister's smiles could be irritating. Difficult had become nearly impossible. Interesting had become intriguing. The maitre d' cleared his throat. That means Christy is at the top of the stairs. She's planned an entrance, Martin. Let's not disappoint her. We stepped to the entryway and gazed up the curving staircase. Ruth's talent for posing had been passed on to her daughter, but Christy had improved the genetic gift. She wore a full-length, black gown that glittered mischievously, like her eyes. The gown was sexy without trying too hard, neither a gown for a little girl nor a woman. The designer had captured Christy's essence, a part girl part woman vision. Spaghetti straps rose from a square bodice, which swooped into her narrow waist. The gown didn't mold her body, but draped it, enhancing her form without being blatant. She moved gracefully down the stairs like a woman, not a girl, but at the landing, couldn't resist a girlish pirouette. Her back was bare to her waist, where the gown bunched and fell away from her body. The gown shimmered, her eyes sparkled, and her skin glowed. Perfection! I exclaimed. Except for the necklace you're wearing. Her face fell, so I hurriedly removed another jewelry box. The pearl choker would improve her look. She gasped. Oh, yes. The pearls will be perfect, Uncle M. She performed another graceful pirouette, and I removed the necklace she wore and fastened the clasp on the choker. She started to run to the round mirror over the long, low table against the wall, but slowed purposefully, and moved with grace. I believe I preferred the girlish joy of her run. Her mother joined her at the mirror and they both admired my gifts. Christy's thank you kisses were appropriate. I loved her little girl kisses. I noticed Ruth looking toward the stairs. I turned and my eyes made me happy. Jill Henderson stock one at the top of the stairs and she took my breath away. She didn't appear as the freckled-faced beauty of 14 in my memory. Now, my lover from the past was all woman and gorgeous. Long, softly curling auburn hair tumbled halfway down her back. No freckles, not one. Her sultry, dark green eyes, and her long model slim and sensuous body elevated my libido. Her floor-length gown shimmered, a metallic fabric in green. The bodice plunged to her waist and was transparent over her breasts. I could see them clearly, model perky in green gauze. They bounced delightfully as she moved. The gown didn't mold her lithe form but allowed her undulating curves and indentations to shine through. She stepped regally down the stairs. "Dr. Martin Crowe, you're more handsome than I remembered," Jill said and moved next to me. The touch of her body to mine felt both familiar and alien. Jill's regal demand for my attention received its due. My toes curled and my cock stiffened. The damned thing does its own thinking. She raised her arms until her elbows reached my shoulders and her fingers slowly moved into and through my hair. She gazed into my eyes with her sultry look and moved her lips hesitatingly toward mine, backing away once until finally our lips met, and we tasted. She moved still closer to me and I could feel the sharp points of her nipples through her clothing and mine, though hers hardly impeded the touch. Her cunt mound found my erection, and she moaned into my mouth as she rubbed herself against me. When our lips separated, she didn't move back, instead somehow moved closer and looked into my eyes. "It is so nice to see you again after so long a time, Martin," she said with her sultry voice. I leaned forward and whispered, "It's even nicer to hold you in my arms, Jill." "Yes, it is." She kissed me again, explored my mouth with her tongue, my erection with her cunt mound, and my chest with her nipples. When Jill released me from her embrace, the look in her sultry eyes informed me we could probably be lovers again. I glanced at Ruth. She wore a knowing smile and gave me no clues. She did bite her lip, briefly. I didn't know what that meant. The evening would be difficult and interesting. My balls already ached. Antoine's dinner was a feast. It started with Hunter's Nature, or raw oysters, with a second appetizer of crevettes cardinal, shrimp in a reddish mariniere sauce that was spicy and delicious. Potage tortue au sherry, or turtle soup with sherry, followed the appetizers, and I could have stopped eating then and been happy. Longost grills, grilled rock lobster was served as the main course and was accompanied with Antoine's famous pommes de terre souffles, puffed potatoes. Asparagus with butter was the other vegetable. Fraise aux kirsch, strawberries with kirsch, capped the meal as the dessert. Tasty. Wine and conversation flowed. I noticed Jill ate heartily, and asked how she maintained her lithe figure. "I don't usually eat like this, but when I attend one of Ruth's infamous dinner parties I always let myself go." "How often do you and Ruth get together?" "About once a month when I'm in town on business." "I'm happy the two of you have remained friends over the years," I said and looked inquiringly at Ruth. Still she offered no clues. Ruth's knowing smile was maddening. I discovered Jill had maintained residences in both New York City and Paris during her years as a fashion model. She had remained single until the height of her career at age 23 and had married a fashion photographer named Evan French. Jill divorced the man 3 years later. She offered no reason for the breakup and I didn't ask. Ruth and Jill had revitalized their childhood friendship shortly after Ruth lost her husband and had remained close since. Jill now resided in Houston, where she owned and operated a national string of exclusive boutiques. I had noticed a Jill's boutique in Fashion Square, a high-end shopping mall in Phoenix. I asked if that was one of her shops. It was. She owned one in New Orleans as well, and usually stayed with Ruth when in New Orleans on business. "Let's have coffee and brandy in the great room," my sister said and pushed her chair back. I held the chairs for each of the ladies and watched as the pieces moved ahead on Ruth's game board. In Phoenix, we called a great room a family room. Ruth's great room was located across the rear of the house. The huge room with a high ceiling looked out at a sparkling swimming pool. A hot tub shimmered to the right under the deep overhang of the house, and I could see part of the formal garden shining from ground lighting. The room itself was divided, without walls, into activity centers. It could be an intimate space for two or contain a crowd at a cocktail party. While I poured a soft drink for Christy, I noticed Jill and Ruth in a huddle, and Jill didn't look happy. I decided to remain neutral and served Christy her drink. I watched Ruth and Jill continue their argument, until suddenly Jill smiled. Her eyes lit up and she hugged my sister. All's well, I thought, but wondered what Ruth had said to cause the reversal in Jill's mood. I carried snifters of brandy to each of them and returned for mine. The game was afoot, and I didn't know my role. I sat in a big high-sided leather chair that swallowed me. Suddenly I wanted to be alone. I didn't want to socialize, make witty conversation. I missed Diana, my wife of 10 years. I wanted to cuddle with her, sip brandy, and stare silently at soothing, hypnotic flames in a fireplace. That's what I missed about her most, the silent times, the moments of communion, with her curled next to me knowing she loved me, that I loved her. Instead, I sipped 100-year-old brandy with 3 beautiful females feeling sorry for myself. I needed a new friend with a new problem to give me purpose. Don't be an ass, Martin Crowe, I told myself. Play your sister's game, and have some fun you're due. Jill appeared above me while I sat in my leather cocoon sipping brandy and pondering the game. She gracefully cuddled into my lap and wrapped her arms around my neck. We missed being in your arms, Martin, she said and kissed me. She leaned back and gazed at me. You're still gorgeous. She ran her fingers through my hair. Your dark, curly hair and moist nearly black eyes have entered my dreams from time to time over the years. My dreams reflected my memories. Lust and the love emanated from your wet eyes. She kissed me again. Without volition, my hands fondled her perky breasts under the transparent metallic gauze of her bodice. The plunging neckline allowed easy access. My cock pulsed erect and poked at her. She moaned into my mouth and reached for my hard-on. When my eyes opened after the embrace, I looked up to see Ruth smiling down at us. She settled on an arm of the leather chair, and Jill's hand moved from my cock to Ruth's thigh, the exposed one that constantly peeked out from her gown. A clue. I rejoiced inwardly but still remained cautious. I remembered my sister was a novelist. She enjoyed creating numerous twists and turns in her plots, presenting red herrings for readers to pounce upon, later showing them the foolishness of their deductions. Christy arrived. I'm sleepy, Mom. She yawned. Ruth smiled. You sipped too much wine with dinner, young lady. I'll take you up and get you settled. Christy bent and kissed me on the cheek. We said our Jill elected to join Ruth and Christy. She needed something from her room, she said. Martin, please turn on the hot tub for me, Ruth said. I feel stiff tonight. The hot, bubbling water will relax me. How about you, Jill? The hot tub sounds marvelous. You'll join us, won't you, Martin? I nodded. Good, Ruth said. You know I refuse to do the hot tub other than naked, Martin. I understand. In fact, I plan to be in the bubbling water, naked, when they returned. Ruth is moving the pieces again. Christy had been removed from the board. Only Jill, Ruth, and I remained, and the Queen still ruled. And I still didn't know the rules. An extremely difficult evening for me, and definitely intriguing. The mystery had not yet been solved. Chapter 3. Hot water bubbled up around me, soothing me, taking away the knots in my muscles caused by the stress of my sister's game. The French door opened and Jill stepped onto the patio. She still wore her gown. Ruth will be down soon. You look relaxed. I can't wait to join you. She pushed the straps of the gown off her shoulders and it fluttered to her feet. She wore nothing under the gown, and I gasped at the beauty of her naked back. Why? Some women are more attractive dressed or partially dressed. Not Jill. I told her my thoughts as she settled gracefully into the water and moved next to me. She expressed her thanks for my compliment verbally and then with a kiss. My hands traveled to her breasts again. I explored, touched, and tweaked them until they felt familiar. They had grown larger since our summer affair, but not much, and their response to my touch was the same. She reached for and found my hard-on and moaned into my mouth. I've missed your cock, too, she whispered and moved over me. Suddenly I was inside her. Her cunt had swallowed my cock as she straddled me. Not all of it, but enough. I couldn't resist and ratcheted my hips up while pulling her down with my hands at her waist. Now I was completely inside her, and her moist, greedy membranes nibbled the length of my shaft. She threw her head back, her glorious auburn mane dipped into the water behind her, and a sigh whooshed from her mouth. Yes, she cried and started to move on me. Ruth's plot had just taken an unexpected twist. I wondered if my sister still controlled all the players. I know I lost all control and moved with an old love, my red-headed lover from the past, as her cunt swallowed and expelled my cock while we fucked each other in the bubbling cauldron. Do you remember when many years ago I asked you to teach me how to fuck, so after I had been with a man, he would never forget me? The words in her question stuttered as she moved on me, gracefully fucked me, but I understood her question because I remembered the circumstances. I became her first lover that day. Yes. You told me you could only try, that you didn't believe technique was as important as honest passion and desire for the man I was with. Yes, I remember, Jill. We relied on your wisdom. Martin, are you honest with me, Martin? No, I'm fucking you, I said. She didn't pull herself from me, but she stopped moving. That is, her hips stopped moving, not her cunt. Her cunt still grasped and nibbled. Her cunt, like my cock, did its own thinking. My passion and desire for you are honest, Jill. But to be completely honest, I'm not in love with you. I loved you that summer, but... She smiled and her hips started to move again. An honest man, an endangered species. I'm not in love with you either, Martin, but I knew I wanted you again the moment I saw you at the bottom of the stairs. You were my first love, and old desires bubbled up like this water, hot and moist and needy. The French door opened and Ruth came into view. She looked down at Jill and me and shook her head. I'm fucking your brother, Ruth, Jill said brightly and unconcerned. Do you mind? Ruth laughed as her gown puddled at her feet. That's up to him, not me. She lowered herself into the hot, effervescent water. She sighed with pleasure. How did you get him to fuck you so quickly? Jill laughed. I kissed him, let him feel my tits, and then I climbed aboard without asking. 1 minute tops. This is too weird for me, I said. My erection was wilting. He is a round-heeled rogue, isn't he? Ruth said with a chuckle. But eminently lovable. She kissed me and leaned to my ear. She whispered, I'll come to your room later. I'm not finished with you yet. She slid off my cock and sat between Ruth and me. I groaned. My balls ached. Jill's hand secretly fondling my needy cock in the rippling, hot water didn't help. I slid away from her and pulled myself out of the hot tub. I'll get us another brandy, I said as I wrapped my hips in a large towel to cover my erection. I'll damned if I'll let them watch my cock bounce as I walk away from them, I thought. Just before I went inside, I used the towel to wipe the water from my body, and then rewrapped it around my hips. Inside, I poured brandy in 3 snifters and sipped from mine before I returned. Ruth's game confused me. She had obviously put Jill and me together purposefully, but not as a matchmaker. The role didn't fit her. Besides, if that were her purpose, she would not have interrupted Jill and me while we were fucking. Ruth knew I wouldn't continue, not in her presence, and frankly, I was surprised Jill started the fuck knowing Ruth would be joining us momentarily. I retied my towel and balancing 3 snifters started my return to the hot tub. At the French door, I looked out at the women. My mouth gaped. They were kissing. I stood rooted and watched with bulging, wild eyes like a voyeur. Jill pulled one of my sister's breasts up out of the water and licked her nipple, and then sucked it into her mouth. Ruth's head rolled back and she smiled. I couldn't hear their voices, but I clearly read Ruth's lips. She gasped, yes. My cock strained against the towel. I groaned and wanted to grasp myself, but the snifters I balanced disallowed the urge. A lover from my past and my sister making love with each other was one of the most erotic sights I had ever viewed. Beads of sweat popped out on my forehead. I wanted to join them, fuck them both, and watch as they fucked each other. I knew I wouldn't, but the desire nearly overwhelmed me. I debated whether to interrupt them or leave them to their pleasures. My sister's game had reached a complexity beyond my ability to deal with it. I turned and returned to my cocoon, the large leather chair with the high back and sides. The brandy helped. Sometime later, the French door opened and Ruth entered carrying her gown in her hand. She didn't see me at first and smiled when she noticed me encased in my shell. "There you are," she said brightly. "We thought you might be lost." I handed her a snifter. She sipped and studied me. "You saw us, didn't you?" I nodded. "Are you angry with me?" "No, of course not." "Surprised, but not angry. We both still prefer men, you know." I smiled. "I never thought otherwise." "She wants you. She'll come to you tonight. How does that make you feel?" She shrugged. "We're not in love with each other, Martin. We give each other pleasure once in a while. She's a friend and a part-time lover. If she wants you and you want her, that makes me happy." I looked directly at her and said, "Vivienne, I saw the two of you, I wanted to join you, I wanted to fuck you, both of you, and I wanted to watch you fuck each other." She gasped. A sound filled with passion. "I know. I felt the same way when I saw her fucking you." "I didn't join you, that is. If I had, I would have fucked you." She chuckled. "I'm glad you didn't join us. But I must admit to the same nearly overwhelming urge. Incest is an interesting fantasy, very powerful, but it should not be explored. You're very beautiful standing in front of me naked with hard, just sucked nipples. You're extremely arousing. Tempting. I'm so hard right now, I hurt. I no longer want a role in your game, Ruth. I'm finished for the night." "No. You're not finished. There's Jill. You won't disappoint her." I nodded. "Good night, bro. I love you." She kissed me, a sisterly kiss, but her breasts with their just sucked nipples rubbed feather-like across my chest. She straightened and started to walk away, but turned and said, "I didn't bring the two of you together to play a game, Martin. Jill has a problem you might be able to help her with. We'll talk about it in the morning." "Ah, finally I understand your game," I said to her receding form. She giggled. Jill certainly qualified as unusual. I hoped she had an unusual problem. I smiled. Ruth knew me well. A new project was just what I needed to give me purpose. Agam, I sipped the brandy and waited. Jill entered the great room, and like Ruth, didn't see me in my hideaway at first. She dragged her gown behind her but let it drop when she spied me and moved regally toward me. Even as a child, Jill didn't tease, skip, or giggle. She looked sultry, walked sensuously, and her deep laugh resonated honestly and expressed self-confidence regal. Her tawny red mane shined resplendently and waved sensuously around her regal profile when she cocked her head quizzically toward me. The tips of her hair were wet and took away from her beauty, made her more real, less of a fantasy. The chair was wide enough she could place her knees each side of me. She reached and removed the towel. I helped by raising my hips slightly. The damp towel, when tossed, landed atop her gown. Her fingers twined into my hair and her green eyes glowed with lust. "Did we shock you?" "Yes." "And excited me?" Her dainty hand wrapped my heart on. It was rook hard and throbbing. She pulled its bulbous head through the crease of her cunt. "Did you watch us long?" "No. The sight was too intense, too erotic." I backed away. Again I felt her creamy inner membrane surround my cock and nibble as she lowered herself down over me. I wanted you to watch, she said. I'm a bit of an exhibitionist, Martin. I saw your silhouette through the door. Ruth's fingers were busy in my pussy then, and when I saw you, I climaxed. When I recovered, your outline had disappeared. Disappointment flared, but I hoped you would return. I wanted to perform for you and guided Ruth to sit at the edge of the hot tub with her thighs on my shoulders. I had just climaxed, but when I placed my mouth on your sister's cunt, my arousal soared again. She didn't cause the arousal. You did. The situation. Did Ruth know I was watching? I don't think so, but she certainly knew you wouldn't be gone long. She climaxed quickly, too, when I sucked her clitoris into my mouth and lashed it with my tongue. If she didn't know you were watching, like me, I believe she hoped you were. Oh, God, you feel so nice in me again. She ran her hands across my chest. I love your body, Martin. You could have been the model for Michelangelo's David. She chuckled. Except for his cock. Michelangelo's David has a small cock, a little marble worm, not like yours at all. You fill me, Martin. I groaned and stopped her from moving. My urge to climax had reached a point that any movement at all would take me over the edge. The membranes of her cunt couldn't stop. They grasped and released, fluttered along the length of my shaft. I'm going to come, I said softly as the sensations of orgasm started their path through my back. Why? Yes. Yes. I can feel it, Martin. You're getting larger inside me. Oh, yes. Come in me. I'm ready, to. Come in me. Her hips took off then. I don't remember the next few seconds. I was away in my private place feeling sensations so exquisite I wanted to scream with pleasure, but the void I occupied disallowed sound, disallowed taste, and smell and touch and sight. It was a place where only sensation existed. When the room focused again, I heard the end of my scream. I watched as Jill continued to fuck me. No longer regal, her grimace expressed animal-like lust. Her face was flushed at one side of her neck and another red mark on her chest to the right. I remembered that about her then, how she flushed in blotches when she started an orgasm. My climax wasn't finished. My stiffened and I ejaculated inside her again, and another wave of orgasmic sensations gripped me. Jill, too, was climaxing. Her cunt fluttered madly around my shaft, and she threw her regal head back as her muscles strained, searched for and concentrated on the sensations racking her body. The membranes inside her cunt grasped at my cock, squeezing and releasing it rhythmically, timed to her contractions. Neither of us moved. We throbbed, stiffened, and released, shared our juices. My orgasm finished well before hers. I had not only started before her but also had decided early in life that the female orgasm is vastly superior to that of the male. The creator fucked up. She should have made male and female orgasms equal, but watching Jill move through her orgasm delighted me almost as much as experiencing my own. Each time a contraction grabbed her, her green eyes rolled back in her head and she ratcheted her hips down forcefully, taking as much of me into her as possible. Fuck me, she exclaimed on each downstroke. Fuck me. My hands were on her breasts and I pinched her long, thin nipples each time she shouted, fuck me. Finally she collapsed against me, searching for my mouth with hers, still greedy for more, but neither of us had any more to give, except tender touches, soft autonomous kisses and endearing, whispered words. A few minutes later she pushed herself up from my chest, gazed into my eyes and said, let's go to your bed. I'm not finished with you yet. As predicted, the day had been interesting and difficult, and it wasn't finished. Chapter 4. The next morning I awoke early. As I lay remembering the previous evening, it suddenly occurred to me that Jill was missing. My arms were around her when I went to sleep. Sometime during the night, she left me. I rose and donned my running gear and quietly let myself out of the house. I used the grass strip between lanes on St. Charles Avenue as my running track. If I started my run late, I had to compete with the trolley that ferried passengers up and down the famous avenue, famous enough to claim a square on the Monopoly board. Today, I had the track to myself. As my legs pumped, my thoughts drifted. Diana was alive, she ran with me and kept pace for the 3-mile trek I tried to take every morning. Diana was my best friend as well as my wife and lover. We did many things together, and it was during activities like this one when she usually joined me, that I missed her most. Breast cancer had taken her from me. I donated a substantial part of my income every year toward research for the treatment and possible cure of the dreaded disease. I thought about Diana in connection with the game Ruth had put in play last evening, and grinned as I huffed along the grass. Diana would have spun the game into even more bizarre directions. She loved my sister's games and participated in them enthusiastically. She had once encouraged me to fuck Ruth. That will bounce her out of the catbird seat, she had said with a nearly evil laugh. I could still see Diana's expression turn inward as she rethought her suggestion. No, I take it back, she said. Her ultimate goal might be to have you fall between her legs. She had laughed then. The bitch is going to win again, isn't she? I remember I didn't answer my wife's rhetorical question. Ruth's games were mostly storyline, plot, and characterization fodder for her novels. As I turned back toward my sister's old southern home, I wondered what problem Jill could possibly have that would attract the use of my avocation. I would know soon enough. The house was still quiet when I entered, so I didn't pound up the stairs with a war whoop. I quickly showered, shaved, and dressed. As I passed the master bedroom en route to the kitchen to brew coffee, I noticed the door was cracked open. I couldn't stop myself. The voyeuristic tendency that had surfaced forcefully last evening pushed itself out of the closet again. My eyes drank in the sight of the two most beautiful women I knew lying asleep in twisted sheets with one hand from each of them resting on the other's vulva. I suddenly wished photography were my avocation. I would love to capture the sheer beauty of the scene so I could revisit it any time the urge emerged. Curiously, the two of them naked and asleep touching each other didn't arouse me, rather it appealed to my aesthetic senses. As I looked, Ruth started to stir. I quietly closed the door and moved to the kitchen to start the morning coffee. I had just poured my first cup when Christy bounced into the room wearing clothes. I relaxed. She went to the refrigerator and poured a large glass of orange juice and plunked down next to me at the kitchen table. "Morning, Uncle M," she said and gulped. "Ms. Jill is with Mom. I thought she would sleep with you last night." Out of the mouths of babes. "So, you know about your mother and Jill?" "Oh, yes." She scrunched her face. "They aren't very discreet. What's your take on the two of them?" She shrugged. "It isn't serious. Neither of them are lesbians, or anything like that. I was shocked when I first figured out that they made love with each other, but after a while, it made sense. I know Mom isn't looking for another husband. A few men have asked her to marry, and she turned them down. She isn't interested or she hasn't found the right man, one or the other. And as beautiful as Jill is, attracting men can't be a problem for her. I think they just enjoy each other. They're very much alike, you know, independent, beautiful, wealthy, and single. I have no problem with them being friendly lovers." Ruth entered, yawning with her hair still mussed and wearing a gauzy robe she had thrown on. Sexy. I knew she wore it because of my prudish request, but the damn thing might as well be invisible. In truth, she was sexier with it on than if she were naked. "Ah, I see you two have started the day. Good morning," she said to no one in particular and poured coffee. She looked at me as she sipped. "I take it, you've already had your morning run." I nodded. "Will Jill be joining us shortly?" I asked so she would know I was aware of the sleeping arrangement. "She's in the shower. I told her you insisted that she dress, so she'll be a while." I grinned. You get what you reap, my boy, I told myself. I took a swipe at Ruth, so she slashed me right back. Ruth poured another cup of coffee, for Jill I assumed. I'm going to shower and dress, too. Plan on a serious conversation shortly, Martin. I nodded. Maybe I can entice Christy into a game of chess until you and Jill are revived. Good idea, Uncle M, Christy said with a grin. The imp won the white pieces. By agreement and because her mother and Jill would be joining us soon, we set the chess clock at 10 minutes each for the game. Christy hurried her game. She had 2 minutes on her clock. I had only 30 seconds before my time would run out, making me the loser when I noted a checkmate in 5 moves. Another approach allowed my niece to beat me in 7. I purposefully made the blunder with rook to king 4, and the girl smiled and started to pounce. She hesitated and frowned. My chess blunder had become a social gaffe, I guessed. Ruth and Jill strolled into the great room looking beautiful and ready for the day. Vmo's winning? Ruth asked. He's letting me win, mother, Christy said and grinned at me. You had a mate in 5, and you knew it? Please don't ever do that again, Uncle M. I'm not a child anymore. No, you aren't, and I apologize, I said. Apology accepted, she said and pushed her king over to resign. I'll get you next time. She looked up at her mother. Am I allowed in your meeting? Ruth shook her head. Adults only. Sorry. Christy pouted and then smiled. I'll take my laps in the pool, and started to shuck her clothes. My eyes rolled to the back of my head. Let's use my office, Ruth said. She announced. I smiled, grateful for my sister's suggestion. I don't believe I could have concentrated if Christy were bouncing around the room, in and out of the house, and in and out of the pool in her altogether. Ruth had a sitting area in her office, 2 love seats with a table between them. I settled on one of them, the ladies next to each other on the one facing me. Ruth tells me you have a problem, Jill. Has she told you about my avocation? Sort of, Jill said. I enjoy solving unusual human problems for unusual individuals or groups. I use my own resources, refuse any compensation, but if I solve the problem, I ask that the individual or group involved help me solve other problems I accept in the future. I only ask for help if the individual has a unique ability that can be put to use in the solution of a problem I have accepted, and then only once. If I use an individual more than once, he or she will be paid the going rate for their services. Before I hear your problem, is my approach acceptable to you? I have plenty of money, Martin. I could. Then I'm not interested, Jill. My conditions are not negotiable. But. I rose and left the room. I was pouring orange juice in the kitchen when Jill entered. Your conditions are acceptable, Martin. I waited. She wisely remained silent. Okay, that's step 1, Jill. Be aware, I don't accept every problem presented to me. Let's rejoin Ruth and hear your story. We settled into our previous positions. I kitted and Jill started. 3 months ago, I flew to New York City to meet with my modeling agency, check on my store in Manhattan, and do some buying for my boutiques. I don't do much modeling anymore, nothing too strenuous or requiring a youthful face and form. Oh, Jill, you're more beautiful tck1I than. Ruth, please don't interrupt. Go ahead, Jill. Anyway, after I met with the agency and turned down the assignment they offered, I received a call from Evan, my ex-husband. He told me he needed to meet with me, and I invited him to my hotel suite. I usually stay at the plaza when in the city, so I assumed my agency had told him I was in town. Our divorce had been amiable. My lawyers had prepared a prenuptial agreement he signed before we married that disallowed him access to any of my assets should a divorce occur. Besides, he was too macho, I believed at the time, to take a handout from me. Evan makes good money. He brought a bottle of wine with him, one he knew I favored, and poured us drinks. She hesitated. "Go ahead," I said. "The rest is ugly, Martin," she said, and tears welled in her eyes. I waited. She composed herself. I sipped the wine, and that's the last thing I remember about the evening until I awoke in the middle of the night. I was hurting, felt bruised, Martin. And I was naked. I struggled in the dark to the bathroom and turned on the light. My lipstick was smeared and blotches of dried semen covered my body, in my hair and across my face. The son of a bitch raped me, I thought. He drugged me and raped me. I touched myself. My vagina was sore and still wet, full of semen, also my anus. I noticed bruises on my breasts. I felt so dirty. Violated. I turned on the shower and scrubbed. I scrubbed until my skin became raw, and still I felt dirty. I douched, over and over again, and then used the device on my anus. All through the ordeal, I sobbed and cursed the son of a bitch. Her tears overflowed and streaked her face. Her chin quivered and her shoulders shook. Ruth pulled her into her arms and let her cry. I waited patiently, knew there was more to her story. Then her sobs subsided, and she calmed down a little. I asked, "What happened next?" The next morning, a courier arrived with a package from Evan. The package contained photographs of me with men fucking me in every vile manner possible, more than one at a time. The faces of the men weren't visible, but mine was. My face was prominent in each photo. I looked drugged, and my eyes were closed, but I couldn't deny that I was the woman performing the vile acts with strange men. Evan is a professional photographer, a good one. The lighting was perfect. His cameras captured dramatic images of semen flying through the air toward my open mouth and splashing onto my face. I angrily tore the photos to shreds and slumped to the floor in despair. The phone rang. It was Evan. I cursed him, told him I was calling the police. He told me to go ahead, that I couldn't prove anything. He knew me well, knew I would shower and douche to try to wash away the dirtiness I felt, and described my actions after I awoke. It was like he was a fly on the wall. He even knew I had destroyed the photos the courier brought in the package he sent me, an untraceable package, he added. She took a deep breath. He probably bugged your room so he would know your reaction. What did he want? I asked. Money at first. My face, my body is my legacy, Martin. I was a top model. Some pictures of me with an exposed breast are still making the rounds on the internet, and that infuriates me. But no nude photographs of me exist, let alone images of me performing depraved sexual acts. I paid him what he demanded. My reputation was worth the expense. How much? I pressed. The first time, $500,000. Totally, I paid him nearly $1 million. I made top dollar for a number of years, Martin, and I invested the money wisely. Also, my boutiques are very successful. If he doesn't get too greedy, I am willing to pay. But then. She swallowed. Then he wanted something more, I said, completing her sentence for her. She nodded. He called last week. I told him I couldn't pay him any more, not for a while. I told him if he asked for too much, too fast, he would kill the goose laying the golden eggs. He laughed. He didn't want money, not this time. This time he had set me up with a man. Be nice to the man, he told me, do whatever the man wanted, and he wouldn't bother me again. A lie, I knew. He'll never stop, Martin. Never. I agree. Did you meet with the man? Not yet. The meeting is set up for next weekend in New York City. Do you know the man's name? She shook her head. No, I asked, but Evan refused to tell me, told me the name of the man was immaterial. Will you help me, Martin? Yes. But I'll need time, a month, maybe more. Have you agreed to meet with this man? Yes, but I have no intention of honoring my commitment. I won't become a whore to protect my reputation. Good. If you had refused, I would ask you to call and agree to his demand. Don't worry. You won't meet with the man. We'll devise a different reception for how? How can you help me, Martin? I smiled. Everyone I agreed to help asked the same question. My answer was always the same. The butterfly effect, and a little help from my friends. Chapter 5 reaction rarely varied. What do you mean by the butterfly effect? Jill asked. I'm a mathematician, I said. My specialty is chaos theory. I understand mathematician, but chaos theory asserts that small changes can result in large differences. It also states there is an underlying order in all that surrounds us. Many assume the everyday definition of chaos applies, but chaos in mathematics is defined as nonlinear dynamics. I still don't understand, Jill said. Thoroughly frustrated, Christy bounced into the room in her altogether. Sorry to interrupt, she said. Mom, a UPS man is at the door. Ruth grinned. Well, answer the DCK-R then, and take the package. Mom. I'm naked. We all laughed. Christy blushed. My sister rose. I'll be back in a moment. I'm expecting a package from my publisher equals the artwork for my new novel. Christy, I said. Do you remember what I told you about the butterfly effect and chaos theory? I think so. Chaos theory claims that the fluttering of a single butterfly's wing today tiny changes that over a period of time could cause a tornado to happen a month from now, or conversely stop a tornado from happening that would have happened otherwise. Excellent. You have a good mind, Christy. The butterfly effect is also known as sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Even a minuscule change in the initial conditions can dramatically change the long-term behavior of a system. We're going to change your ex-husband's systems, Jill. Tiny changes here, tiny changes there, so that a month from now, disaster will strike. Your ex won't know what or who hit him if we do this correctly. Is Uncle M going to help solve your problem, Jill? Christy asked. I don't know how, Christy, even with your erudite explanation of the method he plans, but I trust him good. Uncle Martin, if you need any wings fluttered, I'm your girl, the naked imp said with a mischievous grin. I loved the little scamp to pieces. I don't know enough yet to know if you can help or not. If there's some wing fluttering you can do, I'll call on you. Promise. I smiled. She knew I never broke a promise to her. I promise, as long as your mother permits your involvement. Cool. She bent and gave me a quick little girl kiss. Thanks, Uncle M. As quickly as Christy entered, she left the room. Sometimes her youthful energy made me feel old. I looked at Jill. She trusted me. That might change when she realizes how much I need to get into her head, her memories, her past. I sighed. My inquiries couldn't be avoided. To make this work will take a lot of your time, not an hour here or an hour there. Will it irreparably hurt your business if you absent yourself from it for the next month? I asked, not as much as the money Evan is draining from its coffers. I'll do whatever it takes, Martin. Maybe, maybe not, I thought. In a few minutes, I will call some of my friends and start putting together my team. The operation starts today now, in fact. First we'll gather information, mounds of it, and some of the information will appear to be arcane or apparently useless facts and figures. A portion of this information will be inconsequential and ultimately discarded. Then again, a small tidbit of data might make the difference between success and failure. We won't know what to discard and what is important until we amass enough facts to make reasonable judgments. Unless we have all facts necessary, our assumptions will be flawed. Also, I'm going to get very personal with you, and you can't lie to me, Jill, even by omission, especially by omission. I know from experience you won't like some of my questions, and I know you won't want to answer some of them. When I'm finished picking your mind, I'll know as much about you as you do yourself, maybe more because I will dredge up facts you've forgotten. Will you cooperate? I told you, Martin, I'll do whatever it takes. Okay. I'll make my calls now. Make arrangements with your business, and we'll go to work. Mad about your work, Martin. I smiled. One of my friends will handle what needs to be done. He's on the list of calls. This operation, we need a name for it, will consume all my time until it is successful. Ruth returned. We need a base of operations, a headquarters, for the next few weeks. At the appropriate time, we'll move everything to New York. We can use my home in Phoenix or your home, Ruth. Jill's home in Houston can't be considered. During the first phase, we must be anonymous. My statement was a query. Ruth, I want to help, Martin. Jill is my friend. You're welcome to use my home as headquarters. She giggled. Sounds military. Do I salute? I didn't laugh. Some strange individuals will wander in and out. Are you certain? Will Christie be in danger? No, not at all. The first half of the operation is perfectly safe. When we move to New York, that could change, but I doubt it. Mostly, you'll merely lose some of your privacy for a few weeks. Incidentally, Christie wants to flutter a few wings. If it's safe, may she help? Ruth grinned. My home is now your headquarters, Martin. And Christie can help. I wouldn't want it otherwise. She's very bright, you know, and can be useful in her way. Operation Monarch, Jill said. The name for the operation. VV Hat, do you think? Operation Monarch it is, I said. The name had been used twice. Chapter 6. We walked along the Mississippi River levee. I didn't want others to hear my questions or Jill's answers. She wore a pair of shorts and a halter top that made it difficult for me to concentrate if she walked ahead of me. Her model perfect legs and tight, round butt elevated my libido, but the state of my libido wasn't the reason for our stroll. I needed to pick Jill's mind. This would be one of many sessions I would have with her. I started with what I thought was a simple, unthreatening question. Tell me about your ex-husband. How did you meet him? She flinched, didn't speak. Jill, it's a simple question. The answer isn't simple. She grimaced and then looked at me from the corner of her eyes, fearful, even shy. Okay, I made a promise, and I'll keep it. You might not like me very much when I'm finished, Martin. She sighed and started her story. I met Evan at a low point in my life. I had been working non-stop, hopping around the globe from one shoot to another, from one runway to another, for over 3 years, a member in what some people call the jet set. I fucked every man or woman I wanted, hundreds of them. So many I can't name them all. Orgies were not uncommon. I started taking pills to keep me going, and then some more pills to help me sleep. A few acquaintances, men I had been with, became HIV positive. That scared me. I was a mess, Martin, and I knew it. I believed Evan offered me stability, a way out of the whirlwind, the degenerate lifestyle I had assumed. And for a few years, our marriage worked. Vivi Hoa, you didn't tell me how you met him and you're nearly divorced. Again she looked shy, like she wanted to hide. Finally she spoke. Damn it, Martin, if you must know, I met him during an orgy in Paris. He brought a young girl with him. She was the hit of the event. He said she was 16, but I suspect she was younger. She tasted younger. I was the first to dive between her legs. Vivi, while I was giving her cunnilingus, Evan fucked me. The girl he brought with him made the rounds. I've never seen one so young, so accomplished in the ways of sex. Evan ignored her and lavished all his attention on me. Let's talk about the girl. Do you remember her name? Her auburn locks shook from side to side. No, if she used a name, it was probably an alias. I used an alias. We all did. Matt, do you estimate her age at the time? 14, maybe 13. She was developed, but not completely. Her breasts weren't fully formed, and she still carried a slight amount of baby fat. Her hips had not broadened. She was a girl, Martin, not a woman. Like me when you and I first made love. Did you ever see French again with a girl that age? Yes, even younger. That was one of many reasons I left him. He seemed to prefer girls to women. I didn't make a big issue of it. We had an open marriage, neither of us was faithful, but over the years his extra partners seemed to get younger and younger. Interesting, I thought. The fact that he prefers girls to women could be useful. Jill, try to remember the details of some of your ex-husband's young girlfriends' names, ages, what they looked like, any detail. It could be important. Use a yellow pad and entitle it Evan's Girls, and write down everything you can think of. She nodded, more confident, more open now that she wasn't the subject of my enmities. Did anyone take pictures at any of the orgies you participated in, overtly or covertly? Her eyes turned inward as if looking back, visualizing her history. No, at least none that I know about, and they would have surfaced. The pictures in Evan's package were pictures he took that night, Martin. You believe me, don't you? Of course. It was a question I had to ask. Did your ex ever ask you to pose for him in the nude when you were married? Her lips twisted into a crooked grin, sardonic but appealing. Yes, quite a few times. I always refused. Playboy offered me quite a bit of money to pose nude for them and I refused. It isn't that I'm a prude about nudity. When I'm staying with Ruth, we usually shuck our clothes around the house. I merely didn't want my public image cheapened. I had cheapened myself enough with my wild years, so the public's concept of me was more important to me than more money from a smut peddler who creates jack-off fodder for Joe construction worker. Anger glinted, infused her expression. Her refusal of the Playboy offer pleased her, gave her pride, and she needed pride, coveted it. Matt happened after you met him. After that evening, he courted me. I had never been courted with so much enthusiasm, so much attention to detail. Flowers, jewelry, gifts of all sorts. He seemed devoted to me and gave the impression he adored me. 2 months later, he asked me to marry him. As I told you, I was tired of the rat race and wanted to settle down. My lawyers drew up an airtight prenuptial agreement that Evan signed without hesitation. Evan was and is an accomplished fashion photographer, Martin, very much in demand. He didn't earn anywhere near what top models make, but he wasn't hurting. And the prenuptial agreement protected my money. I signed the one his attorneys prepared for him, as well. We were the archetypical modern, professional couple. We walked in silence for a few steps. I looked at the river for the first time, the mighty Mississippi, now a dirty waterway filled with the debris of man. A fish flopped near the bank, which gladdened me. The river still suckered life. Do you think of me as a slut now, Martin? This always happened. The person I helped wanted me to like them, apply lofty characteristics to them in my mind, and at the least, not think ill of them. Every person is both good and bad. Some are more bad than good. And some are more good than bad. In truth, I preferred the person slightly more bad than good. Substantially good individuals are boring and tend to be self-righteous. Are you a slut now? I asked. I'd like to think I'm not, but I was a slut back then. I agree with both premises. Once you were a slut. Now you're not. Should I think of you as an ex-slut or a non-slut? You decide, Jill. That's mean, Martin. If a pout could appear regal, it would ape Jill's expression. I laughed. Yes, it is. Before we're finished, you'll think of worse adjectives to describe me. For example, I'll intrusive, demanding, and unreasonable, using nice words. You'll think of some not so nice words to take their place. If Operation Monarch has a chance for success, we can't worry how we think about each other. Let me give you a clue. What do I call those individuals I have helped in the past, like I'm helping you now? Your friends. Bingo. They are my friends, and I love every one of them, some more than others because some individuals are more lovable than others. Frankly, I think you're eminently lovable. She smiled, but her smile still slipped to the side, half cynical, half with mirth. Point taken. What's your next question? I grinned. Give me a minute. Thinking about you at an orgy gave me a hard. She struck my shoulder. It even stung. You're incorrigible. Ah, a natural smile, mirth only, not a breath of scorn. Okay, next question. I can't discern an ulterior motive for French to court and marry you other than your nubile body. Don't take that wrong. Your luscious body and bright mind would be enough for many men, but not your ex. He's an evil son of a bitch. He would have one or more other reasons to make you his wife. You've ruled out your money, which he seems to want now, your money and your humiliation, but you haven't alluded to other reasons. You're keeping something from me. Remember, I said that lies of omission were as destructive as a straight-out lie. I don't think I'm purposefully keeping anything from you, Martin. I believe you now know my deepest, most shameful secret, my sluttish years. Let me think. I watched a crane take off from the banks of the river while Jill rummaged through her memories. Will she lie? I wondered. Maybe this, she said. Being tied to me romantically made his star shine brighter. The demand for his work tripled. After I retired 6 months after we married, the demand dropped off dramatically, below what it was before he knew me. We had some rough times for a while, not financially, but emotionally. I didn't associate the problems with the drooping demand for his work, but now that I look back on it, I believe that's exactly what caused them. At the time, I believed it was because I was gone a lot. I spent months on the road away from him building my new business, but upon reflection, our marriage would have failed years before it did if I had actually lived with him full time. Also, with the publicity I created for Jill's boutiques, his star started to shine again, not as brightly as before, but almost. Besides, I paid a lot of his bills. I had more money than I needed, and I was generous. She didn't lie, she didn't know his ulterior motives. All right. Start another yellow pad entitled Associates. Nothing will be more important. Write down everyone he knew, friends, relatives, colleagues, anyone. He's not a nice man, Jill. Evil men associate with other evil men. Is there someone in particular that gave you the creeps? Oh, yes, but they're a couple. Frank and Karen Abel. They are slimy, Martin. I don't know why I feel that way, nothing they did gave me evidence to feel the way I do about them, but I cringed when they dropped by. Also, Evan kowtowed to Frank. I always thought that strange. I suppose you want a pad on the Abels. I nodded. Now you're getting into the spirit. If the Abels are as slimy as you felt, and if they're evil like Evan, they could be another key to success. Where does Evan do his work? Does he have a studio? Yes. He rents a loft in Greenwich Village. Is it secure? I changed tactics, decided to use a series of rapidly fired questions. I think so. I know he has a burglar alarm and bars over the windows. His negatives are valuable. Where does he keep them? In a large, fireproof safe in his studio. Does he have a safe in his home? She shook her head. He does have a safe deposit box in a bank. Vmir, do you believe he keeps the negatives of the photographs he took of you when you were drugged? Probably the safe, but they could be in the safe deposit box. Where does he keep the key to the box? In the safe. I know that for certain. I was signatory to the safe deposit box when we were married, and he had me put some things in the box one day. He opened the safe to give me the key. That sort of things. She scrunched up her pretty face. I don't remember. In fact, it was a sealed envelope. I don't know what was in the envelope. I haven't forgotten. I didn't know at the time. I was merely doing him a favor. Are you still signatory to the box? I doubt it. Surely he changed that arrangement after the divorce. Maybe, maybe not. Little errors like that are common. We'll look into it. Let's drop back and talk about the safe. Is it opened with a key, or is it a combination safe? Combination. He told me he changed the combination once a month, and he is the only one with the combination. He didn't trust anyone with the combination, not even me when we were married. If he changes the combination that frequently, he might write down the new combination and hide it somewhere. Did you ever see him use a piece of paper to open the safe? No, but I wasn't in the studio very much. Where does he keep his business papers? In standard filing cabinets in his office. His secretary locks the files at night and opens them each morning. Evan keeps an extra set of keys for the cabinets in the safe. I remember, because an ex-secretary lost her keys. He fired her. He boasted at the time how clever he was to have kept the extra keys. We'll need a pad on his employees, past and present, especially disgruntled past employees like the secretary you just mentioned. We turned and started back. On the return trip, I continued to pepper her with questions. I believe she answered me fully and honestly. A few more titles for yellow pads were isolated. Back at the car park next to the levee, I opened the passenger door for her and walked around to the driver's side. When I was settled behind the wheel, she slid over next to me and wrapped her arms behind my neck. She asked, "Now that you know about my sluttish years, do you still want me, Martin?" Her lids closed halfway and her nostrils flared. She was aroused, wanted verification of her ability to attract me after telling me her deepest secrets. Shamed by her behavior during her wild years, and fearful I would think less of her because of past behavior, she wanted me to fuck her, prove to her she was still desirable in my eyes. Beautiful lover from my past, I want you even more than before you told me. You pulled yourself from the hole you dug for yourself. That takes gumption. So you've been with a few hundred. Over 1,000, counting the orgies, Martin. She blushed. Ah, her confession must be brutally honest to grant her absolution, give her freedom from her guilt, her shame. I honestly don't know how many, she continued. It could be 2,000, but I doubt it. I just don't know. I do know it was a lot more than a few hundred. I didn't do anything halfway back then. I was an extreme slut. Sometimes I fucked 3 or more men or women or a combination of men and women during the same day at different times during the day, and that wasn't during an orgy. And some of them were strangers, men or women I never saw again. I worked, I fucked, I slept, and I ate, in that order. VVMY? I asked. Her confession, her extreme sluttish behavior was giving me a hard-on. I didn't understand why her words aroused me, but they did. Because it felt good. I was a sex addict. If I had 10 minutes I wasn't busy working, I wanted an orgasm. Sleeping and eating became secondary to sex. I put off sleep if I could achieve just one more orgasm. I was beautiful and famous. It wasn't difficult to attract a partner, and frankly, I wasn't very discriminating. Sex was like heroin to me. I needed my daily fix, and then it was more than once a day. It wasn't low self-esteem, not at first. Of course, like any addiction, my extreme sexual cravings finally created low self-esteem. It wasn't until I started to dislike myself that I did anything about it. Mad about now. Are you still an addict? According to my therapist, I'll always be an addict, but now my cravings are normal, a little above normal, and I'm very discriminating. I had 5 years of intense therapy, Martin. You said I had to tell you the whole truth. Now you have it all. I fudged when I said a few hundred. I didn't want you to know how sick I was. I wanted you to want me, Martin. I groaned with passion and pulled her hand to my hard-on. When is the last time you did it in a car? A small smile started at her full, red lips. Not since my wild days. She looked down and watched as her hand fondled my erection through my trousers. Her smile widened and she slid away from me, moved her hands to the side of her shorts and pulled the zipper down. Soon, she was naked below the waist, and then she helped me out of my trousers and shorts. I slipped over to the passenger side and she straddled me. She took my cock and raked it through her crease. She was wet and needy, like I was hard and ready. Her confession had aroused us both. I groaned when she lowered her creamy cunt down over my cock. Take it slow, I said. I'm very excited, and I want it to last. Never happen, she said, and even in the confines of an automobile, she moved gracefully on and off my cock. Telling you about my wild days shamed me, Martin, but it also excited me. There's an element of excitement about being a slut. I spent years with a wet cunt, always wet, always ready. When you put my hand on your tented pants, I nearly came in my panties. I'll be climaxing around your beautiful cock in minutes, maybe seconds. Oh, you feel good in me. You were my first, Martin. I loved you as a girl, and could easily fall in love with you again. Oh, 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 I can't wait. I'm coming. Come. I groaned and jammed my erection as far in her as I could and blasted my first spurt of cum deeply inside her. Yes. I can feel it. I can feel it jetting into me, Martin. Can you feel my cunt grabbing on your cock, climaxing on your hard prick? Ah, huh, I muttered and shot more semen into her. Each of us moved quickly through our orgasms and collapsed. It was a quick fuck, a spur of the moment, intense and satisfying fuck for both of us. A quickie. We wanted each other, and we took. We didn't try to give, because in the taking we also gave. We were in tune, in sync with each other. As Jill and I drove toward Ruth's home, I realized we had not kissed each other, not before, during or after the coupling. I smiled. That was fun, Jill. It made me feel like a teenager again. She looked inward. Yes, it was, wasn't it? Spontaneous and fun. Chapter 7. I looked out over the desert. It had rained last night, and the overall brown tint of the landscape now had a slight greenish hue, a pleasant change. It was dusk, and a magnificent sunset was brewing. I had flown to Phoenix to gather clothes for my extended stay in New Orleans and to meet with a few of my friends. Many of the friends I had helped over the years lived in the Phoenix area. Jill traveled with me. We stopped in Houston briefly so Jill could rummage through her packed closets. She, too, needed more clothing for the extended stay at Ruth's home, much more than I. She filled 8 bags. She also dropped into her office to personally handle some details that required her experienced touch. Now she was in the shower. The doorbell chimed. I opened the door to an adorable, vivacious, young woman named Marilyn Chase, a graduate student in mathematics. She wasn't one of the graduate students I monitored. If she had been, we could not have been lovers. We weren't involved in a serious affair, but we were involved. She dropped by occasionally and stayed the night, or if I felt in need, I would call her, and she would usually clear her calendar and join me. She also had helped me through some bad times after my wife died. She had a loving, nurturing, no-nonsense personality, and allowed me to use her inner strength to bolster some sad and lonely times provoked by grief over my wife's death. Peripherally, she was one of my friends. I had helped her father out of a jam a few years back. He was dead now, killed by a drunk driver, and Marilyn had assumed his obligation. She had helped me with a few of my projects in the past, and because of her experience and knowledge of chaos theory, I considered her important to Operation Monarch. Besides, I knew she needed the money. I would pay her and she would accept the compensation because I made it clear I wouldn't use her otherwise. At 24, she had an exceptional and youthful body. Medium length, straight blonde hair parted in the middle, framed an oval face and bright blue, intelligent eyes. She smiled easily, displaying perfect white teeth. Her overall look was soft, not angular, very feminine, but she didn't give the appearance she needed protection or someone to take care of her. Marilyn took care of herself. Soft but strong best described her look and her personality. She smiled at me, slipped into my arms and kissed me. We were still in the embrace when Jill called out to me. Marilyn and I turned to the voice, and Jill stepped out of the bedroom nude with a freshly scrubbed pink look. Always regal, Jill didn't squeal and dash back into the bedroom. Instead, she strolled toward us with a runway strut, sexy and commanding. This should be interesting, I thought. "Hello," she said to Marilyn and reached with her hand. "I'm Jill Henderson. You must be one of Martin's friends." Marilyn squirmed out of my arms and shook Jill's hand. "Yes, I'm here to help. My name is Marilyn Chase." "From the look of the two of you, you're more than friends," Jill said and smiled without rancor. Equally guileless, Marilyn returned her smile. "I assume the same applies to you, Jill. You're very beautiful, especially nude. I've been a fan of yours for ages." Oh, I thought, a catfight is brewing. But Jill surprised me and didn't take Marilyn's comment of L1th personally. "Thank you for the compliment. Yes, Martin and I go way back. He was my first lover. You're gorgeous, incidentally, so young and fresh. I envy your youth." The doorbell rang again. "That will be Robert Jones. I don't think his heart could take the sight of you naked, Jill. We'd have to call the paramedics." Jill chuckled. "I'll hurry and get dressed." She strolled away, her feet stepping beyond the center line, the runway strut. Marilyn and I both watched her until she stepped back into the bedroom. Jill knew we watched, wanted our eyes on her. "She's breathtaking, Martin," Marilyn said, huskily. I glanced curiously at Marilyn. Her bright blue, intelligent eyes looked needy. Interesting, I thought again. The doorbell rang once more. One of the calls I had made the first day of the operation was to a private investigator named Robert Jones. His services weren't free. He helped me on most of my projects since he became a friend. I used him because he was dedicated to me and was very good at what he did for a living. The private detective's immense presence filled the room as he stepped inside. At 300 pounds, probably more, the man stood over 6.5 feet tall. I had helped him out of a financial bind 5 years ago. An inveterate gambler, he had gotten himself into some shylocks. I loaned him double the money he owed, told him what stocks to buy and when to sell them, and he worked himself out of his hole. He also stopped making sucker bets, part of the deal. Now he only gambled in the stock market, and the methods I gave him to play the markets weren't really gambling at all. He joined a support group and straightened out his problems with his wife and kids. Like I said, he was dedicated to helping me. Also, I supplied a quarter to a half of his income through my operations. I was a professor of mathematics, but I made my money applying algorithms I developed out of chaos theory to invest in the stock market. My algorithms allow me to select the correct shares of stock to buy and sell at the right time. In other words, I buy low and sell high frequently and dramatically. I started investing while in graduate school and have not worried about money since. If I needed more money for any reason, it was easily generated. I took drink orders and served Marilyn and Robert. Jill entered and I made her drink and mine, and after I introduced Robert to Jill, we settled in a conversation area in the family room. "The three of you are key players in Operation Monarch," I said. "Jill is the client. You are free to ask her any question that might have a bearing on the success of our project, and she will answer fully and honestly. Marilyn will be my right hand. She is in charge when I'm not around, and is responsible for managing administrative functions and computer applications." I turned to Jill. "Don't let Marilyn's youth fool you, Jill. She has worked with me in this capacity before and is eminently capable. Robert is responsible for operations, the chief operating officer. If you will like Marilyn, he is experienced in this capacity. Without Robert's help, I would not have taken on your problem, Jill. That's how key his role is in the ultimate success of the project. By profession, he is a private investigator. Robert, you have the floor." The big man wiped sweat from his brow with a large, red paisley handkerchief. His eyes were too small for his face, and he squinted when he concentrated. "French is a lowlife, sick son of a bitch, Martin. If you want the man wasted, I might do it myself, no charge. Here is my preliminary written report." I took it and handed it to Marilyn without glancing inside. I would study it carefully later. During this interchange, I watched Jill. I wanted to see her reaction to having her ex killed. Her blank expression offered no clues. "Tell us about him," I said. "The cocksucker is making more money off kiddie porn and white slavery than he does with fashion photography." "Jill, you gave us the direction we needed to look with your comment about his preference for young girls. Your knowledge saved us weeks of digging." Jill looked shocked when told of French's illegal activities, obviously unaware of this particular dark side of her ex-husband's personality. However, she smiled when Robert complimented her. We often noted that beautiful women enjoyed favorable comments about their mind more than their body. "Robert, we want French stopped," I said, "put away for a long time, but we can't inform the authorities of L1T his pedophilia or waste him, as you put it. He's blackmailing his ex-wife. If we go to the authorities, Jill will become involved and her situation will become worse, not better. Any ideas? We could sick the mob on him. Kiddie porn is their racket, and they don't appreciate competition. Still, wasting him is the easiest solution." "Perhaps, but that's not my style, Robert. And I know you better than you think. Killing is not your style either. Putting the mob onto him has possibilities, but he's pretty slick. He'd probably make a deal with them and become even more bulletproof. What weaknesses besides his perversion can we exploit? Is he into drugs?" He nodded. "Fat rolled. Cocaine. Poppers. Casual use only from what I could find out in the time I had. Too bad, that might have given us an angle. Did you work up a full financial package on him?" Robert shrugged and his double chin rolled. "As much as time allowed. Check out the report. If you need more details, just holler. Does he have any enemies?" "Lots of them, but they're related to his sick kiddie porn racket. Mo distributes his porn. A man named Frank Abel. He's even sicker than French, if that's possible." Again, Jill, your comments about Abel and his wife made us take a hard look at him. I appreciate your candor. What would Abel do if he thought French was giving him up to the authorities?" I asked. Robert grinned and wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. "Probably kill him. That would be a neat solution. Maybe, but still we would need to get our hands on French's negatives and photographs. They need to be destroyed to protect not only our client but also the innocent children he has abused. Do a workup on Abel, everything you can find out about the man, and take a few more days digging up anything more you can find on French." Robert nodded. Fat rolled. I looked at Marilyn. You need to accumulate all the intelligence we have gathered so far from Jill and Robert's sources and get the information in the computer. Use a format that allows us to apply some chaos theory algorithms to predict the directions our wing fluttering will take. And as usual, we need it fast. Robert, did you email French's financials to Vera?
Yes, yesterday.
Good. Hi, visit with her while the three of you get started. Oh, and Robert, have you talked with Harry Masters?
Yes, he's on board.
He despises kid abuse more than me, if that's possible. Vera Williams is my financial wizard friend. She reads balance sheets like kids read comic books, I said to Jill. Marilyn already knew the accountant. Mo is Harry Masters? Marilyn asked. I smiled. He's a retired safecracker. Like you, Marilyn, his involvement is peripheral. I didn't help him directly. Like hell, Robert said. You saved his bacon. He'd be in the slammer now if it weren't for you. He wasn't the client, Robert. Doesn't matter. Harry is a friend. I smiled and nodded. I also have a meeting with a young man named Michael Forbes. He's a computer hacker and a friend. I glanced at my wristwatch. I should back by midnight. Have fun, folks. Chapter 8. Vera epitomized a sweet, little old lady. Her persona had been her undoing. No one believed her emotionally capable of embezzling, and no checks and balances had been set in place for the funds she controlled. And Vera was, in fact, the epitome of honesty, that is, until her husband became gravely ill and needed an expensive operation their HMO refused to cover. Vera simply transferred funds from her company's coffers to the surgeon and the hospital. She told me she would do it all over again given the same circumstances. Without thinking twice, she would happily spend the rest of her days in prison if she could save her husband's life. Her husband recovered from the operation, and they still lived happily, one loving the other. No one had discovered the illegal transaction. It would have taken an in-depth audit to uncover her fund transfers, but such an audit was pending when she came to me. The answer to the problem was simple. I gave her the money and she placed it back into the company's accounts without a trace. We then punished the HMO. The unscrupulous health organization is no longer in business. For my efforts, Vera agreed to be my financial wizard on not just one, but also every project that needed her unique abilities. She readily agreed and had taken an early retirement. I kept her busy half the time, until I made her my accountant, and she now worked for me full-time for a fair salary. She told me she would rather work with me helping people than work for a soulless corporation. Her husband, Roy, opened the door and invited me in. He was a big man with a weak heart physically. His heart otherwise was as big as he was. He helped his wife, doing whatever he could. Sometimes his contribution was substantial. In fact, this visit to their home was more to recruit his help than Vera's. She was already on board. Vera didn't chit-chat. Always businesslike, she opened the conversation. I reviewed the financial data Robert sent over on Evan French and his photography business. He's making more than he should, and he's not paying taxes on a large chunk of his income. I suspect he's doing something illegal and is trying to hide the fact. I grinned. Right on target, as usual, Vera. He's a pornographer, kiddie porn, and is involved in white slavery. Roy's face scrunched up. Evil, pure evil. Somebody that hurts little kids doesn't deserve to be on the same planet with the rest of us. I want to help on this one, Martin. VS, what can I do? I plan to set up a call center, using cell phones of course. I know you have a source for untraceable cell phones. My sister, Ruth, will be managing the center. We met her, haven't you? He nodded. A nice, smart lady. I'll be happy to help her out. And she'd be happy to have your help, Roy. But there's a problem. The call center will be located in New Orleans, and later it will be moved to New York City. I looked at Vera. She nodded. Are you up to traveling and living in hotel rooms for a month? For this one, yeah, he said. Vera will come with me. She has a newfangled laptop that goes anywhere. Vera grinned. It's a doozy, Martin. It razzles and dazzles. Vera was always making up words. Curiously, I always understood their meme. Roy, we need up to 30 untraceable cell phones, PDQ. We'll pay for the calls and provide a premium, but they can't be associated with our operation. Roy worked for AT&T until he retired. That's easy. I'll have 10 for you tomorrow, and the balance by the end of the week. This one is moving fast, Roy. I'm opening the call center day after tomorrow. Can you be in New Orleans early Friday morning with the balance of the phones? Yeah, but the premium will jump a bit. No problem. I'll have plane tickets delivered for the two of you tomorrow. I'll pick up your expenses on this one, and the standard bonus applies. I turned to Vera. Sometime next week or early the following, we'll have more detailed financials on French and preliminary financials on a man named Frank Abel. Abel is also involved in the pedophilia ring, probably its leader. Good. As usual, I really need more data, Martin. I'll write up a report on what I have, ready for your review when we arrive in New Orleans. That's fine. Vera, with your permission, I'm going to work you hard on this one. I want you to take over the control and disbursements of funds. You'll need to work closely with Marilyn. She's the administrative head. Vera smiled honestly. I enjoy working with Marilyn. She's a smart lady, and efficient. Of course you have my permission, Martin, I'll do what's needed. Have you set up an operating account? Sort of. We freed up the funds necessary. If we need more, I'll sell some stock. The funds have been wired into our offshore project account. You are signatory to that account, so WEM use it as the operating account. Is that all right? That should work. Have you set aside for this project? 1 million. VVHO, Roy said. This is an expensive one. I smiled. It's just money, Roy. Yeah, I guess, he replied and shook his large head. En route to visit Mikey, the computer hacker, I called Robert. We said our hellos, and I asked, do you know a trustworthy burglar, an electronic specialist, one who knows his way around alarm systems? No, but Harry does. I talked with him about it yesterday. Good, as usual you're ahead of me. Tell the ladies I'm finished with Vera and her husband and on the way to meet Mikey. I won't be here when you return. I'm taking the red-eye to New York to put our plan in place to circumvent Jill's meeting with the man her ex wants her to boink. Do I talk with Marilyn or Vera if I need funds? Marilyn. Vera will disperse the funds, but Marilyn is in charge. Right. See you Friday evening in New York. Will Jill be coming with you? Yes. Tell Marilyn to set up 2 suites for us at the Marriott Marquis on Broadway for the next 2 weeks, and reserve an entire floor of suites for the balance of the month. You take 1 suite for your operations, Robert. You should plan to work out of New York until the project is finished. That's the way I figured it too, boss. I pulled up in front of a trailer house in Mesa, a suburb of Phoenix. The trailer had more antennas poking out of it than South Mountain, the main location for the Phoenix metro area communications antennas. Of course, Mikey's antennas were smaller, didn't need lights to warn off aircraft. He answered the door wearing thongs, shorts that came down below his knees, a soiled tie-dyed t-shirt, and his dirty blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail. About 30 pounds overweight, he ate pizza most evenings, and when the door opened, the odor of old pizza boxes wafted to my nostrils and stung my eyes. His face was pockmarked from a bad acne problem when he was younger. With a mocking smile, he invited me in. We got beer. Want one? He asked reluctantly and pushed some dirty clothes from a chair so I could sit. No thanks, Mikey. How have you been? I looked to my right. Half the trailer was dedicated to computer hardware. That part of the trailer shined, squeaky clean. Hanjin, you know, trying to get by. But I've stayin' out of trouble. Good for you. I need some help, Mikey. He smiled. This time you have to pay me. I laughed. That's right, Mikey. That was the deal. Cool. What do you need? I might need you to burn down some websites for me. If they were mine, I'd just put 'em back up. If they do, I want you to burn them down again, as many times as needed until they give up. With a little luck, the man who pays their expenses will be in jail. I don't think his techno dudes will work for him very long without pay. He nodded and a glint entered his small eyes. He rubbed his pudgy hands together. Yeah. I've designed a new virus I call Little Nasty. It's a mean sumabitch, Dr. Crow. Little Nasty will take down a site lickety-split. Vmat's your fee, Mikey. How many sites? I don't know. There may be none, but that's highly unlikely. Make it a couple of grand for up to 5 sites. Pay half now and the rest when they stop going back up. Make it up to 10 sites, and I won't pay you the first half until I've determined the sites exist, and I need your services. Deal. I stood and shook his hand. As I was leaving, a pizza was being delivered. Chapter 9. I arrived earlier than predicted and noted Marilyn's car in the driveway. The ladies were still in the family room when I entered. Jill rose and asked if I wanted a drink. I nodded. Please, scotch on ice. Was your meeting productive? I asked Marilyn. Jill handed me my drink as I collapsed on a couch. Suddenly I felt tired. Yes. Robert is gross to look at, but he's a professional. I like the man. I sipped scotch and told the ladies about my meeting with Vera and Roy. They're good people, I said and kicked off my shoes. Mikey isn't good people. He's a little shit, but his dubious talents will be useful if French and Abel have published some kiddie porn websites. And he's cheap. He's designed a virus he calls Little Nasty that will take them down. They'll just put them back up, Martin, Marilyn said. Not if they're in jail. There's always bail. I studied Marilyn briefly. Her slightly crooked smile wasn't cynical, it was merely the way the muscles of her pretty face moved her lips. Marilyn was nice, a nice person, nice to look at, nice to be with. My thoughts returned to her statement. Yes, I know, and that's the rub. Maybe. Suddenly, I had an idea. Bail was always a problem. Abel or French or both of them could jump bail and disappear into the woodwork only to resurface and start their illegal operations all over again. Maybe, I thought, just maybe. I'm confused, Jill said. You say you're going to put Abel and Eve French in jail. You also say you will not use their illegal activities against them because I would become involved, and my situation would worsen, not improve. What will you do to put them away? I smiled when I noted Jill altering how she referred to her ex-husband from Evan to French. She was distancing herself from him. That's good. I don't know yet, I said, but I have a few ideas. I have no compunction about framing them for another crime. They're bad guys and should be in jail. Do you have any qualms about framing them, Jill? All it takes is a little money and some help from my friends. She smiled. No, not at all, and you've answered my question. You have a devious mind, Martin Crow. I am, however, concerned about what all this is costing you. I have money, March. I interrupted her. Tell her, Marilyn. You made a deal, Jill. You agreed to compensate us for our efforts on your behalf. You agreed to help us with one other project sometime in the future. If you are trying to renege on our agreement, or change it in any way, Martin will close up Operation Monarch right now. I've seen him do it before. The terms and conditions under our agreement cannot be altered. Jill looked at me, back at Marilyn, and sighed. I won't bring up the cost of the project again. I didn't want to renege. I'll help with 100 new projects without compensation if I'm needed and useful. I was merely. You still don't get it, Jill, I said. You will not help on 100 projects without compensation. You will help on one without compensation. That's it? No more, no less. You are a stubborn man, Martin Crowe, Jill said, and tears welled in her eyes. She turned and rushed from the room. Now you've done it, Marilyn said to me. I agree with Jill. You're as stubborn as a mule, but not nearly as sensitive. Marilyn followed Jill. I sipped scotch, finished the drink in my hand and poured another. I was stubborn, I knew, especially about how I wanted to practice my avocation. Early on, I had allowed the agreement to change. The change seemed harmless at the time, but disaster resulted. Good people died. It was the only project I ever accepted that failed. I vowed then I would never allow the deal to be altered, and I've been true to the vow. Vs. What Jill didn't understand was money. Didn't have any value to me other than supplying my needs and financing my avocation. I was a multimillionaire before I finished graduate school, and regardless of how much I spent on others and myself, my net worth doubled every few years. 20 minutes later Marilyn returned naked. She curled up in my lap. I touched her satiny skin, and she squirmed like a puppy getting its belly scratched. Restless, small breasts, rounded like moons at the bottom with youthful nipples, unchanged hued by babies and eraser hard, presented for pleasure only, swayed softly when she slipped her arms around my neck. I nuzzled her swan neck. It smelled sweet and tasted even sweeter girl sweat. 2 shades darker than her head hair but straighter than the usual, her sparse pubic hair tried to hide puffy labia and failed. A wet vulva, hair matted and a swollen clitoris throbbed to my touch. Has she been touching herself? Did Jill? My mind conjured visions, sublime imaginary couplings, as the soft, feminine, strong, intelligent, and gloriously naked young woman kissed me. Her lips tasted of cunt. My cock slammed against my trousers, fully erect. The taste of cunt on a woman's breath always did that to me. We want to share, Marilyn said. Share? Mad. We want to share. I want you. Jill wants you. I want Jill. Jill wants me. If we all get what we want, that's sharing. I smiled. I want to share, too. Marilyn pushed herself from my lap, knelt and unbuckled my belt. Help me get you naked, like Jill and me, she said. I helped, and she pulled me toward my bedroom. I adored the sight of her little butt clenching as she pulled me, so I dragged my feet, teased with resistance, to force her to pull harder, which in turn emphasized the tantalizing view of the round little ass I so adored. When I saw Jill on my bed, reclining like Francisco Goya's naked Maya, all resistance evaporated. I also wondered where the pair found all the candles flickering their complementary light around the room, reflecting off golden flesh and sultry eyes. I quit wondering and merely appreciated. But suddenly I didn't know what to do. Should I go to Jill? Should I take Marilyn in my arms again? I stood rooted to the floor with indecision. I had a hard-on, yet I was impotent. Marilyn giggled, intuitively understanding my dilemma, and dropped to her knees. She fisted my cock, licked around the crown and dipped to take half my shaft into her mouth. I groaned, appreciating the sublime pleasures her warm mouth evoked, and placed my hands softly at her head while my eyes remained fixed on Jill. She reached down and pulled her fingers through the crease of her cunt, masturbating while she watched Marilyn sucking me off. She has a talented mouth, Jill said with her sultry green eyes half closed. She went down on me while you sat in the other room. I want to taste her now. Do you mind, Martin?
No, I said.
I agreed to share, too. Marilyn's lips smacked when she pulled her mouth off my cock. Fuck her while she's eating me, Martin, she said huskily and moved to the bed. The two women embraced first, kissing each other. I watched as breast rubbed against breast, as nipples flattened nipples and then popped back up hard and pointy as they slid by each other. My hand moved without volition to my cock, and I groaned again. Their embrace ended and Marilyn pulled a pillow under her little butt to elevate her pussy for easier access. Jill knelt between her legs and rubbed Marilyn's pussy with the palm of her hand. She looked over her shoulder at me. She's exquisite, Martin. I can understand why you've been fucking her. She looked back down at Marilyn. I did, too. Lust emanated from Marilyn's bright blue eyes. Her legs were splayed and her fingers had pulled the lips of her pussy wide, like her legs open, inviting, and obscene. I enjoyed obscene. Her soft breasts had flattened on her chest, but her youthful nipples poked up hard and enticing. I climbed onto the bed and dipped my head to Marilyn's breasts. I licked and sucked her enticing nipples, both of them, and then I kissed her. The kiss was more a suck than a kiss, a lick and a suck. Our tongues slipped out as far as they would go. We entwined them, licking into the other's mouth. Marilyn groaned into my jaws, a groan that expressed pleasure evoked by something more than a kiss. Ah, I thought, Jill must be sucking, licking at her other mouth. I raised my head and looked back at a truly erotic sight. Jill bent across her knees, her breasts flattened against her thighs as if she were bowing to her god. Instead, she worshipped cunnilingus. Her beautiful round ass was higher than her head as she slowly licked up and down in Marilyn's cunt. I wanted her ass. I had not fucked Jill's butt since our summer long ago. My cock throbbed with the thought, and I moved back behind my lover from the past. With my hands, I raised her shapely ass a little and spread her cheeks until I could see her little sphincter, a fear-filled pucker, clenching to avoid the coming assault. I bent and licked it, and the pucker squirmed. With delight? Or was it fear? My tongue rolled around her puckered hole, rimming her for over a minute before I tried to jab my tongue inside. Her natural reflex expelled the intrusion, but I persisted and finally my curled tongue gained entry. I enjoyed her pungent taste, and continued to jab my tongue in and out of her asshole as far as my tongue could reach. She squirmed against my face, and I reached down with one hand and pushed two fingers into her cunt. When they were liberally covered with her moisture, I brought them back up and pushed one of them into her ass. Once beyond the sphincter, it slid in easily, and I heard Jill groan in Marilyn's pussy. I bent and kissed the back of her neck and inserted the other finger. She tried to expel both of them, but I held them firmly inside without moving them. As with my tongue, finally Jill relaxed, and soon I was finger fucking her ass with the two fingers. With my other hand, I guided my cock to her cunt and pushed it inside her. Jill raised her mouth from Marilyn's cunt and said, "No, in my ass." "Fuck me in my ass, Martin, that's my plan, you gorgeous, wanton woman. I'm just getting my cock wet with your juices." I stroked fully into her a few times and then backed away. As I pulled my fingers from her anus, I placed the head of my cock at her sphincter and pushed. Again she tried to repel me, but she wanted me inside her as much as I wanted to in her, so I pressed forward until the crown of my cock abruptly slipped through her sphincter. I waited until I could feel her move back against me slightly, signaling she wanted more. I pushed again until I heard her cry out. I stopped but didn't retract my shaft. When I felt the membranes inside her ass relax, I pushed with force. This time my cock slid fully inside her with little resistance. "I'm in your luscious ass, Jill," I said. "Does it hurt, or can I start fucking?" She raised her mouth from Marilyn's cunt and said, "Fuck it. Fuck my ass now." "Geez, that's sexy, guys," Marilyn said. "I want to try that sometime, Martin, while I'm sucking Jill off." I took long slow strokes at first until I felt she was comfortable with the intrusion. Each time I threw my cock into her, she wriggled her sensuous butt a little, giving my cock a slight twist and enhancing the sensations of her ass sliding along my shaft. Then she started a circular motion with her hips, and I increased the speed of my thrusts to match the rhythm she demanded. Our syncopated rhythm took each of us higher. My arousal had nearly peaked just short of a climax when my cock first fully penetrated her anal canal, and somehow I maintained that peak without shuddering into an orgasm. I reached down between my legs and rubbed some fingers through her cunt from the rear. I discovered if I pushed my thumb into her cunt, I could reach her clitoris with my fingers. The little bundle of nerves was hard and throbbing, ready to be rubbed directly, so I lashed my fingers back and forth on her clit while I finger fucked her cunt with my thumb. With my arm behind my leg, and bent as I was to reach her clitoris, my movement in and out of her ass was impeded. I could still move, though I couldn't achieve the full stroke I longed to make. I pushed her hips up slightly and tried a full stroke. It pulled my fingers from her cunt, but when I pushed my cock back inside her, my fingers briefly slapped at her vulva. My thumb couldn't penetrate her pussy, but I could stimulate her clitoris with a slap. I sensed she wanted a full stroke in and out of her ass, and she seemed to enjoy the little slap I gave to her clitoris each time I thrust back into her ass. I felt like a jockey whipping a horse, urging the animal toward the finish line as I thrust into her. "Oh, yes, like that, Martin," Jill cried. "Only slap me harder, fuck me harder and faster. Slap me. Fuck me. Don't stop sucking me, licking me, Jill," Marilyn said, and then her voice grew louder, more demanding. "Please don't stop. I'm on the edge. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm coming, Jill. Martin, I'm coming." I watched as Marilyn ratcheted her hips up against Jill, grabbed her head and pulled Jill's mouth tightly to her cunt. "Yes. Oh. 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 Yes." Marilyn cried as she climaxed with her hips jerking up and down, rubbing her cunt through Jill's mouth. At the same time, I felt the muscles inside Jill's ass flutter as she started her own orgasm. I gave her cunt a forceful slap and jammed my cock deep inside her bowel and let my first ejaculation fly. I felt my head fly back and my muscles stiffen as my orgasm overwhelmed me. Marilyn must have released Jill's head, because I heard Jill cry out, "Fuck my ass, Martin. Oh, I can feel your cock shooting cum in my ass. Yes. More. Yes, like that. Oh. Oh." Shortly, I collapsed onto Jill's back and rolled to the side. Jill pulled herself on top of me, kissed me, sharing Marilyn's flavors with me. At the same time, I felt Marilyn's sweet lips at my neck. Then Jill kissed Marilyn. Marilyn kissed me. I kissed each of them in turn. Finally we lay calm and momentarily sated, Jill on my left and Marilyn on my right. "I love sharing," I whispered. "I love it to pieces." Those words produced a few more soft kisses and murmurs of agreement. I fell asleep with an arm around each luscious woman. Chapter 10. Once again we didn't crash into the swamp. Ruth met Jill and me at the airport. Marilyn would be flying in this evening. I asked her to meet with Vera and coordinate the financial end of the operation in Phoenix before joining us. Ruth kissed me at the gate before we spoke and curled my toes. Jill appeared nonplussed, and when Ruth stepped back, I understood her attitude when the ladies embraced. Their kiss drew a crowd. "Your office called, Jill," Ruth said huskily when their kiss ended. "Your ex is trying to get in touch with you." Good, I thought. If he had not called Jill, she would need to call him. I preferred that French do the chasing. During our flight, I had coached Jill what to say and how to act while speaking to him. We stopped in a sitting area of the airport that gave us some privacy. "Use the cell phone I gave you this morning," I said to Jill. "Let me hook up the recorder first." I wet the suction cup with my mouth, stuck it on her cell phone, and turned on the tape recorder. I nodded. She shuddered and dialed. Evan, it's Jill business. I just deplaned in New Orleans. Yes, you son of a bitch, I'll be there. I'll fly up Saturday. No, I won't give you my flight number. I never want to see you again. The last time I agreed to see you, you drugged me and had me gang raped. No. I've a reservation at the plaza. I'll fuck him there or nowhere. No, I will not allow someone else to pick me up. No, it's the plaza or nowhere. Listen carefully, you son of a bitch. I will meet your John like a good little whore at my suite at the plaza, or the whole deal is off, and you can put the pictures in the New York Times for all I care. I'm very serious. To prove it, I'm hanging up now. I'll buy a Times in the morning. Goodbye and good riddance, you cocksucker. She hit the end button. I smiled. Good job. I started the rewind on the tape. This is scary, Martin. Are you sure he'll call back? Yes, you gave him a way to go. He'll need to contact his principal, and if Thiemann agrees to the plaza, he'll call you back. Even then, he'll say the man won't meet you there, but if you hold firm, we can provide you protection and control the event. If the principal will not agree to the change in plans, then French must decide whether to kill the golden goose or not. He won't kill it, Jill. He knows he can bleed you for more and more of your money. Trust me. As long as a blackmailer has an out, he will not fold his hand. I made a mental note to call another friend, Doc Hanley. Plan B might be necessary. She nodded. I trust you, Martin. Call your office and give them the number of your cell phone so they can contact you directly when he calls. Remember, do not give French your phone number. Use your office as the intermediary. Jill nodded. Luggage, mostly Jill's, filled the trunk and the back seat of Ruth's car. The three of us settled into the front seat with Jill in the middle. As Ruth guided the car down the freeway, I asked, Sis, Marilyn will be in New Orleans this evening, and some of my friends will start invading your lovely home on Friday morning. Are you still agreeable with New Orleans as our base of operations for the next 2 weeks? No problem, bro. Roy Williams called this morning. Roy and Vera are a joy to be around, but I'm going to run out of bedrooms. Marilyn will be staying with us, but I'll put Roy and Vera up in a hotel, along with anyone else that stays overnight during the first part of the operation. I have for Marilyn as well as Roy and Vera. No, they need to get completely away from the hubbub each night. They will be more comfortable with more privacy. Did you meet Marilyn? Ruth asked Jill. Yes, Jill said with a sultry smile. And? Ruth was curious. She's lovely, intelligent, efficient, and tastes good. We shared, Jill quipped. Ruth's mouth dropped slightly, and her dark eyes became darker, flinty, like obsidian. I wanted to tell her that curiosity killed the cat, but I wisely deferred the comment. Shared. Martin, Marilyn, and I slept together last night, Ruth. I hope you don't mind. Jill reached and gave Ruth's thigh a loving squeeze and then patted her soft inner skin a little higher on her leg. Ruth studied the road as she drove for a few seconds, and then smiled. No, I don't mind. Sounds like fun. Jill's hand on my sister's thigh became a caress. It was very erotic. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Jill's expression looked inward and her hand on Ruth's thigh slipped higher. How's little Christy? I asked to change the subject, biting at the bit to flutter some wings. Ruth said with an impish grin. She's really excited, Martin. I hope you have a task for her where she can be effective and useful. Jill removed her hand and placed it demurely on her lap. I do, I said. On Friday, I want her to start talking to the kids French and Abel have abused and discarded. She'll need some coaching, but I believe the kids will talk to someone her age. Most of them don't trust adults and will clam up or lie through their teeth. That's perfect. She'll expose to a dark side of life, an evil and violent unfurled Ruth, and she'll learn a few cuss words, colloquial expressions used by street kids, you might not want her to learn. Are you sure? My sister thought a moment. Yes, I'm sure. I'll watch her emotions carefully. She's mature for her age, and so very bright. She will be all right. Ruth smiled. And I doubt she'll learn any new curse words. If she does, they'll merely enlarge her vocabulary. You are always saying money is just money. My business is words. Words are just words, Martin. Okay, I said and turned on the tape recorder to listen to French's side of the conversation with Jill. When we stopped in front of Ruth's home, Christy bounded out of the house and jumped into my arms. Her kiss wasn't a little girl kiss. She seemed to oscillate from girl to young lady without volition. Again she proved her effectiveness as a female and managed to tighten my trousers slightly. Pride shined in her lively eyes when she observed the results of her efforts. She hugged Jill. I dropped my 3 bags in my room, the one with the private bath I used before, and trudged back down to help Jill with her luggage. We needed a forklift. I was perspiring when I finished. I need a shower, I said to Jill. She gave me a quick kiss. I'll be with Ruth, she needs me right now. I could smell her arousal in the car when I told her about the 3 of us last night. You don't mind, do you? No. Not at all. You know you could probably join us. I don't believe your sister would refuse you. I shook my head and smiled. Ruth and I have talked about sex between us. Incestuous fantasies should remain fantasies, not become memories. Go ahead. I'll shower and make a few calls. She kissed me again, thoroughly, which effectively expanded the results of Christie's kiss earlier. I was fully erect when she left her RCK. After my shower, I dressed and wandered downstairs. My cocoon, the large high-backed leather chair in the great room, beckoned me, and I curled up in its comforting confines. I looked out through the windows into the garden toward a splashing sound. Christie stroked gracefully through the water in the shimmering pool, performing her laps. As usual, the little scamp was naked. I dialed, using one of the untraceable cell phones Roy had provided that morning in Phoenix, and Robert answered. "How's everything going, boss?" he asked after we said our hellos. "On track." French called Jill. He wanted to pick her up at the airport and take her to the John. Of course, Jill refused. As planned, she told him the plaza or nowhere. In the end, she hung up on him. He'll call back. Yes, but I remembered something Jill told me ab L1T the morning after she was gang raped. She said he called her after the pictures were delivered and knew her every move. Like he was a fly on the wall, I believe she said, or something to that effect. Also French knew she had torn up the photographs he had sent to her VLA counter. Do you think he had the place wired? Yes. I remember that's what I told Jill at the time. The place was probably more than wired. He's into photography. He would have access to clandestine video equipment. Christ. If he wires her room, he'll hear us, maybe see us when we intervene with the John. Precisely. Also, I figure he bought an employee at the plaza to gain access to her room before she arrived. That, too, was part of our plan. Have you approached any plaza employees yet? No, that was on my agenda this afternoon. Don't make an approach. If you talk to the same one French bribed last time and will surely approach again, he or she might sell French our request. It is vital that we remain anonymous, and Jill must appear innocent during and after the intervention. Actually, I want the son of a bitch to wire her suite. When the John doesn't show up, French will have proof she had nothing to do with his disappearance. We'll take the John in the hall. Reserve all rooms around her suite, Robert, and wire the corridor, both sound and video. When the John knocks on her door, we'll take him. The sound of his knocking will be picked up by the bugs. Good thinking, Robert. Here's the new scenario. A delivery boy is ready with a long box of flowers, say yellow, long stem roses. We grab the John in the corridor when he knocks on the door. The delivery boy takes the John's place in front of the door. Jill nervously waits a few seconds. She peeks out the peephole. She looks relieved when she sees the delivery boy and invites him inside. He hands her the flowers. She smiles and tips him. He leaves. Jill opens the box and looks at the card. She goes to the telephone and calls the person who supposedly sent the flowers, perhaps an actor we hire. The phone call must reel at both ends in case French has the phone bugged. They chat and flirt with each other. She says she can't meet with him now but makes a date with him for the next time she is in New York. She'll let him know as soon as her plans are set for her next trip. She hangs up and pours herself another drink. She glances frequently and nervously at her wristwatch. An hour after the appointed time, she calls French and cusses him out. Tells him to never pull a stunt like this again, etc. etc. That plays, and it's a better plan all around. I'll get right on it. I gave him my cell phone number so he could call me direct, said goodbye and hit the end button. Then I called Doc Hanley. We talked for 15 minutes, and he agreed to set up Plan B so it could be initiated within a day, if it were necessary. I remembered a file I wanted to review. It was up in my room, so I climbed the stairs. As I passed my sister's bedroom, I heard a groan and then some talking my name among the words. Jill was talking about me. The door was half open. I wondered if Jill or Ruth or both had left the door open on purpose. Perhaps they wanted me to hear and see. I knew I was rationalizing, but it gave me reason to look inside, to see, to listen. Jill was on her back with her legs spread and my sister had her mouth on Jill's vulva, licking her cunt, an assumption on my part because I couldn't see the junction of Jill's active pussy and Ruth's mouth because of my sister's lovely. Jill's eyes were closed and her hands were entwined in Ruth's hair. My sister's gorgeous butt waved at me, like Jill's had waved at me the previous night, and an incestuous fantasy about my hard cock in my sister's ass stomped into my mind with hobnailed boots. My prick sprang up erect and throbbed. I bit my lip to keep from groaning. "Vmat happened then?" Ruth asked when she briefly raised her head from between Jill's legs. Her head dipped back down, and that's when I noticed my sister's fingers busy in her own glistening cunt. We all came together, nearly at the same instant, Jill said huskily. Marilyn climaxed on my mouth. My orgasm overwhelmed me when Martin slapped my cunt, and my fluttering sphincter muscles took him over the top. His big cock swelled even larger in my anal canal, and his juices splashed and spread, soaking the membranes in my ass. Oh, the memory excites me, and telling you allows me live it over again. I'm coming, Ruth. I'm coming in your mouth like I came in Marilyn's last night. Keep licking. No, suck my clit into your mouth. Yes. Oh, yes. Now lash it with your tongue. Just like that? Yes. Yes. I couldn't stop a groan. My fist had grasped my hard cock, was squeezing it through my trousers. Jill's eyes snapped open. Still moving through her climax, she stared at me as the flush of orgasm reddened her face and spread to her neck and onto her upper chest. Her body jerked spasmodically but her eyes never left. Also, Ruth had started her climax. Her ass jerked and her fingers flashed and poked, all timed to her orgasmic contractions. I backed away. I was so aroused I was in pain. My rock-hard cock throbbed, demanding release. I entered my room. I had not masturbated for a long time, but if a circumstance ever demanded self-relief, this one had to be near the top. I kicked off my shoes and unbuckled my belt. I tossed my trousers and shorts to the floor and rolled onto the bed on my back. My hand fisted my cock and stroked once when the door opened. Jill entered and ran to me. "Wait," she said. "I want your cum in me, not on your chest." She straddled my hips and sank down around my cock. The satiny, moist interior of her just sucked, Creamy cunt grasped and released. Listening to me describe our threesome to your sister excited you, Jill said softly as she stroked her cunt fully up and down on my shaft. Watching her lick my cunt excited you even more. You were tempted, I know, tempted by your sister's luscious ass. An incestuous fantasy grabbed your thoughts. In your mind, you fucked your sister's gorgeous ass like you did mine last night, didn't you? Yes. Oh, God, yes. I cried and an orgasm spread through my body and transported me to that place where I can only feel, where I experience sensations so exquisite I can't breathe. With my body rigid and flushed with rapture, I swiftly fell away from that place, back through the void to the room, to Jill moving on me, reaching for her own orgasm. My body jerked in another contraction and Jill joined my climax as her own orgasm seized her. I heard a sound from the door, a groan. I glanced and my sister's familiar backside slipped silently away. The fact that Ruth had watched didn't repulse me. Jill rolled off me and we cuddled. Ruth watched us, I said as I softly kissed my love from the past. I thought she would. Do you mind? Curiously, no, I don't feel as if my privacy was invaded. However, I didn't know she was watching until we were finished. If had seen her watching before, I might have minded. I don't know. Jill chuckled. The two of you are quite a pair. Chapter 11 Marilyn arrived. We huddled in my sister's office applying various algorithms to the collated information Marilyn had inserted into her laptop. Our information was far from complete, but regardless, we determined it appropriate to alter the initial conditions of French's legitimate business systems as soon as possible. The immediate confusion resulting from the altered systems would put French off balance, a desirable result considering the intervention planned for Saturday. During the exercise, I also decided how I wanted to take French and Abel down. We plugged this information into the total database, recalculated using the same algorithms, and the results were more definitive. Marilyn smiled. This is going to be fun. Jill entered and sat at the corner of the desk. Ruth and Christy followed her and settled into a love seat. The wing fluttering begins tomorrow morning, I announced. In 30 days or less, using the butterfly effect and a little help from my friends, French and Abel will be under arrest, and the negatives and photographs of Jill and the men who raped her will destroyed along with most of the damaging images of the children the evil bastards have abused. I have champagne, Ruth said. Should we pop a few bottles and celebrate? No. No premature celebrations, but that doesn't preclude you from sharing your champagne if you wish, I replied with a grin. Ruth rose. Let's all belly up to the bar. A stellar idea, Jill said. I tended bar. Champagne flowed. What is your plan tomorrow? Ruth asked. She was in charge of the butterfly team. Appropriately, she wanted directions. May I ask a question first, Mom? Christy said. Of course, sweetheart, Ruth said with love in her eyes. My sister's love for her daughter filled her so completely at moments that she looked like she would burst. This was one of those moments. Uncle M, the butterfly effect can cause something to happen or cause something not to happen. How can you predict a possible outcome? Out of the mouth of babes, Jill said. I've been asking myself the same question. I can't, I answered, not with any degree of accuracy because altering the initial state of a system can totally change the final results. Chaos theory tries to explain the fact that complex and unpredictable results can and will occur in systems that are sensitive to their initial conditions. A very small change can produce unpredictable and sometimes drastic results by triggering a series of increasingly significant events. Tomorrow, we will be altering as many initial conditions of French's legitimate business as we can. My only prediction is that significant results will occur. Some of the systems altered provide opportunity for disaster. Others will only create inconveniences. But the total changes we create will be additive, and the few that can be disastrous, will guide as much as possible. We will alter and observe, adjust and observe. The results aren't precisely predictable, errors will occur, but we can delicately guide the results, and the fact we can guide them, even to a small degree, alters the results yet again. Marilyn will be constantly applying the algorithms I have developed. The results will point us toward outcomes. If an outcome is not desirable, we'll adjust, and reapply the algorithm until the desired results are achieved. I think I've almost got it, Christy said brightly. You're ahead of me, Jill said. I'm still in the dark about the butterfly effect, but I certainly understand the part about a little help from your friends, Martin, and I trust you. Matt, do you have planned for the butterfly team? Ruth asked, getting back to her original question. Tomorrow, Ruth, you will be working for French. You'll be his secretary, administrative assistant, whatever, and change the title from call to call. Also change your alias. You will call a list of vendors French uses. Robert is emailing the list late tonight or early tomorrow so it will up to date. The list will include dry cleaners, restaurants, photography supplies, his tailor, modeling agencies, magazine editors, and so forth. You will make calls on his behalf. You will order products, make reservations, and complain about service, whatever mayhem you can devise within the realm of possibility. Use a different approach for each call. Roy will be helping you. Mad about me? Christy asked, afraid she was being left out. You won't be creating mayhem, little one, but your calls will be very important. Tomorrow morning, Robert will also email me a partial list of kids French has abused and discarded. I want you to call each of them and determine how he or she feels about the man. I anticipate 3 attitudes: for him, neutral, and against him. After each conversation, I want you to put the name of the person you just called under one of those headings. It's important that you put each of them into the correct column. If you are confused or unsure, place the name in a column labeled unsure and talk to that kid again later until you can categorize him or her correctly. We're particularly interested in the kids you place under the against heading. These children will need special treatment. The names in the other 2 columns we will ignore. Do you think you can do this, Christy? It's very important. She smiled brightly. You bet, Uncle Emil do a good job, too. You'll see. I smiled and raised my champagne glass. To Christy, the best wing flutterer I know. Cheers. Here. Here. Christy beamed, and Ruth lip-synced a thank you for me. I'm for the hot tub, Ruth stated and started to shuck her clothes. You're all invited. Clothes flew. Christy was the first to plunge into the hot, bubbling water. Soon all 4 females leaned back and said a collective, ah. The vibrating water relaxed and soothed nubile female forms while I settled into my cocoon and dialed my cell phone. Robert answered and I asked, how are you coming with the surveillance teams? I don't have French covered 24/7 yet, but we'll know everything he does after you start your calls in the morning. Bugs were placed in his home and office today. We still need to wire his car, but he rarely uses it, prefers, like most New Yorkers, to take cabs. He's covered, Martin. Great. We need feedback about his reactions to our calls. We'll need to adjust each day. I know the drill, Martin. I've done this a few times with you. We're ready. I'm sorry, Robert. I know you are more than capable. I'm a little nervous. 4 beautiful females just chucked their clothes in front of me and jumped into the hot tub. Robert laughed so hard I had to move the phone from my ear. Jesus Christ, the big man said after he gained a little control. Why are you talking with me, boss? Are you a fucking idiot, or what? Join them, you fool. He hung up on me. I deserved it. A few seconds later, I performed a mean cannonball and splashed hot water on 4 beautiful, squealing females, who immediately converged on me, dunked me, pinched and bit me, little nips actually, and the pinches were more like tweaks, perhaps a fondle, or a grope, but who cares? I had fun. Chapter 12. That evening I took the ladies to Commander's Palace, a fine restaurant in the Garden District of New Orleans. It offers one of the finest dining experiences in the world, my opinion, but shared by others. No restaurant in Phoenix comes close, and whenever I visited New Orleans, I tried to spend one evening tasting unparalleled culinary delights from their kitchen, served impeccably in the garden room. The ladies were dressed in summer fashions. Fabrics of bright, cheerful colors coupled with twinkling eyes and dazzling smiles competed with the atmosphere at Commander's. The ladies won. My selections for the meal included shrimp remoulade as my appetizer. Pecan-crusted trout was my main entree, prepared with crushed corn sauce and finished with a jumbo lump crab meat and pinched herb salad. As usual, I couldn't resist their bread pudding souffle, the queen of Creole desserts. The ladies were equally inventive with their selections, and the wine flowed. It was a gay evening, perhaps our last opportunity for pure unadulterated fun until Operation Monarch concluded. After the delightful meal, we strolled down Bourbon Street, stopping briefly in various nightclubs to listen to jazz or other forms of music. We all piled into a horse-drawn carriage and rode around the French Quarter. I was the envy of every man and some of the women who saw me with the four prettiest ladies in the Big Easy as we frolicked and laughed and thoroughly enjoyed living. Curiously, Marilyn and Jill paired off as a couple as we strolled down Bourbon Street. I didn't mind. My sister put her arm through mine and little Christy took my hand on the other side. I was in heaven. It was my happiest day since before my wife became ill. Diana would have rejoiced with me, had she been here. Back at the house after Christy retired, the appearance of Marilyn and Jill as a couple changed without any decision on anyone's part. Jill went to Ruth and cuddled next to her, and Marilyn curled up on my lap in the big leather chair while we sipped brandy. Marilyn kissed me. "It's just you and me, tonight, Martin. Do you mind?" I smiled. Actually, if I had a choice, just you and me would be my preference, Marilyn. I don't want the complication of a third person. I want to make love slowly and sensuously and talk. I want to talk while we leisurely fuck. She rose and helped me up. "That sounds like a plan, you sweet talkin' rascal." We fondled each other as we mounted the stairs and helped each other remove our clothing. I arranged Marilyn on her back while I reclined on my side. I raised her legs and slid my hips perpendicular to her butt and inserted my cock. Her soft, shapely legs dropped back down and splayed wide. I could move easily in and out of her and at the same time fondle her clitoris. Neither of us had to expend much energy while we fucked. The position allowed us to talk, and I could easily maintain, increase or decrease my arousal or Marilyn's by the speed of my thrusts or the pressure and touches at her clitoris. I could also reach one of her soft, feminine breasts. Kissing was the only drawback to the position. I couldn't reach her mouth with mine without withdrawing my cock from her cunt. "This is nice, Martin. We never done the deed this way before. Diana and I fucked like this quite often. We talked while we fucked, sometimes about innocuous things, other times we told each other our fantasies or previous experiences. Those times were special. I remember a few times when she told an erotic tale about her and another man, and she took my arousal to a peak and maintained it with her words for over an hour. Does it disturb you for me to talk about my wife? No, I'm happy you feel comfortable enough with me to talk about her, especially while we are fucking. It's really rather amazing. We had little foreplay. We stripped and you slid your kook in me and told me about your wife, and I'm hot, very excited. Do you mind if I play with my tits while you fondle my clitoris and fuck me? Of course not. If you get the urge to fondle your clitoris as well as your breasts, go ahead. I'll put my fingers elsewhere. She reached down with one hand, and I removed mine. I could see her hands sliding back and forth over her clitoris. "Oh, this is sexy, Martin. It's masturbating and fucking at the same time. I can see why Diana liked this. Do you masturbate often? Diana did. She masturbated nearly every day. Yes, I make myself come a lot, even when I'm in a relationship. Did someone teach you how to masturbate, or did you teach yourself through trial and error? My older sister showed me how. She was 2 years older than me. I don't know who taught her. Did she fondle you, rub your pussy, or merely show you how it was done? She touched me. Oh, God, Martin, I'm so hot. My cock throbbed inside her. The membranes of her cunt were swollen and wet, and I slipped in and out of her easily. How old were you? I asked. 10. She was 12 and had pubic hair, just a light patch. I remember petting it. Marilyn was reacting much like Diana. She would make a statement and explore the memory in her mind, and in the process, her arousal heightened. I was fucking her, my cock was moving in her, but her own mind was really doing the fucking. Her mind was taking her through sensuous memories, making the memories real again. Did she give you your first orgasm? Oh, yes. She taught me how to come by making me come. After that, I couldn't keep my fingers away from my cunt. Did you experiment sexually with other girls or boys before puberty? Yes, my best girlfriend, Sally. I taught her how to masturbate shortly after my sister taught me. We used to go to my room after school to study, and masturbate each other. Thinking about Sally doesn't make you as hot as thinking about your sister. VVH, why is that? How did you know? The way your cunt feels, how you reacted when you talked about each of them. If I were to guess, the sexual experience with your sister happened only once or twice, but the sex games with Sally happened many times. So you think of your experiences with Sally as commonplace. Geez, Martin. Can you read minds? I've never thought about it that way, but you are correct. She reached down and pulled my hand back up to her clitoris. It was swollen, completely exposed from its clitoral hood. I made certain my fingers were wet before I touched it directly with any force. She placed a hand on each of her breasts, squeezing the nipples between her thumbs and index fingers, and then grabbed them and pulled them out away from her body 2 or 3 inches. Her eyes watched while she performed the feat. Marilyn, I decided, enjoyed her body. I suspected she was much like my wife and gave herself an orgasm or 2 every day. After you were 18, did you ever fuck a teenaged boy? I asked. Diana's memory of such an event aroused her more than any other. Marilyn gasped. Yes. You are a mind reader. You're a scary man, Martin Crowe. His name was Michael, and he was a virgin. I taught him how to fuck. I knew she was remembering, recalling little details, touches, or words, or something unique. I felt her clitoris swell even larger, and the membranes in her cunt throbbed. She wouldn't be able to stop her climax this time, I realized, so I increased the pace of my thrusts into her cunt. I would climax just after she started hers. I could watch her move partway through her orgasm before mine took my senses away, so I could no longer observe her. You taught him how to suck, too, didn't you? You taught him how to suck and lick your cunt until you came all over his mouth. Oh, yes. God, yes. Martin, I can't stop it. Not this time. I'm coming. Coming. Fuck me. Come in me. I lashed her clit hard, smashed it and released it as she went stiff and raised her hips from the bed. I knew she didn't want her clitoris touched, but would continue to climax. I grabbed her buttocks and rammed myself forcefully into her. Back and forth, I slammed my cock as deeply as I could and pulled back only to slam it in again. All the while, I watched her. Her eyes had rolled back into her head and her face had taken on a grimace that expressed pain, but I knew the scrunched up face came from concentration on pleasurable sensations. Her mouth drooped wide and fixed, and her nostrils flared. The lids of her eyes were half closed, and then I don't know what she looked like or what she did because my orgasm overwhelmed me. I jammed my cock into her one last time and kept it deep inside her while ejaculation after ejaculation spurted. Each contraction racked my body with pleasure, and I went through many of the contortions that Marilyn had just experienced. I collapsed where I was lying. So did Marilyn, but she wanted me to kiss her, grabbed at me with her hands and pulled me up so she could put her mouth on. That was wonderful, Martin, she whispered passionately. I loved it. My orgasm was intense, one of the most intense I've ever had. Thank you. Shortly she fell asleep. I gazed into the darkness and lip-synced a thank you to my wife, my Diana, for teaching me the slow sensuous fuck, the talking fuck, as she called it. I was healing, I knew. Even a few months ago, I would not have shared a talking fuck with anyone. Chapter 13 VV I returned from my morning run on the grass strip on St. Charles Avenue. Marilyn was already up and about. I showered, shaved, and dressed, and bounced down the stairs ready to start the day. Marilyn poured coffee for me. I added cream and sugar and sipped. Ah, I said. Ambrosia. I answered the phone, while you were out. French is trying to contact Jill. Is Jill awake yet? Yes. I knocked and told her about the call. She and Ruth are in the shower now. Marilyn grinned without apparent innuendo or malice. Her smile brightened her face and enhanced her femininity. I loved her soft look. You're beautiful this morning, I said. V'ave me thank you, Martin, she said, seemingly surprised by my comment. She bent and kissed me. And thank you for a lovely time last night. Me, too, Uncle M, Christie's bright voice said behind me. I had a wonderful time last night. The imp wrapped her arms around me and gave me a big little girl smack on the lips. I said. I like kisses. I tickled the scamp. She giggled and squirmed from my grasp. She wanted orange juice and opened the refrigerator. Ruth entered the kitchen in her obscene wrap, the gown she wore because of my prudish demand that she not saunter around the house nude. She, too, looked beautiful, but her beauty, unlike Marilyn's, exuded sex. It was the gown, I knew. I decided not to comment and merely greeted her with a good morning while she poured 2 cups of coffee. Jill arrived dressed for the day, and Ruth handed her one of the cups she had just filled with coffee. Jill sipped and turned to me. She looked nervous. French called. When do you want me to call him back? After we finished your coffee. I want to call Robert first. I stood and walked into the great room. Standing half on and half off a bar stool, I dialed Robert and sipped my coffee while I listened to the rings. Good morning, boss, Robert said. His cell phone had caller ID. French is trying to get hold of Jill. I know. I wanted to talk with you before I have Jill call him back. Do you have any new info from the tapes or otherwise that would influence our plan for the call? Possibly. French called Abel to talk about the change in plans caused by Jill's demands. We don't have Abel wired yet. When I discovered that John is Abel's man, not French's, I accelerated that effort. We should have him wired by noon tomorrow. I also decided to put surveillance on Abel 24/7, like French. We'll cover him part-time today and full-time by Saturday, hopefully before the intervention is scheduled. Jill needs to tie down the time and get a name if she can this morning when she talks to French. I had hoped. Yeah, me, too. The John could arrive with bodyguards, boss. That would be a mess. We can handle the John and 1 bodyguard, but if it's someone important with a lot of backup, we're fucked. Do you have any suggestions? Not really. The odds are still good. Okay, we'll leave the intervention plan intact. Do you have the drugs needed to keep the John and possibly a bodyguard unconscious long enough that we can isolate them for a few weeks? Yes. but we're not covered if the John has a medical problem and reacts badly to the drugs. Then bind and gag the son of a bitch. We'll scare the shit out of him, force him to call Abel to apologize for not showing up, and finally dump him in a whorehouse in Mexico somewhere without money or ID whatever. This part of the intervention has always been weak. We really can't plan this part without a name. We need to know the man and his systems to determine what to do with the son of a bitch. I'll think about it and get back to you. I need to talk with you about a few other subjects anyway. I'll call back when we're finished with French. We said our goodbyes and I walked back to the kitchen. Jill looked up. She didn't look confident. Are you ready to show that sick fuck of an ex-husband just how tough you really are, pretty lady? I asked and grinned. I watched as strength entered her eyes. Now she looks confident, I thought. Let's do it, she said. Any new instructions? Same as before, except you need a time and a name. You need a time so you'll be there, and you need a name because you will not let anyone but that person into your suite. And tell French the John must show up alone or you won't open the door, and he must be on time. You won't wait longer than a half hour for him, or the deal is off. Ready? Yes. We'll use the cell phone at the bar. It's hooked up to a recorder. I looked around the room. Hold it down, folks. This call is important. Everyone nodded. In the great room, Jill dialed. Evan, I understand you've been trying to reach me. No, you sick fuck. I told you I would cooperate with you but only on my terms. I didn't see your pictures of me in the Times this morning. Yes, I will meet him in my suite at the plaza. On Saturday. What time? No, I will not wait around for you to call me. I won't even answer the phone if it rings. I'll be your whore for an hour, not for the day. Give me a time, or go fuck yourself. 6 p.m. Okay. What's his name? Evan. I will not let just anyone in the door to my suite. I need a name or I walk. Joseph Perini. Spell his last name. Thank you. He'd better show up alone, Evan. I don't want someone taking pictures like last time. What do you mean a bodyguard? I'm not doing him with a bodyguard hanging around. If he wants my nubile body, he shows up alone, or I won't open my door. That's the deal, Evan. I'll give Perini and only Perini an hour of sexual bliss if he shows up alone at 6 in the afternoon. And tell him not to be late. I won't wait beyond 6:30 for him. This is a one-time deal, Evan. If you try a stunt like this again, I will not cooperate. This is going too far. We paid you to protect my reputation. I will not be your whore. My reputation isn't worth this kind of degradation. Goodbye, you sick fuck. I watched as she hit the end button and smiled at her with admiration. Excellent, Jill. You handled the situation perfectly. Come here. You deserve a hug. I held out my arms and she walked into them. Tears welled in her eyes as I wrapped my arms tightly around her. Thank you, Martin. I could not have done it without your support and help. The man is truly vile. I can't believe I ever let the sick fuck touch me. Just talking with him makes my skin crawl. She held onto me, kneading my arms around her for a minute. She gave me a quick kiss and stepped back. You need to call Robert, and I need another shower. I feel dirty. You did a very good job, I said and started to dial Robert as she left the room. How'd she do, boss? He said as a greeting. Great. The man's name is Joseph Perini. The meet is at 6 p.m. He has a bodyguard, but Jill told French she wouldn't open the door unless he was alone. That won't do us any good. The bodyguard will be with him in the corridor, but out of the line of sight of Jill's peephole, but our intervention plan anticipated one bodyguard. If that's all he has with him, we'll be okay. Joseph Perini. The name is familiar, but I can't put it in context. That's why I had Robert around to help keep me from making blunders. He was correct, of course. We need information about the man, as much as we can get our hands on between now and 6 p.m. tomorrow, I said. Okay. I'll try, but... I know. Do the best you can. Have you emailed the lists we talked about? Yes. Marilyn can download them on her laptop. I need to get the calls going here, and you need to get after the info on Perini. I'll call you back in an hour. Perini. I know the name. It will come to me. Talk to you in an hour, boss. Bye. I looked for Marilyn and found her in Ruth's office. She was studying something on her laptop monitor. I have the lists, she said when she saw me. Good. Print 3 copies of the vendor list and 2 of the abused kids list. About how many vendors are on the list? The printer started to hum. About 200, maybe more. And the kids list? 25 to 30. Have Roy and Vera arrived? Ruth is picking them up at the airport now. They should be here within the hour. Can you do a name search on your computer? Yes. Sometimes it even works, she said with a smile. Give me the name and I'll plug it in. Joseph Perini. She toggled some keys and waited a few seconds. Well, K at that about a dozen hits. Let's see what they say. Oh, Martin. This is a bad dude. The mob, if I were to guess. I walked behind her so I could see the display. After glancing at the screen, I asked her to let me see the other links. 5 minutes later, I agreed with Marilyn. We were dealing with the mob. Email those links to Robert. We've got problems. Is this the guy Jill is supposed to meet tomorrow? Yes. We've got problems. I dialed. I remembered, boss, he said. The mob, I said. Yeah, how did you find out so quick? Marilyn looked up his name on the computer. The man gets more than his share of the press. I know. Perini runs the rackets in Manhattan. He's big time bad, Martin. A big, ugly, mean son of a bitch. He might have one bodyguard with him, but the odds are there will be a few more in the lobby, and they won't let him walk into any room without checking it out. From your surveillance and bugs, have you determined if French plans to wire Jill's suite? Yes. And the answer is yes. French could give Perini's bodyguards access to the bugs receivers so they would know Jill is alone and the meeting safe. That's possible, even probable, but not good enough for our tolerances. We're in deep shit, boss. We can't make Perini and one of his bodyguards disappear for a month and get away with it. I know. It's time for Plan B. I didn't know we had a Plan B. We always have a Plan B, Robert. This is merely the first time we've had to use a Plan B on any of the operations you and I have worked on. What's Plan B? If we can't stop Perini from attending the meet, who can we stop? Silence. Jill, but if she refuses to meet with Perini, we run the risk that French will release the photos, and we lose. Not if it's not her decision, not if circumstances beyond her control stop her from cooperating. I'll set Plan B in motion now. I won't need your help with Plan B, Robert. Get your people digging to find out more about Abel's connection to Perini. And I need the dossier on Abel PDQ. Oh, and start one on Perini. We'll take all 3 of the fuckers down. I like the way you think, boss. I'll get right on it. Robert, I've decided how I want to take Abel and French down. I'm going to need a few thousand tablets or capsules of ecstasy, that new synthetic drug. We'll need enough of the drug to make Abel and French look like serious dealers. Any suggestions? Then you'll need more than a few thousand tablets, boss, and that will cost you a pretty penny. Will you be able to get them back? No, they'll be used to put Abel and French behind bars at the appropriate time. The tablets will end up in police evidence rooms somewhere. I believe they retail for between $20 to $50 each. With a volume purchase, we can probably get them for much less. I'll ask around. Why ecstasy? French's drug of choice is cocaine. A different drug will actually make more sense. He uses cocaine but deals in ecstasy. Also, I need to know more about ecstasy, its effects, dangers, where and how it is manufactured, distribution methods, and so forth. I have a source at the DEA. I'll talk to him this morning. They probably have a white paper on the drug. Great. I'll talk to you later, Robert. I need to initiate Plan B. Chapter 14. I made a few calls, and Plan B started to roll. Now I needed to talk with the main character in the plan. I found Jill in her room curled up in the fetal position on her bed, covered by a sheet. She turned her head toward me when I opened the door. She quickly turned back away from me so I couldn't see her. "Go away," she said. She had been crying. Her eyes were puffy and red. It was the first time I ever saw Jill when she didn't look stunningly beautiful. My heart went out to her. She was tough, but she had been through a lot. I sat on the bed beside her and put my hand on her shoulder. She spun toward me and threw her arms around me. The sheet fell away to her waist and her breasts flattened against my chest. "I'm soiled, Martin," she said between sniffs. "I was a slut, and I married an evil man. No decent man can love me, not if he knows everything I've done and the bad choices I've made. I understand. You aren't worth much. You should give up, let your ex publish his dirty pictures all over the internet so obscene men and horny boys the world over can jack off on the toilet and come on the image of your face until the picture curls up from dried semen." Her body stiffened and she pushed herself away from me. She stared at me with angry eyes. "You should give up and let your ex keep using little girls and boys to satisfy his vile perversions and make a profit. Why should you care if he destroys a few hundred more young lives? You should crawl in bed and take the fetal position for the rest of your life and feel sorry for yourself. You aren't worth the efforts of the decent folks trying their damnedest to help you." Her anger flashed red and she reared back to slap me. I caught her wrist with my hand, pulled her to me and kissed her. She resisted, but only for a few seconds, and then she melted, squirmed in my embrace and kissed me back. She moved from self-pity to anger to passion in less than a minute, an emotional junkie. She had every right to feel sorry for herself, but I needed her tough and self-confident. "You're a cruel man, Martin Crowe," she whispered when our kiss ended. She leaned back and looked me the eye. "But you're right. I can't let self-pity take over. And I want French stopped, and not just for me anymore. The children are his real victims. My problems are secondary now. If my reputation is destroyed, so be it. If my face and body become jack-off fodder for millions, promise me you'll continue your efforts, Martin. Promise me." "I promise. It's an easy promise to keep, because that's what I'd do anyway, but don't negate yourself, Jill. You are as much a victim as the children. You deserve my efforts, the efforts of my friends, as much as the children. You made some bad choices, but that doesn't make you unlovable. Now, do you want to put yourself together and get on with it, or would you prefer a quick fuck, and then put yourself together and get on with it?" She looked at me as if asking a question, and reached down and found my hard-on. The question went out of her eyes, and lust entered. She groaned and kissed me while she caressed my cock through my trousers. "If we have time, a quick fuck would be appreciated, Martin." While I undressed, she splayed her legs, moved her hands to her pussy and masturbated while she watched me. Her position was obscene, open, and inviting, the sexiest posture a woman can take. I crawled on the bed with my eyes on her cunt until it was an inch from my face. She still held her cunt lips open, so I kissed her clitoris, and then licked her from her perineum up through her crease until I encircled her nubbin with my tongue a few times. She was wet. I straightened up to my knees with my cock in my fist and looked down on her. "Fuck me, Martin," she said simply. I leaned forward, inserted my cock at the entrance to her cunt and pushed. She was ready, and I slipped fully into her with the first thrust. I groaned. Sublime sensations took me close to a peak. I was surprised how much I wanted her at that moment. I plunged in and out of her, concentrated only on myself. She did the same. We climaxed together in less than 5 minutes. I rolled us to our sides, my cock still inside her, and kissed her for the first time since our fuck had started. Someone knocked at the door. I turned to the sound and the door opened. Ruth stood looking at us. "Sorry," she said, blushing. "I'll come back later." "It's all right," Jill said. "We're finished. What do you need?" My sister's eyes studied us for a few seconds, fixing the sight in her mind. Our image would be described in one of her novels someday, I presumed. "Roy and Vera are here," Ruth said with a husky voice. "We're ready to open the call center. Marilyn will get you started." "We'll be down in a few minutes," I told her. At that moment, my cum-covered, flaccid cock slipped out of Jill's cunt and flopped onto my thigh. My sister's gaze took in the sight. She licked her lips and her dark eyes became darker black, void of light. "Okay," she said and closed the door. Jill chuckled. "I want to watch when the two of you finally fuck each other. Don't hold your breath. That will never happen. Maybe, maybe not. Relax," she said and rolled from the bed. "I'll get a washcloth and clean you up, and we'll get back to work." "Okay. By the way, I came to your room to tell you about Plan B," I said as she pranced regally toward the bathroom. She's still on a runway, I thought, always will be. I loved to watch her move poetry in motion. I listened while she cleaned herself, and a few minutes later, she returned with a warm washcloth. "Matt's Plan B?" she asked, and while she wiped away the mess of our quick fuck, I explained the change in plans. "Vivi hen I finished," she said with a smile, "I prefer Plan B. Will the cast shrivel up my leg and make it look ugly?" Vanity, I thought, thy name is woman. Chapter 15 Vivi hen I entered the great room 5 minutes later. Roy was at the bar with a cell phone in his ear. The phone was hooked to a recorder, and he scribbled notes on a pad. He smiled and waved when he saw me. In the office, Ruth sat at her desk speaking into her cell phone. She, too, smiled and waved. Christy was at the kitchen table with her phone and recorder, concentrating so intently on her task she didn't notice me. Marilyn and Vera sat at the dining room table with their laptop computers. Vera rose and greeted me with a hug. "Roy's having the time of his life, Martin," she said. "Thanks for letting him help." "No problem. He's doing me a favor, not the other way around." "Matt's Plan B, Martin?" Marilyn asked. "I need to add it to the database. Unfortunately, Jill is going to have a serious accident. At 6 o'clock this evening, she will be in a hospital here in the city with a cast on her leg, broken from a fall down some stairs. Doc Hanley, a friend, has it all set up with an ambulance, the emergency room, fake x-rays, the whole bit. Hanley is not really a doctor, but a con man, an expert in the long con. Aerial physician on staff at the hospital is part of the con. The FBI could investigate the accident and would not find a flaw. Jill, through no fault of her own, will not be able to attend the meet with Perini, not only tomorrow but for 6 weeks until the cast comes off." Marilyn giggled. "Perfect," she said. "I like Plan B than Plan A." That's what Jill said. "I originally considered it as our first line of defense for the set of conditions and systems of the operation, but decided to use the intervention in Plan A because my calculations indicated a smaller risk to our client. I believed French less likely to distribute the pictures if his plan failed because of Plan A rather than Plan B. Also, Plan B essentially puts our client out of contact with us for a few days. We can't visit or even call while she's in the hospital to protect the anonymity of our base of operations. She's on her own except for the personnel Doc Hanley will have in place. And after she is released, she will essentially need to disappear before she returns to headquarters. I deemed it important to have constant contact with our client, so I elected to use Plan A regardless. When Plan A became impossible, Plan B became an excellent alternative. I'll cancel Jill's reservation for her suite at the plaza, and the suites we reserved for the rest of the floor, as well as the airline tickets for the two of you and the suite at the Marriott Marquis for tonight. Marilyn said, don't cancel Jill's reservation. I want French to go to the trouble and expense of wiring the rooms. I'll have Jill call him in the morning to cancel the meet with Perini. You cancel the other in the plaza we reserved, but don't cancel my ticket or the suite at the Marriott. I still plan to fly to New York this evening after Jill is admitted to the hospital, and I know Plan B is working as anticipated. Marilyn nodded, which forced her to brush a strand of her straight blonde hair from her lively blue eyes. She glanced up at me with a disappointed expression. I, too, felt disappointed and wondered why, until I realized I would miss her soft, feminine form sleeping in my arms tonight. Strange, I thought. I just fucked Jill, but when I look at Marilyn, desire seeps in and spreads. I shook my head so I could concentrate and turned to Vera. I might need a large amount of cash to make a drug buy, Vera. Will that be a problem? That depends on the amount, Martin, she said as if asking a question. At this juncture, I have no idea, but it could go as high as $500,000. I heard a gasp behind me. I turned and Jill stood with her hand over her mouth. You can't spend that kind of money on me, Martin Crowe. I won't allow it, she said forcefully. Your permission, your opinion is not relevant. I spend on this operation is my business, not yours. I said in a loud, angry voice. But. Careful, Jill, Marilyn warned. Martin is correct. He makes the decisions. He decides how much needs to be spent to make the project successful. Vera rose, put her motherly arm around Jill, and turned her from the room. Come with me, child, and I'll explain it to you, she said. I sat and slumped in Vera's vacated chair. My face felt hot, caused by my sudden temper burst, and my hands shook slightly. Christy entered the room. Are you okay, Uncle M? She asked with her little girl voice when she saw me. The sight of my pretty niece flushed my anger away and I smiled. Yes, sweetheart. How are you doing with your calls? She climbed onto my lap and hugged me. Talking with those kids made me feel sad. We have to stop French, somehow we have to stop him, Uncle M. I agree, that's why we are all working so hard. Most of the discarded kids now lived on the street or in groups in cheap dives, but all of them on our list had cell phones. They either sold drugs, prostituted themselves, or both. The phones were important for their survival, so the kids had assumed the expense of the calls when French cut them off. We were able to acquire the cell phone numbers because French had originally supplied the phones to the kids, and the numbers were a matter of record in French's name. Robert had some operatives call each of the cancelled numbers and pretend to be an employee of the wireless service the phones used. In that manner, we were able to put together a name with a phone number. They were also able to determine which users of the service were kids, and during the conversation verified the fact that they knew French. We certainly didn't have a complete list of the children used and tossed to the street by French and Abel, but we could contact those with cell phones. Were you able to classify the kids you've talked with so far? I asked Christy. Yes, no, not all of them. I had to put one of them in the unsure column. I used a different name for each person I talked with, and even altered my voice. A couple of them still adore the man. He must have conditioned them like Pavlov's dog. And even though he no longer uses them, most of them keep in touch with him, so my conversations will probably get back to him. Is that all right? Yes, I have no doubt you did a marvelous job. I came in to ask a question. Ask away, Sweetheart, I think the kids would talk more freely with me if I could say something about the man, even if it's just a rumor. I thought a moment. First, let me ask you a question. Which type of kid is the easiest to classify? She bit her lip and said, probably the one still for him. I don't start my conversation with any negative comments until I can get a feel for the attitude of the kid I'm calling. Okay, do this. When you determine that a boy or girl is for him, tell them you heard that French is a good source for ecstasy. Do you know about ecstasy? She nodded. Kids my age know all about the drugs being used. Uncle M drug is use ecstasy so they can dance all night. And the drug gives them hallucinations, especially if bright lights are waved in front of their eyes. I can't understand why anyone uses any kind of drug, except those prescribed by doctors, but ecstasy is one of the dumber ones. Geez, I thought, she knows more about the drug than I do. Remember, only use the rumor with those that are for him. She hugged me again, gave me a quick kiss, and hopped down. Okay. Thanks for the hug, Uncle M. I needed it. When she was out of sight, I turned to Marilyn. I love that little girl to pieces, as if she were my own. Marilyn's smile was radiant. No kidding. You could have fooled me, she said, teasing. Now, go find Jill and make things right again between the two of you. I nodded. I was a little rough. Very rough would be a better description. I rose grudgingly. I felt comfortable with Marilyn. She never gave me problems, only solved them. As I walked by her, I had a sudden urge to kiss her. I bent, took her chin in my hand, looked into bright blue eyes, and kissed her, a kiss of appreciation sprinkled with a little love. You are becoming very important to me, Marilyn Chase, I said and kissed her again. When I pulled back, her eyes were shining. Me, too, you, she said and her expression softened. Be careful what you say, Martin. I take you very seriously, so don't ever say something you don't seriously mean. Now, shoo. We work to do, and you have a wounded heart to patch. Chapter 16. Vera and Jill sat facing each other at the table outside on the patio. I pushed open the French door and they both turned in my direction. Jill jumped up and ran to me. She threw her arms around me and kissed me, not to arouse, but to show her appreciation, similar to the kiss I had just given Marilyn. I'm sorry, Martin. Please forgive me for being so pig-headed. No, I owe you the apology. I lost my temper and I wasn't very nice. If you can forgive me, let's just forget about it. But, damn it, woman, I said with a smile. Just accept my apology, please. Apology accepted. She kissed me again. Vera, the Earth Mother, smiled happily, pleased her chicks had kissed and made up. How rich are you? Jill asked. I'm not trying to be nosy, but it would help explain why you're so generous. I don't know. Vera could tell you better than I, but the amount doesn't matter a whit. Money is. I know. Money is just money. You're an unusual man, Martin Crowe. And I'm just beginning to appreciate and understand what makes you so unusual. No, Jill, I thought. You will never understand my concept of money and living. Of course, Jill's attitude about money was closer to the norm, the renegade concepts were mine, so I vowed to be more accepting, more tolerant when we clashed again, which I now considered inevitable. At 4 o'clock that afternoon, I gathered the team in the great room so everyone could bring everyone else up to date. I put Robert on the speakerphone so he could give and receive input like the rest of us. Ruth, I said. Let's start with you. It was an interesting day, Martin. I called the magazine editors and modeling agencies. Roy handled the personal services vendors. I'll let him report on his results. The magazine editors were fun. I told one of them about a fabulous new model French had discovered and promised layouts would be sent today, Monday at the latest. I complained loudly to another editor about how poorly French believed she had treated him. She finally hung up on me. The modeling agencies gave me some new ideas. I ordered 5 models from one agency for a shoot French had scheduled tomorrow and agreed to pay double the going rate because of the short notice. I complained to another about the quality of models the agency had provided. Another agency grumbled that he had not remitted payment for a previous invoice. I told that agency to sue because French had no intention of paying them. Like I said, interesting. An excellent start, Ruth. Roy, you're next, and then Robert will tell us French's reactions to the changes we made to his original conditions and systems. Roy, I understand you had some fun fluttering wings today. He nodded his large head and smiled broadly. When I called French's tailor, I discovered the tailor already had an order. I doubled it and promised a check in the mail. 5 restaurants have dinner reservations in his name for 7 this evening. Another already had a reservation. I changed the time. A garage is picking up his car for repairs early in the morning with a tow truck. I complained to his dry cleaner, even used foul language. The woman told me to take his business elsewhere. I cancelled his workouts with his personal trainer for the next 30 days, told the woman he was going out of the country. She complained and told me to tell him he would have to pay her anyway. I laughed at her, and told her to get in line. If she wanted her money, she would have to sue him like everybody else. Robert's booming laugh came over the speaker. Good job, guys and gals. So far, very few of the calls have filtered back to French, but those that have infuriated him. He fired his secretary, Ruth. He didn't believe her when she denied calling an editor. It was the editor you told how poorly French believed she had treated him, the one who hung up on you. The editor called him personally to verify his attitude. Roy, French stopped by his dry cleaners to pick up some clothes, and the owner told him to take his business elsewhere without explanation. We know what happened because he expounded loudly about the dry cleaner's unbusinesslike attitude when he returned to his office. I suspect more of our efforts will filter back to him tomorrow, but not much, as planned, because of the weekend. It sounds like a good first day, everyone, I said. Tomorrow, because of the weekend, instead of making more calls, we'll create invoices for services French didn't perform and send them in one envelope to Robert. He'll cause them to be mailed from the post office normally used by French's business. Marilyn has created a digital invoice and envelope we can print from a computer. That's why that new printer was delivered today, Ruth. The invoices will look identical to those French uses. Robert's operatives have provided names and addresses of companies and individuals French does business with. The invoices we create will appear authentic. I turned to my niece. Christy, can you help by stuffing envelopes whatever your mother and Roy need? She nodded eagerly, so I continued. On Monday, we'll go back to the vendor and personal services calls. I suggest you and Roy switch lists, Ruth. You call the balance of the personal services not called by Roy, and he can do the same with the editors and agencies. Ruth nodded. We had already planned the switch, Martin. Good, that means you understand the concept, and I don't need to manage it anymore. Run with it, Ruth. Just come to me, or if I'm not available, to Marilyn, if you have a question or run into a problem. After all the calls have been made, we'll watch and listen to see what happens. Then make additional calls to the same lists to adjust the results. The goal is to remain anonymous. The changes can be small, like a change in a reservation, Roy. Try not to get too heavy-handed at first. Christy, what is the status of your list? She looked at her columned pad. 5 for the man, 4 neutral, 6 against him, and 3 I couldn't figure out. I haven't talked to 9 of them. Good job. Do you think you can finish the list by Monday? Yes, if they answer their phones. I told 2 of the kids that I heard French was dealing ecstasy, and they got very excited. They'll go to him about it. They want to deal for him. Is that a problem? Not if they are for him. If you tell a kid who is against him, they might go to the authorities to rat him out prematurely. That's why we want to isolate the kids against him. We don't want them to cause trouble before we destroy the negatives and photographs and the bad guys are arrested. After Abel and French are arrested, we will urge them to go to the authorities with their stories, but not before. I understand, Uncle M. Good girl. Marilyn, do you have anything to add? As usual, Vera and I are struggling, trying to maintain some semblance of control over disbursements. Work with us as closely as possible, Robert. You, too, Martin. I'm not complaining, but it's easy to lose control. I'll try, Robert said. I laughed. I'm the culprit, Robert, not you, I said. She's talking about Plan B. Plan B starts in an hour and she doesn't have a clue what it will cost and who gets paid, and what equipment and supplies will be purchased if you were running Plan B. She wouldn't have a problem, Robert. Robert's booming laugh reverberated. I understand your concern, Marilyn. Hang on tight and do the best you can. That's what I do. Marilyn, I'll have Doc Hanley get in touch with you tomorrow and give you a full accounting. The greedy cuss will make me bleed, but I love him. If I weren't a mathematician, I think I'd join Doc in his profession. The man has more fun working than anyone I know. Mo are kidding, Martin? Marilyn asked with a mischievous grin. Half your operations are essentially cons, long ones, too. Chuckles sprinkled the room. Robert provided a belly laugh. I ignored them. Robert, I continued, I want you to start planning an insertion into French's studio, a full dress rehearsal, if you will, except the safe won't be opened. I do, however, want all personnel who will be involved in the final break-in included in the insertion. I want to make certain we can successfully circumvent the alarm system and give our safe cracker time to study the safe. Let's take a look at the data in his computers and the files in the filing cabinets. Make it a combination dress rehearsal and intelligence gathering exercise. I'll be in New York tonight and we'll discuss it some more. I know the status of the bugs and surveillance teams, Robert, but this would be a Gok K1 opportunity to bring everyone up to date. Okay, boss. We have French covered with surveillance 24/7, and his home, the studio, and his car are wired for sound and the bugs are monitored 24/7. Abel will be wired by noon tomorrow, and surveillance will be 24/7 by Monday. Marilyn, daily reports from surveillance should start arriving via email tomorrow, along with edited transcripts from the bugs to help you with your calculations. Martin, I don't think we can wire Perini. He checks for wires daily, and surveillance would be exposed within days. The fat man chuckled. I could see his extra chins rolling in my mind. We'd be competing with the feds if we tried to tail him, and they have much better bugging equipment than we do. Abel's dossier should be complete by Monday. Perini's by Wednesday. Robert, Marilyn interrupted, information about the attitudes of French's vendors and personal services would help in our calculations of the results of our wing fluttering. Good point, Robert said. Matt, do you suggest, boss? The critical systems will the editors, models, and agencies. Hire some operatives to visit the magazines and agencies in business capacities like salesmen, advertising agencies, catalog houses, whatever. Have them ask discreet and indirect questions about French. And listen. It always amazes me what simple eavesdropping accomplishes. Also, some of the major vendors might deserve a bug or two. Ruth and Marilyn can advise you accordingly. You've got it, boss. Good idea, Marilyn. Oh, by the way, boss, a white paper on ecstasy is in Marilyn's email inbox. The major manufacturing center is Amsterdam. For the volume you'll need to put Abel and French away, it might pay for me to take a trip to Amsterdam. However, We have isolated a source for the drug in Brooklyn. Will we make the same sort of calls to Abel's vendors as we are doing with French's? Ruth asked. Yes, I replied, and after I review the dossier, I anticipate we can make calls that affect Abel's illegal business, something we couldn't do with French. I'm biting at the bit to start that wing fluttering. We'll do the same for Perini. Marilyn, we'll need more callers for Ruth's butterfly team. Review my friends list and select 2 new callers to start next week, callers you've worked with before. Discuss your selections with Ruth. Thanks, Martin, Ruth said. I could see Roy and me getting behind. Ruth, if you ever need more help, holler, I said and hesitated. My next subject could prove troublesome, but I couldn't in good conscience put it off any longer. Robert, frankly I don't want any more children added to French's stable from this point on. Do you have a handle on his recruitment methods yet? No, we were concentrating on plan A, but now that's in the shitter, I'll get right on it. I agree with you. The kids are more important than anything, except the client. They are more important than the client. Jill said vehemently. What can we do if the sick fuck recruits another kid before we put him away? An extraction, I said. That's where I was heading, Robert. When your bugs or surveillance indicate the presence of a new kid, extract the child at the earliest opportunity. If we had a choice, I'd prefer to wait. So the extract ions must not provide French with the idea that someone is onto his illegal activities. You've got it, boss. I couldn't agree more. What should we do with them once we have them? I don't know. Any suggestions, anyone? You're going to be angry with me again, Martin. But I'm paying for this one. I think we should send them to Disneyland and the other kids' amusement venues in California, like Knott's Berry Farm, for a week, and then get them into some kind of program that will help them become kids again. Great idea, Robert said. I'll chip in, too. Me, too, Ruth quipped. Roy said, Boss, you can fire me if you want, but I'm chipping in, too. As usual, I agree with my husband, Vera said. If you want my resignation, you can have it within the hour. Marilyn looked at me. Martin, put your wallet in your pocket on this one. You're outnumbered. Okay, I get the point. Jill, you started this mutiny, so you'll be in charge of this part of the operation. I looked around the room. Any other comments or questions? Silence. Meeting adjourned. Marilyn, would you drive Jill and me to the accident site? When she's safely in the ambulance, you can take me to the airport. Robert, I'll see you in a few hours. Will you be meeting me at the airport in New York? No, but I've arranged for a limo. The driver is a friend. He'll find you. Okay, bye, Robert. I pushed the hang up button. Chapter 17. Marilyn and I watched the ambulance carry Jill away. Rotating lights flashed and a siren screamed. She'll be fine, Martin, Marilyn said as she backed the vehicle from the parking space and turned onto the street. I know. I trust Doc Hanley. She's in good hands. She's more than halfway in love with you, you know. I chuckled. What does that mean? I don't believe it's possible to be half in love. It's whole hog or nothing. Lust, of course, is another matter. Lust can be spread along a wide spectrum. Lust and desire are always described in degrees. If you had said Jill was halfway in lust with me, I would have agreed with you. I'm halfway in lust with her. I am not halfway in love with her. I'm not in love with her at all. I know. You're still in love with Diana. I sat silently while the vehicle clunked through a few potholes before Marilyn guided it up onto the freeway. I guess I am, I said after 10 minutes of silence. I don't want to be in love with Diana anymore, Marilyn. It's too painful. I can't touch her satiny skin, or watch her expressions change, see her brow crinkle from a frown, or watch one of her smiles light up a room. The fragrances she offered are gone, like the scent of her hair, even her sweat after a run. She used to run each morning with me, and sometimes we would make love before we showered. This morning after my run, I sniffed the air, and with my imagination tried to capture her odor, but all I could smell was my own sweat. I miss the taste of her, the pungent flavor of her arousal, the salty sting of a tear from her eye to my lip. The contralto sounds of her lovely voice no longer echo in my ears, or her laugh. Oh, how I miss the little giggles, the tittering chuckles, even her belly laughs. She laughed at life, found it hilarious. My senses are bereft, Marilyn. They need the stimulus of a new love. I want to fall in love again so badly it's painful sometimes. I want to fall in love with a soft, feminine, strong, intelligent, and loving woman who loves me as much as I love her so I can be whole again. An 18-wheeler roared by us and shook the car with its draft. I chuckled. I'm actually making progress, Marilyn. Even a month ago, I would not have recognized my deprived senses, my desire to fall in love again. I would have confused the pain caused from not loving with the pain of grief from my loss. I glanced toward Marilyn. The lights from an oncoming car lit up her face briefly, and the light reflected off tears in her eyes. I wondered what I had said that made her miserable. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad, Marilyn. I'm not sad, Martin. I'm happy you're making progress. Your words brought on my tears, the way you described your loss, the things about Diana you remember that you cannot experience with your senses anymore, moved me to tears. I want a man to experience me with his senses like that. Oh, I long to be loved like you love your wife. I unbuckled my seat belt and slid over next to her. Vivienne, I leaned to kiss the corner of her eye. She turned toward me. No, keep your eyes on the road. I leaned again and kissed her cheek, and finally the tip of my tongue reached out and tasted her tear. Your tears are salty, but the taste didn't sting. Your taste is like you, Marilyn, soft, feminine, but with strength and courage. She gulped and a sob escaped her mouth. Ah, shit, Martin. Now you've done it. How am I going to drive if I'm crying? She pulled over to the side of the freeway and stopped. Let me have your handkerchief, damn it. I pulled one from my back pocket. Fortunately, it was still clean. I decided I didn't understand women. She wiped her eyes, blew her nose, and her shoulders shuddered, shaking away her urge to cry. She set the handkerchief on the seat between us and glanced up at me through tear-stained eyes. I must look a mess now, she said. I certainly wanted to look better when I told you, but I can't wait any longer. I'm in love with you, Martin. I'm in love with you like you loved and still love Diana. I'm madly and completely in love with you. I've been in love with you for more than a year. I can't stop loving you whether you love me or not, so I decided to tell you. Oh, I'm rambling now. You must think me a foolish female. I cry easily, I ramble. I pulled her into my arms and kissed her. That made her start crying again. Females confused me, I didn't understand them. Not even Diana, and I knew her better than anyone I ever knew, but I didn't understand her. She confused me frequently. I believed kissing Marilyn would make her happy, instead, my kiss made her cry. You drive, she said angrily and pushed me toward the door. I walked around the car and slid behind the wheel. After buckling my seat belt, I carefully pulled back onto the freeway. We drove in silence for a minute. I missed the exit for the airport, Martin. You'll need to take the next exit and go back. I'm sorry. I pulled off the freeway and stopped at the red light at the bottom of the ramp. I turned to Marilyn. I'm halfway in love with you. You told me you didn't believe in halfway love. It was whole hog or nothing. I was wrong. The light turned green. I turned left and went under the freeway. Another red light impeded further progress. I know it isn't very romantic, but I feel comfortable with you, Marilyn. That doesn't mean you don't excite me. This afternoon, just before I kissed you and told you that you were becoming very important to me, I suddenly realized I felt comfortable with you. That surprised me. Then I remembered I felt comfortable with Diana. It was a large part of the love we had for one another. We were comfortable with each other. That's when I realized you were very important to me, so I told you how I felt. I believe that qualifies as halfway in love. Oh, Martin, I don't know why you say comfortable with me isn't very romantic. Those are the most romantic words any man has ever said to me. Her tears flowed again. The light turned green. I turned left and sped onto the freeway. I didn't miss the exit to the airport. Chapter 18. Let's talk about bail, Robert. The two of us sat in my suite in the Marriott Marquis on Broadway. We had watched a dusky evening sky turn to black while we talked. It was my third evening in New York. I sipped scotch. The fat man preferred bourbon. Abel and French will post bail and be on the street soon after they are arrested. One or both could disappear, jump bail, and our efforts to put them behind bars will deferred until they are rearrested, which could be never. That's the American way, boss. There isn't much we can do about it. Maybe there is. We could snatch them and keep them on ice until a bench warrant is issued for their rearrest, and then deliver them to the courts. The big man chuckled. Neat, but not very practical. The trial date will be months away from the day of arrest. Their defense attorneys could delay the trials for up to a year. Keeping men like that on ice, as you put it, for that long would be difficult and expensive. I know, money is just money, but we studied the matter, Robert. Our anonymous calls about the drugs Abel and French will have in their possession will be made to the DEA. In both instances, they will be charged with federal crimes. After their arrest, they will be taken before a magistrate to be arraigned on the first available business day. At this initial arraignment, Abel and French will be informed of the charges against them, and bail will be set. They will be given a date to return to court for a preliminary examination in approximately 10 days. However, preliminary examinations almost never occur in federal court because the case is indicted before a grand jury prior to the preliminary examination date. If Abel and French are indicted by the grand jury and have no doubts, they will be indicted. The preliminary examination will be cancelled and Abel and French will arraigned on the indictment. As before, this arraignment merely consists of Abel and French being told of the charges in the indictment, and they will enter their not guilty pleas. The case is then assigned to a district judge for motions and trial setting. If they don't show up for the arraignment after being indicted at the grand jury, their bail will be revoked and bench warrants will be issued. This means we'll only need to keep them on ice for 10 days on the outside. We'll need 2 safe houses. I want to keep the two separated and the men to guard them. What do you think? Boss, sometimes you amaze me. I like it. I'll start organizing the effort tomorrow. I grinned. Things were going well. Plan B went off without a hitch. Jill had called French from her hospital bed yesterday morning to give him the bad news. He didn't believe her and called a man involved in his pedophilia ring who lived in New Orleans to check it out. The man reported back within hours that Jill was in fact in the hospital, trussed up with a broken leg. He bribed one of Doc Hanley's men to acquire an X-ray, which clearly indicated a break consistent with Jill's treatment. When French reported his findings to Abel, Abel passed on the information to Perini, and Perini's down payment was returned. They planned to try again in 6 weeks. We listened to all of their conversations. Abel's dossier was complete. Ruth, Roy, and the 2 additional wing flutterers would start making waves with Abel's initial conditions tomorrow morning. Calls to French's vendors and personal services would continue as well. The insertion into French's studio was set for the coming Friday. Out-of-town members of the insertion team would start arriving on Wednesday for rehearsals. I would be in Amsterdam on the following day. I had not told anyone about my pending trip to Amsterdam to buy the drugs needed to frame Abel and French. Robert assumed he would make the trip, and I had not discouraged his assumption, but I couldn't expose him to the potentially dangerous situations inherent in a drug buy. I couldn't put him at risk unless I was willing to put myself in the same risky circumstances. Besides, I had never seen Amsterdam. I elected to delay the flack I would receive from him about taking his place until the last minute. I suspected flack would come from others as well, specifically Marilyn and I talked 3 or 4 times a day, but our conversations revolved around the operation. No mention had been made about our discussion en route to the New Orleans airport Friday evening. I knew I missed her more each day I didn't see her. I didn't miss Jill. But Jill would return to my sister's home tomorrow and would need to have her hand held. My flight left for New Orleans at 10 in the morning. The big man's massive yawn was a sight to behold. Robert looked like a hippo with his mouth agape. "It's my bedtime, boss," he said and struggled to push himself out of his chair. I worried about him. The weight he carried had to hurt his health, but he insisted he had a strong heart, and the doctors had given him a clean bill of health after his last physical. He said good night and lumbered to the door. I locked up after he left and returned to my scotch. I was lonely and wished Marilyn was with me. I wanted her soft warm form next to mine while I slept. With the late hour, I would suggest we have a talking fuck before we nodded off. She had enjoyed the last one and would probably agree to another. I suddenly realized I had been thinking more about Marilyn the last 2 days than I thought about my wife, and the thought made me happy. But then guilt washed over me as if I had been unfaithful. I shuddered. My emotions were a wreck. I glanced at my wristwatch. Just after midnight. New Orleans was an hour earlier. She might be awake. My cell phone rang her number 5 times before I hit the end button. Disappointment replaced the excitement I had experienced when I started to dial. I sat dejected, wide awake, and lonely, and sipped my scotch. I jumped when my phone jangled. It fell to the floor when I tried to pick it up. Finally I muttered a hello. "I'm sorry I missed your call, Martin," Marilyn said. "I was in the shower." "No, I'm sorry I interrupted your shower. Call me back when you're finished." "I'm finished." I didn't call you back immediately, not until I had toweled myself dry and propped up pillows so I could talk with you in comfort. I pictured her naked, her eyes shiny with happiness from hearing my voice, propped up on huge pillows like a harem girl as her soft straight hair fell across smooth rounded shoulders. I could see her delicate fingers caress the phone in her ear as if it were my penis, and a dainty tongue reached out. "Are you naked?" I asked. I wanted to know my imagination had some validity. She chuckled, a low guttural sound. "No. Almost." "Oh," I said, and no doubt my disappointment projected through the phone lines. "I don't want to tell you what I'm wearing. You'll think me foolish, a romantic teenager." Now my curiosity was piqued. I waited. "Tell me," I said. "An order." She sighed. "Promise not to laugh." "I promise. I'm wearing a pair of your boxer shorts, the silk ones, navy with tiny yellow stripes. I wanted you next to me, and I found them in the dresser drawer." "Oh, dear, now you will think I'm a sneak as well as foolish." I chuckled and broke my promise. "You promised." "I'm sorry. I don't think you're a sneak or foolish. You are acting like a romantic teenager, and I adore you for it. I just wanted a part of you next to me, and the silk shorts provided the only solution. I could smell you on them. I wish I had a pair of your panties with me now. I wouldn't put them on." She laughed. "That would be quite a sight. But I would bring them to my nose. I wouldn't want clean ones, though, like I'd want a pair you wore while aroused, so I could sniff your pheromones." "Damn it. You're making me wet. Save the boxers. I'll take them with me on my next trip abroad." That way custom officials won't think I'm kinky when they rifle through my bags. She chuckled again. You're incorrigible. Silence. Then I heard a barely perceptible squishing sound. And a tiny sigh. Are you playing with yourself? Silence. Are you blushing? Yes. She hesitated. Yes to both questions. I couldn't stop myself. The sound of your voice, the thought of your nose sniffing my soiled panties like a pervert turned me on. I'm in love with a panty-sniffing pervert, I thought. The thought made me grin, but it also made me very aroused, Martin, so I'm playing with myself. I'm finger fucking. Finger fucking through the hole in the front of your silk shorts. Men must design men's underclothes. They are very efficient, the underclothes I mean, not the designers. Oh, I suppose the designers are efficient, too. I'm rambling again. Why do I ramble when I talk with you? I'm not a rambler by nature. I don't believe I ramble with anyone but you. Say something, damn it. Stop me. Sorry, I was taking off my trousers and boxers. Oh. Silence. Are you hard? She asked. The squishing sounds were louder. And the sighs. Yes. Very. Are you playing with yourself? No, I'm taking myself very seriously. Another chuckle. This is phone sex, isn't it? If it isn't, we've discovered a new way for two people to have sex. Are you jacking off? Yes. Oh, that makes me hot. I want your hard cock in me like the other night while we talk. I liked that. I did, too. I was thinking before I called you that I wished you were with me so we could have another talking fuck tonight. Oh, that would be nice. But we can't, so we'll just talk and make ourselves come. I have a dildo at home, a large rubber phallus I sometimes use to stuff my cunt full when I finger fuck. I wish I had it with me, and I would push it inside me and pretend it was you while we talked. I groaned. I'd love to see you fuck yourself with a rubber cock. How big is it? Larger than you, larger than any man I've fucked. I call it Big Ben, affectionately. Big Ben has given me a lot of orgasms over the years. My cunt is quite resilient. It stretches to fit anything that slides within it, and then shrinks back down like it was before it was stretched. A cunt is an amazing piece of engineering. When I was young, I used cucumbers. I would warm them first and grease them with butter. Over the years I selected larger and larger cucumbers. I believe the produce manager at the grocer's suspected my ultimate use of the vegetable. He watched me fondle them. His eyes would get flinty with a wild look and his nostrils would flare like a stallion sniffing a mare in heat. One time I purchased a crooked one to see if it felt any different. It did. With the bend, I could reach my G-spot easier. The first time I saw your bent cock, I knew I would enjoy it. I did, too. I adore your big, crooked cock. Did you break it when you were young, and the doctor didn't set it properly? Or is it a genetic enhancement most men will have when finally nature figures out it's a better design? Genetic. Cocks don't break, or if they do, they aren't put in splints or casts. But then you know that, you were being facetious. Now I'm rambling. When I was young, I worried ab L1T that bend. I believed females would laugh when they saw it. I considered it a serious defect. I understand. In puberty, I played a game of truth or dare with some friends, both boys and girls. One boy dared me to take off my bra and show everyone my tits. I refused. Okay, he said. Then take down your panties. I didn't hesitate. I wasn't bashful about displaying my cunt, but I believed the boys would laugh at the tiny bumps in my training bra. I groaned. That's hot, Marilyn. I can see you among a circle of boys and girls, see you stand and hook your fingers in your panties, push them down past your slim thighs while the boys licked their lips and grabbed their little hard pricks as you stepped out of them, first one dainty foot and then the other, then straightening, pushing your little cunt out towards them with a hitch in your hips. Did you have pubic hair? Oh, yes, albeit a sparse patch about the same as Christy. I was very proud of my pubic hair. I petted it a lot, which led, of course, to petting my pussy. I'm very hot right now, Martin. I've been on the edge of an orgasm since we started to talk. Me, too. Do you want to come? No. If I come, you'll come, and we'll say good night, and I won't be able to hear your voice again until tomorrow. Oh, I can't wait until I see you again. You must figure a way to get alone with me as soon as possible after you arrive. If you don't, everyone will be able to smell me. At the moment I first see you, I'll start to drip. I'll just do the caveman bit. Hit you over the head with my club and carry you to my cave. Our cave. I moved into your room while you were gone. I hope you don't mind. Not at all. I'm still seeing your game of truth or dare in my mind. How old were you? 13, maybe 12. I don't remember. It was the day I first saw a hard prick. On my turn, I dared the boy who dared me to remove my panties to take off his shorts. I remember gasping when his cock bounced off his belly. I couldn't imagine something that large going into my little pussy. Ha! Not many years later, my pussy swallowed Big Ben. On my next turn, Sally, my best friend, dared me to touch the boy's prick. He didn't look like he minded, so I wrapped my hand around it, and he climaxed. Sperm squirted out all over me, all over him. Some of it even hit Sally in the face, because she was bent over watching me complete her dare with avid attention. A few years later, after I started fucking, I fucked that boy. He still had a hair trigger. Silence. I'm going to come, damn it. Marilyn said calmly. So am I. Her awe stretched out over seconds, the longest sigh of pleasure I had ever heard. Then she gasped and I heard, boomph, and another, boomph. And I knew she was ratcheting her hips against her fingers as orgasmic contractions racked her soft, sweet body. Then I couldn't hear because, like the boy in her game, I squirted semen all over me, all over the sofa, the carpet, any surface the warm sticky stuff could reach. I had not removed my shirt, and cum splashed the starched, pressed cotton. Most of it dribbled down onto my hand. Silence. That was nice, Martin. I like phone sex. Yes. It takes the loneliness out of masturbation. Good night. I'm going to sleep now with my hand through the hole in your silk boxer shorts. Good night. I'm going to clean up my semen mess. I love you, she said and waited. I love you, too, I said. Silence. Yes, she said so softly I could barely hear the word. Dial tone. End button. Warm washcloth. Chapter 19. It was raining hard when the plane landed in New Orleans. The wheels hit with a splash, then a thud and a shudder. My white knuckles relaxed, and I deplaned. Marilyn waited at the gate. I anticipated feeling like a teenager again when we fucked in the car somewhere before reaching my sister's home. But the fantasy evaporated when she told me of the emergency. French's recruitment system had produced a 10-year-old boy. To get himself back in his kiddie porn distributor's good graces, French had given the boy directly to Frank and Karen Abel. We need to extract the boy as soon as we can, Martin, Marilyn said. Abel has already raped the child, amazingly, while his sick wife watched. Then she played her nasty games with him. She's a sadist of the first order. The transcripts were gross. I would hate to listen to the tapes. Does Jill know? I asked. Yes, and she's frantic. She feels personally responsible. She says she doesn't care about her own problems anymore. She wants the boy saved at all costs, including her reputation. She wants us to call the police and report them. That wouldn't be smart, even if we didn't have a client. Our illegal bugs would be exposed. All the evidence would be tainted, and the man and his wife would walk. Robert tried to tell her, but she's not listening. Hopefully, she'll listen to you. The rain pounded the roof of the car and the windshield wipers were nearly ineffective. Drive as fast as you can, Marilyn, but get us to Ruth safely. I need to talk to Robert. I started to dial. My phone was turned off. Now I knew why Robert had not called me. He couldn't. I turned on the phone and dialed. There you are, boss. I've been trying to reach you. I know. My phone was turned off for some reason. Sorry. Bring me up to date. I listened. It didn't sound good. We wouldn't be able to extract the boy until they tired of him and left him alone for a while. Short of storming Abel's residence, we would have to wait until the middle of the night. The boy would have to suffer for a few more hours. Do we have all the intelligence we need? I asked. Floor plans of the residence, alarm systems, you know the drill. No, but we do have a little luck going for us. They have the boy in a basement room. The man who bugged the place says it looks like a torture chamber. The room has some high windows. We believe we can let ourselves in through the windows, extract the boy, and stack some furniture up to make it look like he escaped by himself. I have our alarm specialist checking out Abel's system now. Like your phone a minute ago, we want the alarm to appear as if it was off when the boy escapes if the Abels are in the house when we take him. If they're not in the house, we won't worry about the damned alarm. What do we know about the boy? Almost nothing. We know his first name, his age as reported by French to Abel, and that he was recruited in Miami. The boy is Hispanic. Okay. Get everything ready and take him as soon as possible. Jill is being a problem. She's close to hysterics, Martin. We heard. She's next on my agenda. You have the extraction under control. Call us when it starts and when it ends. Other than that, you handle it. You've got it, boss. We drove in silence through the pelting rain. When can Robert extract the boy? Sometime during the night. Jill will have kittens. I dialed again. Sherry, it's Martin Crowe. How are you? I'm fine, Martin. I had hoped I wouldn't receive this call. It's a 10-year-old Hispanic boy, Sherry. He has been raped and beaten once today. It may happen again before we can extract him. He will be delivered to you sometime between now and morning. I'll do the best I can for him, Martin. I know you will, Sherry. Robert will call you after we have the boy to alert you to his pending arrival. Take care. You, too. And take those bastards down, Martin. Take them down hard. That's a promise, Sherry. I hung up. Marilyn had pulled off the freeway. We were on St. Charles Avenue, close to Ruth's home. Tell me about Sherry, Martin, Marilyn said. Dr. Sherry Evans is a friend, a child psychiatrist. This is her free one. She lives in Manhattan now. Hen I helped her, she lived in Silver Springs, Maryland. Marilyn pulled into Ruth's circular drive. The door opened and Ruth hurried through the rain under a huge umbrella. You first, Martin, Ruth said. I'll be right back for you, Marilyn. I ran with her under the umbrella and still got half soaked. She left me when I went through the front door. Shortly, she returned with Marilyn. The three of us shook off the rain and walked to the great room. Martin. Jill screeched when she saw me. You have to. Shut up, Jill. Just shut your mouth. I don't have to do anything. She had started to run toward me. With my words, she stopped, rooted to the floor where she stood with her mouth agape and a shocked look on her face. Everybody, gather around, I said. When everyone stood in front of me, I continued, here's the status. We will extract the boy sometime during the night. Robert will call me when the extraction begins, and call me when it is finished. We will not bother Robert in the interim. He has his hands full, Jill. This is your end of the operation, your responsibility. Vs. What do we do with the boy after he is extracted? Sometime during the night? That isn't good enough, Martin. We need. You didn't answer my question, Jill. What do we do with the boy after he is extracted? You demanded that you pay for this part of the operation and you accepted that responsibility. I will fulfill my obligation once he is extracted, at which point the obligation falls to you. Frankly, I don't think the boy will be in the mood for Disneyland, but if that's your choice, so be it. I'm asking a simple question and expect a simple answer. What do you want me to do with the boy once I have extracted him from those sick fucks? Silence. Answer me, Jill. Tell me what to do with the boy, God damn it. Bring him here, she said, completely defeated. I'll take care of him. I don't believe you're qualified to handle a problem of this magnitude. Are you a child psychologist? A psychiatrist? A medical doctor? No one here is qualified, including me, to calm the terror in that little boy's mind or administer to the injuries done to his little body. He needs qualified help, someone who is experienced and knowledgeable about traumatized children and a medical doctor to start the healing process on his wounds. Do you still want me to bring him here? No. Tears streamed down her face. Good. That's the first rational word you've uttered since my arrival. I have a friend in Manhattan, a child psychiatrist and a MD. You're still in charge, Jill. If you want, we can take the child to the child psychiatrist. The extraction team can have the boy in her expert hands within an hour after the extraction. It's your decision. Yes. Please take him to your friend. Good. Any other questions or comments, anyone? I waited. If someone had opened his or her mouth, I would have been surprised. I flipped open my cell phone and used the auto dialer to call Robert. Yeah, boss, he said. Take the boy to. I opened my address book and read off Sherry's name, address and telephone number. Call her once you have the boy, and then call. I pushed the end button. Let's all get back to work. We have a plan, and the plan works. Let's make certain these sick fucks get what they deserve. I walked to Jill and put my arm around her shoulders. She sagged against me. Come with me, Jill. We need to talk. I guided her out through the French door to the covered patio and sat her at the table. The noisy rain poured down. The air was heavy. I sat next to her, my arm still around her slumped shoulders. Tears streamed down her face. I knew she would start sobbing soon. We are doing the best we can, Jill. Do you believe that? She nodded. Tears dripped from her chin, and her nose started to run. I pulled my handkerchief from my back pocket and handed it to her. And you have a big job ahead of you. That little boy is going to need your help. You will need to be strong for him. Can you do that for the boy? She nodded, and that's when the sobs started. Ruth had been watching us from inside the great room. She pointed first at herself and then at me. I nodded and she started toward the French door. Ruth is coming to help you now, Jill. But I want you to promise me you will get strong again so you can make sure the boy gets the help he needs. I'll help you, but you must lead. Nod if you promise. She nodded and the sobs became louder. I turned her over to Ruth and went inside. Chapter 20. I looked around. Everyone was busy. I went to the bar and poured myself a brandy. The sun wasn't over the yardarm, but I didn't give a damn. I sipped the brandy and it warmed me all the way down, just what I needed. I dialed the phone again. Hanley speaking, the man said formally. Doc, it's Martin. I need another little job done. I believe you know a makeup artist. Jill will be flying to New York, and she can't go as Jill Henderson. Doc chuckled. No, that would never do. I know just the person, and you need more than makeup. When will you need him? An hour or so after I call. It's that way, is it? I laughed. I'll alert him, Doc said. He's not cheap, but you don't want cheap, Martin. You want good. Thanks, Doc. I'll call as soon as I know when he will be needed. Bye now. I've another call coming in. I hit the flash button and said hello. Martin, Robert said, Abel and his wife just left for the airport to meet a friend who plans to join them in their festivities with the boy. They'll be gone for over an hour. We're going in now. I'll call you when we have the boy. That's very good news, Robert. Good luck. I gathered everyone around again except Ruth and Jill. They were still on the patio. The extraction has begun. I expect to hear good news soon, within the hour. You folks will know as soon as I do. That's it. And thank you, all of you, for your support and good work. Robert will appreciate a thank you if he is successful. If he fails, he'll need your support more than before. But remember, Robert rarely fails. Outside, I listened to the pounding rain as I stood looking down at Ruth and Jill. Ruth had calmed her. Jill's sobbing was sporadic now. I smiled. Jill, the extraction has begun. We'll have the boy within the hour. She jumped up and threw her arms around me. Thank you, Martin. Thank you. The sobs started again. I decided it was my lot in life to make females cry. I grasped her shoulders and pushed her so I could look into her eyes. You need to pull yourself together, Jill, and soon. In a couple of hours, I'll give you the psychiatrist's name and number and you can discuss the boy's care with her. My psychiatrist friend will only keep him until she stabilizes him. You need to find a private hospital for him, one that can give the care he needs and maintain the confidentiality we need. Take my friend's advice and make the appropriate arrangements. Can you pull yourself together so you can help the boy? She squared her shoulders. Yes. I'll do what's necessary, Martin. Good. Now, go wash up. You will fly to New York this afternoon to handle everything, and you can't go as Jill Henderson. We certainly don't want you running into someone you know without your cast. That would be disastrous. Doc is sending someone as soon as I call him who will help you with your disguise, and I'll alert Marilyn to get you a plane ticket. Stay at our suite in the Marriott Marquis. Jill, it's time for you to go to work. Her runny nose, smeared mascara and tear-stained cheeks became beautiful when she smiled. I called Doc and told him I would need the man in an hour and strolled to the dining room to tell Marilyn about the plane ticket. Vera looked up with a smile. Now I know why Robert calls you boss, she said and grinned. I smiled at her comment and said, Marilyn, please arrange for a flight this evening for Jill to New York. She'll be disguised and will be using an alias. You pick the name for the ticket. That's the alias she will use, and arrange for her to use our suite in that name. She looked at me as if I were crazy. Are you sure that's wise, Martin? Yes. Jill has a purpose now. That's been her problem, Marilyn. She runs a business empire. She is accustomed to leading. With us, she's been a follower. Now she has a real job to do. She has to help that little boy under the guidance of professionals. Jill knows how to use professionals. Marilyn smiled. I'm sorry I doubted you. I'll get right on it. I returned to my brandy. I sipped and paced. I despised waiting. Leaders give orders and wait for results. That's the nature of leadership, but I didn't have to like it. I kept glancing at my wristwatch. Time moved so damned slowly when you watch it. I considered asking Christy for a game of chess, but knew I couldn't concentrate enough to move the pieces. So I sipped and paced. I answered the phone before the first ring ended. We have him, boss, Robert said. That little boy is going to need a lot of TLC. That's Jill's assignment. She'll be flying to New York this evening. Good job, Robert. You're a wizard. I had a motivated team. Tell them thanks, and make sure you set up a bonus for them through Marilyn. You've got it, boss. I didn't need to assemble the troops. They stood in front of me waiting for the word, including Jill and Ruth. I smiled broadly and shook my fist. Ruth's neighbors probably wondered what all the cheering was about. Chapter 21. I found myself back on another airplane the next day. Robert had isolated a contact in the Williamsburg section of Brooklyn for MDMA, popularly called ecstasy. Simon Roth, the man I was to meet, was a Jew. The fucking world isn't right anymore, Robert had told me. If you can't trust Hasidic men in their black hats, dark suits, and side curls, who can you trust? Actually, Roth uses them as couriers to bring the drug to the United States. The religious young men are given a free trip to Europe and paid $1,500 to smuggle back the contraband. Their religious dress and appearance attract little or no attention from customs inspectors. His army of black hats has brought in over 1 million tablets in the last 3 months. The conniving son of bitch tells his couriers they're smuggling diamonds. Evidently, diamond smuggling is an honored profession among Hasidic men. I met with Roth for about an hour and struck a deal. He had checked me out before my arrival and my credentials were acceptable. He said at first he wondered why a rich man like me wanted to get into the drug business and then remembered the rich always wanted to get richer. He laughed riotously at his statement. I laughed with him and verbally confirmed his assumptions. I told him I liked the profit margin. I had hoped that the trip to Amsterdam would not be necessary, but Roth insisted I meet with his source directly. You pay him, Roth said. He pays me. I pay my couriers. That's how it works. I arranged to purchase 90,000 tablets at $1.50 each. The markup amazed me. I knew the retail price was at least $20 each. That made the product I purchased at $135,000 worth $1,800,000 on the street. If this drug buy were a DEA sting, I would be in jail for 20 years, give or take a year or two. I purchased 90,000 rather than 100,000 because each of his couriers brought in 45,000 ecstasy tablets each trip. 2 couriers with a full load were more economical, both for Mr. Roth and me. I also told him this first buy was merely a test case. If everything went smoothly, and my distribution system functioned, as I believed it would, I would then purchase the drug in 900,000 tablet lots. Payment would be made through wire transfers. I planned to spend some time with Vera to make certain the buy could not be traced back to me when we turned the smuggling gun drug manufacturing business over to the DEA after Operation Monarch was shut down. I flew directly back to New Orleans without meeting with Robert. I wanted to handle him via the telephone and Marilyn personally when I informed them I was making the trip to Amsterdam instead of Robert. As expected, all hell broke loose. Surprisingly, Robert gave me very little flack. He had anticipated I would be making the trip when I insisted I meet with Roth, not him. He even understood my reasoning when I told him Roth and Franz Reicherter, the source in Amsterdam, insisted they only deal with the principal. At first, Marilyn gave me the silent treatment. I figured I would hear from her when we were alone that night. The real surprise came when Ruth jumped into the fray. My sister was seriously pissed. Once Ruth became vocal, Marilyn decided not to wait. And the two of them wailed at me unmercifully. I'll be perfectly safe, I said to Ruth. Fine, my sister replied. Then I'm going with you. Roy can run the call center for a couple of days. Besides, I've never been to Amsterdam. I understand it's a fun place to visit, a wide-open city with live sex shows including audience participation. I'm not letting you have all the fun. Don't unreasonable, Ruth. The odds are it's perfectly safe. I believe it's safe, but... The The truth comes out. Let me finish. Ruth, I admit there's a small risk. I can't allow. Vivienne, did you become my lord and master? Ruth, you have Christie to think of. Even a small risk is too much for you to take. If you won't let Ruth go with you, then I'm going, Marilyn said. I don't have any children to care for. If it's safe for you, it's safe for me. I'll go pack my bag. Is it winter there, or summer? I need to know to select the right wardrobe. I need you here, Marilyn. You're in charge when I'm gone. Vera can handle the administrative functions. I'll take my laptop with me and handle everything else with email and the telephone. As you say, it's only for a few days. Do you have a passport, Marilyn? No, but I can get one. Not in one day, you can't. Besides, I'm traveling on a fake passport. One I've used before. It's essential that this trip remain clandestine. We plan to turn over the drug smuggling and manufacturing operation to the DEA when we shut down this project. If Roth and Reichert rat me out to the DEA after they are arrested, it's important that no record of me traveling to Amsterdam exists. Vera and I will be jumping through hoops trying to make that happen. Marilyn flipped out her phone and dialed. Robert, it's Marilyn. How soon can you get a fake passport for me? What if we double the fee? That's what I thought. Set it up, thanks, bye. She looked at me with fire in her eyes. It seems a fake passport can be acquired faster than a real one, Martin. All you need is money and a little help from your friends. Is it cold or warm in Amsterdam? I need to know. I'm going with you. No, I said. You're not going. I'm going alone, and that's final. I spun on my heels and walked away from them. Chapter 22. Thursday afternoon, Marilyn and I checked into the Pulitzer, a 5-star hotel in Amsterdam. My final word had been ignored, and Marilyn had busied herself like a whirlwind to make everything happen with the short notice she had. She conferred with Jill, and between the two of them, she assembled a new wardrobe including luggage. She booked our flights, the Concorde from New York to Heathrow, and T/A7A to Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, with transfers in Amsterdam to the Pulitzer. She cajoled hotel management into giving us the honeymoon suite for 2 nights, her fake passport arrived in time, and she arranged the visas in our fake names. She also used our aliases for our airline tickets and hotel reservations. I met with Roth and would meet with Franz Reicherter using my real name. The fake names were used to confuse the DEA. After I turned the Roth/Reicherter drug operation over to the drug agency, the pair would be arrested, and I anticipated Roth and Reicherter would offer my name, among others, as buyers in a plea bargain attempt. With no trace of my trip to Amsterdam and some airtight alibis from some of my friends, the DEA would have no evidence. Oh, I knew I would go on their watch list, but because of my avocation, I was already on a dozen lists. Being on a watch list didn't bother me, and it was easier than creating a verifiable alias the drug dealers would have accepted as readily as they accepted the real me. In our suite, Marilyn hooked up her laptop to the World Wide Web, and was soon chatting with Vera and Ruth using ICQ. The Pulitzer consists of 25 restored 17th and 18th century canal houses that have been harmoniously integrated to create a truly unique hotel. It is located on Prinsengracht, in the heart of the city, framed by 2 of the famous concentric canals. Our suite was tastefully decorated, spacious and comfortable. My meeting with Franz Reicherter was set for the following morning in an executive room at the Bilderberg Garden Hotel. Marilyn communicated with Ruth and Vera. I called Reicherter and introduced myself. He was expecting the call and spoke excellent English, but with a thick accent. I told him where he could reach me and confirmed our meeting for the next afternoon. He told me he would send a limo to pick me up. He also offered a guide, female or male, my choice, to show my lady friend and me around the city that night. I refused, claiming jet lag, but asked him how he knew I was traveling with a lady. He laughed. Just a guess, he said. It is the honeymoon suite, is it not? I'm familiar with the suite number because I, too, have used the suite a few times. Its ambience makes ladies amorous. I joined with his laughter. Franz and I seemed to be getting along. My belly growled. I suffered less jet lag if I didn't eat while flying. Did you make arrangements for dinner? I asked Marilyn. She looked up from her monitor. If you're hungry, order a snack from room service. It's too early for dinner. 20 minutes later, enough cheeses, fruits, raw vegetables, dips, and other goodies arrived to feed an army. A bottle of cold, white wine accompanied the snack, compliments of the hotel. I started to tip the waiter when I noticed Marilyn shaking her head. The waiter bowed and backed out of the suite. The entire concept of tipping is foreign in the Netherlands, Martin, Marilyn said. Tips are built into restaurant bills, bar bills, and the bill of the hotel. I wondered when she found the time to study the customs of the Netherlands and shook my head in amazement. I poured the wine and tasted it. A little sweet, I thought, and then sipped again after eating some cheese. Ah, the wine complemented the food perfectly. 10 minutes later, with my gnawing stomach satisfied, a thought occurred to me. Marilyn, ask Ruth if Christy is around. I need to chat with her. My lady nodded. She's online, Martin. Sit here. The fruit looks scrumptious. Try the wine with it. They go together. I sat and typed, Christy, sweetheart, how are you? Happy? Uncle M. I need you to talk to the kids in the for and neutral columns again, and bring up Frank and Karen Abel. Abel and French share the kids. Some of them might be for or neutral about French but hate the Abels. Make a new set of columns, like before, and classify the kids relative to Frank and Karen Abel. If you have questions, talk to your mother. L. Understand, Uncle M. I'll have the kids categorized like you want by the time you return. Talking to the kids makes me, but I know how important this is. Are you and Marilyn having fun? E.g. Marilyn, what does capital E, capital G stand for? Evil grin, she said and gave me an evil grin. Come here, I need to get even. Give me an acronym Christy might not know. She probably knows more of them and I do. Soon, she leaned over my shoulder. Type RFLAP. Matt, does that stand for? Just type it, and then type, you're too cute for words. RFLAP. You're too cute for words. GMBO. L8RG8R. HNKHAGN. Okay, translate please, I said. You said, rolling on the floor laughing and peeing my pants. She said, giggling my butt off. Later, Gator. Hug and kiss. Have a good night. I typed, 1000 HS and KSHAGN. Yourself. Marilyn is helping you, isn't she? Yes. I love you to pieces, sweetheart. See you soon. I love you, too, Uncle M. Bye. She's a clever scamp, I said. You love children, Martin. Did you and Diana consider having some babies? I smiled. We didn't want any the first 5 years of our marriage. We enjoyed being a couple too much, didn't want to share our relationship with a third party. We were young, in our 20s, and felt no need to rush things. In our 6th year, Diana's maternal urges surfaced. Frankly, I was ready, too. And we tried, Lord how we tried. Finally, we went to doctors and took the standard tests. We discovered Diana couldn't have children, and the fact nearly broke her heart. I was willing to adopt, but Diana wanted to try the fertility enhancement methods available at the time. We spent 2 years with those efforts, and more than one doctor. All of our hard work proved ineffective. We were considering the various alternatives from adoption to using a host mother with my sperm and a donor egg when she became ill. I want children, at least 2, a boy and a girl. I want to experience raising one of each sex. Boys and girls are so different. The experience of motherhood wouldn't be complete without one of each. I laughed. What happens if you give birth to 5 boys or 5 girls? She LCK, ked at me seriously. Then I'll try again, and keep trying until I get it right. Another evil grin crossed her lips. Speaking of trying. She stood and turned her back to me. Unzip me, please. This is the honeymoon suite, you know. I unzipped her. Then she unzipped me. I want a talking fuck, she said. I'm half zonked from the flight. Besides, I want to talk to you about something that's been moving in and out of my mind, especially during the long and boring flight. I agreed. My body wasn't up to any serious calisthenics either. Expecting to pet her to arousal before inserting my cock, I discovered she needed no petting. Her pussy was wet, her labia swollen and her clitoris hard. I slipped my hard-on inside her and asked, "What has you so aroused?" "Besides you. Actually, you're a prominent part of the cause of my arousal, Martin. Oh, you feel so good inside me. Sitting next to you for so many hours on those flights without being able to fuck you nearly drove me batty. Let's break the boredom on the return trip and join the Mile High Club." I chuckled. The initiation must take place on the first leg of the trip from here to London. The Concorde is fast, but it's too small. She laughed. That sounds like a plan. The answer to your question is a little complex. This past week, I've come to know your sister much better, Martin. She's an amazing woman. I know, I said and wondered where the conversation was heading. She wants to fuck you, you know. My cock lurched and my arousal jumped up 10 notches. I groaned. And you obviously want to fuck her. Wanting and doing are two separate things. I prefer to keep my incestuous leanings in the fantasy mode, and I believe Ruth feels the same way. She does. Let me play with my clit. You put a finger in my cunt along with your cock. Will they both fit? Yes. Try it. I did. She was right. Ah, that's nice. One more finger, please. I had to pull back and insert the fingers before I thrust my shaft back into her. I liked the way my fingers rubbed my cock as I slid in and out of her pussy. Geez. That feels like Big Ben. Will one more fit? I tried. It was close, but it fit. Ah, I've never felt so full. I like it for a change, but I'm glad you're not that big all the time. I'm really hot, Martin. Go slow. Her fingers stopped moving back and forth on her clitoris. I have a confession to make, Martin. Incest excites me more than any other sexual scenario. Do you want to know why? Yes. My first lover was my first cousin, a boy a year older than me. I groaned as my arousal slipped up another notch from her comment and asked, "How old were you the first time?" 13, nearly 14, but we had played sex games with each other for a couple of years before we fucked. Martin, we still fuck each other when we get together. Do you mind? Curiously, I felt no jealousy. I didn't feel he was competition for some reason. I told Marilyn about my feelings. He's not competition because Paul, that's my cousin's name, because Paul and I can't make a life with each other, make some babies, like you and I can. We still fuck each other because it gives us pleasure and it hurts no one. Is he married? Yes. I guess that makes me an adulteress. Do you think I'm morally lacking, Martin? Does his wife know about the two of you? Yes, she joined us one time. He told her about us before they married. Then I don't think you're morally lacking. I have another confession to make. When I was young, my favorite fantasy involved my father. Did you act on your fantasies? She chuckled. Other than teasing the poor man nearly out of his mind, no, I never fucked Daddy. But to be perfectly honest, if he had tried to fuck me, I would have fallen on my back with my legs spread in a flash. I always wished I had a brother. If I had had a brother, Martin, I would have fucked him. As I said, incest excites me. Her fingers started to move on her clitoris again. She sighed. When you were young, did you fantasize about fucking Ruth? She asked. Yes, frequently, and I always felt guilty after I climaxed if I used her as jack-off material. I don't know how many times during a guilt trip after a sister fantasy-induced orgasm that I vowed to stop thinking of her as a sexual partner. I soon stopped making the vows I didn't enjoy breaking promises to myself. Wish you had fucked her. I'd love to hear the details about your first time with her. Also, I'm convinced you and your sister will fuck each other sometime. You both want each other too much for it never to happen. Neither of you will plan the event. It will be spontaneous, circumstances will join with other circumstances and it will happen without volition on the part of either of you. That's why I brought up the subject, to make my confession, and to tell you that if you fuck Ruth sometime, I will understand. I love you to distraction, but I wouldn't be jealous. Let's come now, Martin. Thinking about you and Ruth fucking each other has made me very hot. Will another finger fit? I don't think so. Try. Ah. Christ, Martin, it fit. Now fuck me. Fuck me with your cock. Fuck me with your hand. Fuck me with your cock and your hand. Yes. Ah. I watched her climax, my favorite sight, and joined her when she was halfway through her orgasm. We finished together. Chapter 23. I asked her later if she wanted to go out on the town, walk through Amsterdam's famous red light district, or visit one of the clubs that provided live sex shows with audience participation. She declined. Jetlag had her in its grasp. We ordered from room service for our evening meal, made love again, another talking fuck, and were asleep before 9 p.m. Amsterdam time. The next morning, shortly before meeting the limo that would take me to the Bilderberg Garden Hotel, I handed a slip of paper to Marilyn. If you have not heard from me by noon, I want you to call the names on this paper. One is an attorney here in Amsterdam, the other is my attorney in the United States. I thought you said this trip was safe, that you weren't in any danger. I'm not in any danger, not physical danger, Marilyn, but if this situation is a DEA sting operation, I will arrest it as soon as I transfer funds to purchase the drugs. You don't call that dangerous? The lady was seriously pissed. God damn it, Martin, if I had known this, I would not. Marilyn, the odds are very good I'm involved with a real drug transaction, not a sting operation. I checked out both Roth and Reicherter thoroughly. I used 3 independent investigators. They are what they claim to. Those names on the paper are merely a precaution. Would you prefer I meet with Reicherter without preparing for every eventuality? Fear replaced anger in her eyes. No, I understand why you want legal backup. What I don't understand is why you put yourself in this position. The task had to be done, Marilyn, and it couldn't be delegated. She walked up to me and kissed me thoroughly. She gave the embrace her complete attention as if it might be our last. I'm in love with you, Martin Crowe, but if you are put in jail for 20 years, I won't wait for you. I smiled. What about 19? A small grin appeared. Maybe. Call me when the funds need to be transferred. I'm hooked up with Vera now. One more problem must be discussed, Marilyn. This morning, the delivery I accepted included 2 untraceable cell phones. I handed her one of the phones. When I want the funds transferred, I will call the phone I just gave you. If you don't hear from me within a half hour of the call to the transfer funds, get rid that cell phone. I leave the method of disposal to you. If I'm arrested and my cell phone is checked to discover the last number I dialed, you can't be linked to the call. Franz Reicherter was a short, jolly man, soft-looking but only slightly overweight. He gave the impression he had never exercised a day in his life. He greeted me as if I was an old and dear friend. When I entered, two beautiful women lounged carelessly in the sets. He asked them to go down to the hotel bar for an hour. Prostitutes, Franz said after the girls left. Very talented. If you wish, Martin, you may have one of them, or both, when we are finished. He grinned affably. I laughed. Not this trip, Franz. Perhaps the next visit I'll stay longer and give myself some time to recover from jet lag, so I can enjoy myself more. Thanks anyway. Besides, as you pointed out yesterday, the ambience of the honeymoon suite functioned as designed, and my lady wanted attention shortly before I left to join you. He shrugged and grinned. I understand. Would you like coffee, a drink? Coffee, please, with cream and sugar. We settled on sets facing each other. The walls of the room were painted a blue-gray, nearly the same color as the carpet, and live plants were spotlighted, as were the works of art on the walls. It was an elegant room, designed for business, not pleasure, and Franz got down to business. I searched the room for microphones and cameras while we talked, but discovered nothing suspicious. Of course, I knew professional surveillance specialists would offer no visual clues to their efforts. When it was time to transfer the funds, I hesitated. Without actually purchasing the drugs, I wasn't at risk from the authorities. I swallowed, committed myself to the transaction mentally, and said, Franz, I like you. I think we can do a lot of business with each other, but I'm hesitant to pay you half the cost of the product before delivery. What recourse do I have if you fail to deliver? Ah, he said, the drug dealer's dilemma. Answer me this, Dr. Crow. What recourse do I have if I deliver the product and you don't transfer the balance of the funds as agreed? You could have me killed, I said. There's that, and you have the same recourse. But killing doesn't solve much except to satisfy an urge for revenge or to make a point to others. I laughed. True, but believe this, Franz. If I put my deposit down, and you don't deliver as agreed, I will have you killed. You know my financial picture. I have enough money, so the fee to take you down won't be seriously missed. Granted, I want more money. That's why I decided to go into this business. I like the profit margin. But I won't have you killed because of money. I'll have you killed as a matter of principle. My principles will demand retribution, Franz. He smiled nervously. I understand, Dr. Crow. But this, please. I will not do business with you if you don't make the deposit as agreed. We stared at each other for a few seconds, one daring the other to blink. I blinked first. May I make a call, Franz? He nodded and I dialed Marilyn with the untraceable cell phone delivered to me at the Pulitzer. Marilyn answered on the first ring. Transfer the funds now, I said. Are you sure, Martin? Yes, I said and gently pushed the end button. I looked at Franz. The transfer will take a while. The funds will move through quite a large number of accounts before they reach you. I understand. He rose and poured more coffee for himself, offering the pot to me. I declined. We will wait, he said and turned on a laptop computer sitting on the table at his side. He struck a few keys and turned to me with a smile. Did you get out and about my beautiful, shockingly sinful city last night, Martin? I noted his friendly return to the use of my first name. No, the trip sapped all my strength. Perhaps, this evening. We chatted about his city for the next 20 minutes. He made various recommendations regarding restaurants and museums. His laptop made a beeping sound, startling both of us. He turned to his computer and then back to with a wide grin. He rose and stuck out his hand. The funds are in my account as promised, Martin. It is a pleasure doing business with you. We shook hands. His was soft, boneless. Mine was a bit damp. If this were a sting, the gendarmes would break down the door any moment. Franz reached into his briefcase. I flinched, expecting his hand to come up clasped around a revolver. Instead, he held out a piece of paper to me. When you receive the product in 5 days, please transfer the balance of the funds to this account. I prefer doing business with men I can trust. Martin, I believe I can trust you. I nodded and took the paper. I trust you as well, Franz. I would not have transferred the funds had I felt otherwise. We shook hands again. I used the cell phone to call Marilyn, informed her that the funds had arrived, and told her I would see her soon. Please enjoy my city, Martin. Take your lady friend out and see the sights. You won't see sights like Amsterdam offers anywhere else in the world, the jolly man said as I was going out the door. In the limo, I collapsed back against the seat as if I had just run a marathon. Chapter 24 After showering away the nervous perspiration caused by my potentially dangerous meeting with Reicherter, my spirits buoyed along with my energy. Marilyn reacted the same, and we decided to see some of Reicherter City. Marilyn suggested we see some art, specifically a few Rembrandts, her favorite artist she declared with eagerness, so after a quick lunch, we visited the Rijksmuseum, Holland's principal museum. The heart of the collection at the Rijksmuseum was De Nachtwacht, or the Night Watch, painted by Rembrandt in the golden age of the 17th century. Marilyn explained to me that while other painters normally made a more or less static composition, Rembrandt placed the group in a chaotic arrangement and used light dramatically. Some of the individuals in the painting, especially those who only appeared with a part of their face, were not satisfied with the result. I was pleased with the painting. It was breathtaking. After studying He Night Watch, I understood Marilyn's preference for the artist. We strolled leisurely through other parts of the museum and viewed works by Vermeer, Frans Hals, Jan Steen, and of course, more Rembrandts. I enjoyed the paintings, but I enjoyed Marilyn's enthusiasm and unbounded joy more. I had not known about this side of her personality. She told me art was her avocation, like helping unusual individuals was mine, that it had been an unfulfilled dream of hers to see in person many of the paintings we viewed that afternoon. She kissed me often, touched me constantly, and I felt closer to her than I had ever felt before. We tired before we visited a fraction of the museum. It contains over 150 rooms. That evening we dined at T. Swartschap, a cozy upstairs restaurant overlooking the noisy Leidseplein. The restaurant was named for a legendary black sheep that roamed the area in the 17th century. The dining room was a study in traditional Dutch decor, with copper pots hanging from the K1N beams and heavily framed paintings on the walls. I enjoyed Chateaubriand with béarnaise sauce while Marilyn dined with equal pleasure on lobster mousse with asparagus salad. Her frequent touches continued, and after dinner when we settled into the limousine I had hired for the evening, she kissed me passionately. "Let's stroll along a canal for a while," she said. "I understand they are beautiful and romantic at night." The limousine followed us slowly as we sauntered along a canal. I noted pedestrians and cyclists ruled over vehicular traffic and tried to imagine the same in New York or even Phoenix. I laughed at the comparison. I told Marilyn my thoughts and she chuckled as well. The gables of adjacent houses were lit and the pretty humpbacked bridges were festooned with lights, beautiful and romantic. The evening was still young and I asked Marilyn if she wanted to see Amsterdam's famous red light district. She grinned coyly and said that such an experience might be fun. The district, known locally as the Walletjes, or Little Walls, is situated along and around the city's two oldest canals. It is a place where prostitutes, clergy, children, junkies, residents and cops all interact with social gezellig, while titillated tourists gasp and say, "It's so shocking." I was shocked. Marilyn wasn't. She found the entire experience entertaining. Women displayed their wares behind windows. If a prostitute attracted a customer, the drapes closed and she performed her services. Shortly, the drapes came back open and the lady was available for the next offer. Questioning a few, I discovered negotiating was the watchword, and the girls sold their services in 15-minute lots. A fuck and suck was priced at about $50 US. As we strolled, drug peddlers harassed us, tried to sell us hashish and a variety of other drugs. Marilyn told me most soft drugs were legal in Amsterdam. We stopped and went inside Absolute Danny, a shop peddling sex toys and clothes catering to fetishes. Giggling, Marilyn purchased the Tarzan vibrator. "For when you are away," she whispered impishly. I wondered. The device seemed to be designed better to satisfy females than the male sexual apparatus. Back in the limo with the privacy glass raised, she removed her panties, pulled out my cock and sat on me. "Don't come," she said. "I'm hot, but my pussy wants just a little taste." I groaned when a minute later she hopped off and sat beside me demurely. "Put your cock away," she said, "and take me to one of those live sex shows with audience participation, one where the girls do imaginative tricks with bananas. You just might get lucky." Our driver dropped us off at the Bananenbar. I paid the entrance fee, which I understood included drinks. Inside, my jaw dropped. On a specially designed bar, scantily clad or naked women were performing all kinds of erotic tricks. I now understood their banana trademark. One girl was sucking a banana as if it were a hard cock, another actually slid the fruit in and out of her cunt. Still another lay with her legs splayed obscenely, and a customer was eating the banana stuffed in her pussy. What would happen, I wondered, when the banana sticking out was consumed? We sat at the bar and gaped like the tourists we were. "This is really nasty, Martin," Marilyn whispered. "I like nasty." She pulled my hand under her dress, and I discovered she had not put her panties back on. Her pussy literally dripped. "Your fingers are nice," she said, "better than a banana. Now a cucumber, that would be a different matter altogether." She giggled. We watched and sipped our drinks. One of the ladies spied us, couples were rare, and wriggled over in front of us. Soon a banana poked out of her pussy, and she offered me a bite. I glanced at Marilyn. She giggled her night for the giggles. "Go ahead. If you don't, I will." I leaned forward, grasped and fondled both of the girls' lovely breasts while I dipped my head to nibble on the banana. I would never eat another banana again without thinking of that moment. "Vivienne," I sat back, I said to Marilyn, "Your turn." Without hesitation, she slid her hands down the inside of the girl's shapely thighs and sucked at the banana. A small crowd gathered, and Marilyn took another bite. With no more banana to chew, my lover licked the girl's cunt from the bottom of the crease to the top, glanced up, and when girl didn't object, repeated the lick a few more times. Cheers erupted, and we were asked to leave. We exited in high spirits, laughing and clutching each other. Back in the limo, Marilyn pressed the button on the privacy screen, and was soon astride me with my cock inside her. She kissed me. "You taste like a banana," I said. She giggled and ratcheted her hips, creating a full stroke as she fucked me. "Do you? Geez, I may never eat another banana as long as I live." "Will, but only if it's firmly planted in your pussy. Now, that's a thought." She pulled out the Tarzan vibrator and studied it briefly while she continued to move on my cock. She pushed the button that opened the speaker system. "Driver, on the way back to the hotel, stop at a shop that sells batteries. I need 4 AAS. You go inside to buy them. We're busy." "Yes, ma'am," the driver said. "Now fuck me, Martin. I'm doing all the work." "Turn off the speakers," I said. She giggled again and pushed the button. "You left the speakers open on purpose." Some more giggles, and her hips took off. I fucked her back. She climaxed a few minutes later. I decided to wait. I believed I only had one orgasm left in me for the night, and my lover was just getting started. "I thought you planned to use Tarzan only when I was away. From the look I got of Tarzan, you won't need me." The vibrator contained not only a fake cock but also a butt plug and another appendage that obviously stimulated the clitoris. Not to worry. I have a spot for you, and 2 places for Tarzan. She did, too. And I surprised myself. I had 2 orgasms left in me, not 1. We joined the Mile High Club between Schiphol and Heathrow, and in the restroom of the Concorde received our second set of wings. It was a close fit, both the restroom and my lover's succulent pussy. Tarzan had done it no harm. Chapter 25. Robert arranged for a limo to meet us when we landed in New York City from the London leg of the trip. The big man was strenuously pulling himself from the back of a cab as the limo pulled up in front of the Marriott Marquis on Broadway. A red paisley handkerchief mopped his brow. He hugged Marilyn and shook my hand. The big man pulled open a wide side door while Marilyn and I moved through the revolving door to enter the hotel. He probably thought he would get stuck in the smaller revolving door. I agreed with his assessment. "Your suite or mine?" he asked. "Jill is in yours. Mine is fine. I want Jill to bring me up to date on the boy." "How is she doing?" "She's a different person, Martin. I don't know what you did for her, but you should bottle it and sell it." "Good. She needs to become involved in Monarch again. I have a big job for her, one I know she will be happy with." Marilyn had checked us in while Robert and I chatted, and the 3 of us stepped into the elevator. Jill rose gracefully as we entered the suite. As usual, her beauty took my breath away. She moved into my arms and kissed me thoroughly. Curiously, her best effort didn't produce an erection. She smiled sardonically and turned to Marilyn. "I see you've taken good care of Martin." "Good for you. He needs someone to take care of him." Jill then proceeded to kiss Marilyn with enthusiasm. Marilyn gave as well as she received. Our luggage arrived and the 4 of us settled on sofas in the suite's living room. "How's the boy?" I asked physically. "He's healing. It will take a long time for him to heal mentally, if ever. But I've arranged the best care I could find for him." "I know you have, Jill. Is the boy taking much of your time?" "No. He's in the hands of professionals. I'm available and ready to help again. You, Robert and Marilyn, are the professionals in what you do." She smiled. "And happily, you're my professionals. I'll not question your motives or your methods again." "Good, because I have a big job for you involving the kids." I grinned. "It will be expensive. Can you afford it?" "Of course. I'm a rich bitch. After all, money is just money." "The job?" "I'm becoming concerned about the kids that hate French and the Ables. We need to remove them from the New York City area and transplant them into a new environment. Strangely, I believe the trip you suggested to Disneyland and other venues in the area that kids enjoy is a perfect solution. You'll need to keep them busy for a week or 2, and they'll need to be chaperoned. Use professionals, child psychologists, whatever. Let them have some well-deserved fun, and then help those who will accept your help by getting them counseling and finding a place for them to live. Sadly, I suspect most of them will refuse your offer. The job won't be easy because these kids are street smart and rough. They're prostitutes, drug dealers and thieves, and they don't trust adults. Add the fact that we'll need to snatch them from the street without their permission, and you'll have over a dozen tigers by the tail. Do you still want the job?" Jill's gorgeous green eyes literally shined. "If you give the job to someone else, I'll scratch your eyes out." "Jill," Robert said. "I'm not rich, but remember I'm chipping in on the Disney trip. I want to help those kids more than I want to put your ex behind bars. We already organized a foundation to help traumatized kids, Robert. It accepts any and all donations." She smiled proudly. "I can't think of a better cause." Make a one-time donation, Jill," I said and pulled out my checkbook. "What is the name of the foundation?" She told me. I scribbled the name and handed her the check. I stress, This is a one-time donation, so tell whomever you've hired to run the foundation not to bug me. I hate being badgered to donate money to worthy causes. She glanced at the amount and suddenly looked stunned. Martin, I can't, you just told Robert you accept any and all donations. I expect you to save a few young lives with that donation. I don't want it eaten up in administrative expenses like most of the charities involved in United Way. She grinned. I promise, Martin. I turned to Robert. Tell me about your trip into French's studio. He pulled a file from his stuffed beyond full briefcase, studied it a few seconds and put it aside. We successfully circumvented the alarm and entered the studio at 2 a.m. Harry studied the safe. He thinks he can open it without drilling or using explosives, but will be prepared for whatever it takes the night we take French down. The camera we focused on a computer monitor gave us the password to his computer, so we were able to copy all the data files onto a zip drive. Harry easily opened his desk and the filing cabinets and relocked them when we were finished. We digitally scanned a few hundred pages of various documents. We don't yet have the data from the computer or the scanned documents transcribed, collated, and summarized. It'll be Monday or Tuesday before we are finished, Martin. We put everything back as we found it, reset the alarm and were gone by 4:00 a.m. How much time will we need the night we take French down? 4 hours at the outside, but we'll go in earlier, say midnight. Frankly, Martin, I don't see a problem unless we have trouble with the safe. Do me a favor, I said to Robert. Put a high priority on the data from the computer and his files for information of L1T bank accounts and safe deposit boxes. You've got it, boss, Robert replied. Have you found an actor that looks a little like French, one we can trust? Yes, and by midweek he will be able to sign French's name better than French. I chuckled and nodded. I'll have the drugs Wednesday. We can take French down any time after that. I dialed Ruth and put her on the speaker. Ruth, it's Martin. Welcome back to the good 01 US of A, bro. How was your flight? Fine, but it's good to be on the ground again. For a man who hates to fly, we had more than my share of air miles lately. I'm sitting here with Marilyn, Robert, and Jill. Can you give us the status on French's systems? Sure. His systems are a mess. The wings we fluttered are creating increasingly more dramatic results. Frankly, I've had to alter some conditions to slow the process down. French's legitimate business is in complete disarray. Modeling agencies he has used for years now refuse to provide him models. Many of the magazine editors won't even talk to him. Both the agencies and the editors feel like he has lied to them, not once but many times. 7 lawsuits have been filed, and French's bluster hasn't helped his situation. He's so frustrated with the current situation, he constantly screams at and curses the people around him. He has fired a few employees. Others have quit. And the personal services the man has relied on for years have fallen completely apart. Dry cleaners, restaurants, mechanics, office supply vendors, photographic equipment, and supply houses, almost all of the vendors he used in the past now refuse to serve him. Does he suspect someone is behind the serious alterations to his lifestyle? I asked. Perhaps, but he doesn't have any real evidence. For the most part, one call to a person involved in one of his systems did the trick, and the disinformation we created took on a life of its own, as you predicted. If an initial condition required adjustment, we varied the source and the approach. For example, I called an editor the first day we placed calls and made some promises French couldn't keep, but French was able to make peace with her. I sicked Roy on the editor. Roy played the part of a drug enforcement agent. The editor now suspects French is not only a heavy drug user but also a drug dealer. Ecstasy was mentioned. Mad about his illegal business? I asked. Again, as you and Marilyn predicted, Ruth said, with his legitimate business in the toilet, he made attempts to accelerate kiddie porn production and sales. However, with most every aspect of his life falling apart, he's too distracted to make any real progress. With the exception of his recruitment practices, we've been careful not to seriously disrupt that part of French's life. Instead of disinformation, we used direct intervention with his recruitment systems. French has only been able to recruit one kid since we started, the little boy you are helping, Jill. Most of our activities regarding his illegitimate business have been directed towards intelligence gathering. We know much more now than when we started. The telephone taps and bugging devices have produced most of the information you felt we would need. Tell me about your progress with Abel's systems. We began fluttering wings to disrupt Abel's systems a few days after we started the same effort with French, but frankly, we have disrupted his systems even more than French's. Because Abel's legitimate business is nothing but a front for his illegal activity, we concentrated on disrupting his distribution system for pornography. At this point, most of his illegal contacts will not do business with him. As you suggested, we put out the word that Abel was getting heavy into dealing drugs and was thinking about getting out of the porno business. When he's arrested with drugs in his possession, no one will be surprised. Mad about his personal services vendors? I asked. Those systems are falling apart, but are not as drastic as those of French and Perini. We fluttered our wings once and never followed through. We don't have feedback on our results. You made tiny changes to the man's initial conditions, Ruth. Trust me. They will have grown in intensity as if they had a life of their own. Actually, according to chaos theory, they do have a life of their own. Ruth, you've done a marvelous job. It's Saturday. Can you move your butterfly team to New York tomorrow? We need you here and operational by Monday. Certainly. Will it be safe for Christy? She'd love to come with us. Bring her. In fact, her job isn't finished yet. And you will need more callers for one day only, the day after Abel and French are arrested. Marilyn will work with you to recruit them. Have 4 experienced callers on hold, Ruth. We'll talk about them when you arrive tomorrow, Marilyn said. Thanks, Ruth, I said. I'll let you go. With this sudden move to New York, I know you have lots to do. Give Christy a kiss for me. My sister said goodnight and I hung up the phone. This operation is coming down to the end game quicker than I anticipated. Robert, huddle with Jill later and determine when we can extract the street kids. Tomorrow would suit me fine, but I know that might not be possible. Jill, when do you estimate you will be ready to take them from the streets and transport them to California? Monday late at the earliest, but most likely Tuesday. I'll do my best. Good, because your ex and Abel will be arrested this week. Jill's mouth dropped. That's marvelous, Martin. You're a wizard. Mad about Abel's wife? Robert asked. She's worse than her husband, much worse. I believe if we had not removed the boy from her grasp, she would have killed him. She's a sick fuck of the worst kind, Martin. Jill said, I agree. Karen Abel must be taken down along with her husband and French. Can you use drugs to frame her? Yes, but I would rather take her down using her perversion, not drugs. I feel the same about the woman. I promise, she won't be left unscathed. I yawned. Folks, I love you, one and all, but I'm wiped. Jetlag. Let's meet again in the morning. Robert pulled a thick file from his briefcase. This should put you to sleep, boss. It's the information you asked for about the members of Abel and French's pedo NNG. I yawned again. Thanks, Robert. I'll review it in the morning. I stood up, told everyone good night and staggered off to bed. Chapter 26. Wake up, sleepyhead, Marilyn said. My eyes fluttered open. What? It's time to get up. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day. I smiled. You're beautiful. I like the outfit. She wore a pair of shorts and a running bra. Diana used to wear similar outfits when she ran with me each morning. Thanks, lover. It's time for your morning jog. You haven't been running. You're going to get flabby. She giggled. If you get a pot belly, I might stop loving you. Can't let that happen, I said as I rolled my feet to the floor. I was taking a leak when Marilyn stepped into the bathroom carrying a cup of coffee. She watched me. I finished, shook off the last few drops and turned to her. Efficient, she said. Men have a better design for peeing than women. She handed me the coffee. I sipped. Ah, but women have superior orgasms. She chuckled. True. Yin and yang. She gazed at my flaccid cock, licked her lips and shook her head. Later, she said out loud, more to herself than to me. Her gaze rose to my eyes. Get dressed. I've wanted to exercise in Central Park for years. I run 3 miles, I said, dubious she could last the course. I can double that on a good day, she replied. But since it's our first time together, I'll baby you along. Ha! We'll see who babies who. A cab dropped us off at the park at 77th Street on the west side. Marilyn carried a bag with her, which seemed strange to me. We jogged into the park until we reached the running paths, at which time Marilyn promptly plunked herself down on a park bench. Tired already? I teased. She smiled and opened her bag. Nope. You run, I skate. She pulled out a pair of roller blades. No fair, I said. Yin and yang. You keep trim your way, I'll do the same my way. I spent the rest of my morning run watching my lover wiggled her cute little butt as she zigzagged through the cones set up for skaters. The skaters outnumbered runners 10 to 1. She wasn't as accomplished as some, but she held her own. I huffed along, made my 3 miles, and collapsed on a bench where I watched Marilyn do her version of roller boogie with a good-looking teenager. A sign informed me we were in a part of the park called Dance Circle. My lover more than doubled my 3 miles that morning. She would move way ahead of me and return, skate around me as I ran, pat me on my butt and encourage me to hang in there. I never had so much fun on my morning run before. We returned to where Marilyn had hidden her bag with her running shoes in the bushes. Surprisingly, the bag was still there. Back at the suite, we made love before we showered. I licked at her sweat, tasted her pungent flavors. Yes, eat me, she said when I licked up through her crease. Eat me until I come. She climaxed quickly on my lips and tongue. Your turn, she said when she recovered. I want to taste you when you're sweaty, too. Well, fuck later, maybe after lunch. Right now I just want to suck you off, okay? Without waiting for an answer, she me into her mouth and soon coaxed an orgasm from me. We showered and dressed, kissed each other and moved to Robert's suite, the control center for the operation, ready to fight the worthy battle against the bad guys. Jill and Robert were huddled when we entered. Marilyn picked up a house phone and verified the reservation she had made the previous night to take the rest of the floor for our team. Robert commented, Martin, I can't figure out how to snatch the street kids. They are scattered, some sleep on the street, others crash in rooms, but rarely the same room. Some I can take because they work the same corner each day to peddle their drugs or sell their bodies. And once I start picking them up, I suspect they'll scatter even more. Jill, will you be ready to transport them to California tomorrow night? I think so. Transportation isn't the problem. I can charter a plane, but I'm having a difficult time gathering the professionals I need to travel with the kids on such short notice. Have you spoken with Sherry? Yes, and she's been very helpful, but do you have any professionals lined up at all? Yes, 2, but I'd feel more comfortable with a better ratio of kids assigned to each professional. I have a friend, a police officer in Phoenix. He belongs to a group who takes incorrigible kids through a camp, sort of a tough love approach. You need professionals, but a few men like my friend might be needed to keep the kids in line. Will he help? Let's find out. Marilyn, please look up Grant Thompson in my friend's file for me. I need his phone number. She was working on her computer when I asked for her help, so she merely toggled a few keys and gave me the number. I dialed and talked to the man. After explaining the circumstances, he committed 4 men, including himself, to herd the kids around once they reached California. I turned the phone over to Jill, and the two of them discussed details. While they talked, I poured another cup of coffee. I sipped and watched Marilyn. She noticed me watching her, smiled a loving smile and returned to her labors. I was head over heels in love with her, I realized at that moment, but the best part about the self-confession was the lack of guilt about being unfaithful to my dead wife. You're making real progress, buddy, I told myself. You just might rejoin the human race after all. I would always love Diana, but knowing her as I did, she would want me to find a new love. Jill finished her conversation and said, Grant will be a big help, Martin. With his involvement, we can transport the kids tomorrow night. That doesn't solve my problem, Robert said. They're still scattered from hell to breakfast. I laughed and he looked at me quizzically. Your expression cracked me up, Robert. Oh, he said simply and smiled with me. Matt, we need is a party, or something, that will gather them all in one place. Let's ask our resident expert for her advice. I dialed Ruth's number. Good morning, Martin. We're busy packing things. We should be in New York City by 5 tonight. Great, Ruth, that's better than I anticipated. Is Christy around? We need her advice. Ruth put her daughter on the line. Hi, Uncle M, Christy said. Hello, sweetheart. Did you finish talking to all the kids again? 3 more slid over into the against column from the neutral column when I brought up Frank and Karen Abel. Only 2 of the total of 32 are for both the Abels and French. 14 are neutral, and 16 are against. The Abels are bad people, Uncle M. They sure are. Christy, we have a problem maybe you can help us solve. We need to get the kids who are against the bad guys all in one place tomorrow night so we can gather them up at one time. We will be taking them on a trip to Disneyland in California, as well as Universal Studios, Knott's Berry Farm, the sandy beaches, you know, all the fun places. And when the fun is over we'll offer them counseling and help them find a place to live. Cool, Uncle M. They'll have fun at Disneyland and the other places, but I don't think very many of them will let you help them afterwards. None of them trust adults at all, and most of them are used to taking care of themselves. I understand, sweetheart, but still we must try. Do you have any ideas about how we can get them together? Well, there's this one girl, Marcy is her name. She's sort of a leader. Maybe I can talk with her and get her to bring them together. They wouldn't listen to me. What reason would you give her to bring them together? I'd tell her what you just told me. She's pretty smart. Of all the kids I've talked to, she's probably the only one who would understand what you're trying to do. If I tried to fool her, she'd know in a flash. Can you get her to talk to me or Jill? Jill, maybe. Not you. She doesn't like men, period. How old is she? 12. French helped her 2 years ago when she ran away from home. She liked French at first. He paid her for modeling and didn't hurt her when he had sex with her. Then he turned her over to the Abels. Now she hates French, as well. Of all the kids, I think she might take you up on your offer for help, but you would have to be straight with her, no lies. She would need to know the real reason you want to help the kids. Like I said, she's smart. You're coming to New York this afternoon. Do you think you can talk her into meeting with you and Jill tonight? She would meet with me. I don't know about Jill. Sweetheart, I won't let you meet with her alone. If she won't meet with both of you, I'll call the trip off, and we'll take our chances the kids will maintain their silence until after French and Abel are arrested. I'll try. She won't do this without getting something for her effort, Uncle M. That's the way she thinks. What will she ask for? Money. But don't use money to open your discussions with her. Let her ask for it, and don't give her too much, or you'll scare her away. You're pretty smart, yourself, pretty niece of mine. I love you to pieces. I'm going to turn you over to Jill now. You tell her everything you know about Marcy and the rest of the kids. The two of you decide how you want to handle everything. We said our goodbyes and I gave Jill the phone. Chapter 27 VV While Jill talked with Christy, I scanned the thick file Robert had given me the previous night. The file listed known members of the pedophiles French and Abel were known to do business with. Some were more involved than others, but all were pedophiles. They were listed alphabetically with addresses, telephone numbers, and other details. I was more interested in the degree of the involvement each had in the loosely knit organization we called a pedo ring than in their name as it fell in the alphabet. The list included over 300 entries. I motioned to Marilyn to have her join me. When she sat next to me with a big smile, I handed her the file and explained its contents. The list is currently alphabetical. It would be more usable if it were sorted by level of involvement. We've gone to a lot of trouble to put French and Abel behind bars, but a few of the individuals on this list will step into the leadership vacuum created when we take the pair down, and the kiddie porn and white slavery business will survive the downfall of its current leaders. If we can isolate the potential new leaders, we can stop them. Robert, I'm sure, has the digital file of this list on his computer or can get his hands on it. Create a database from the digital file and sort it by the degree of involvement. We'll target those most involved for special treatment, and turn the rest of them over to the authorities at the appropriate time. She glanced at the file and said, "No problem. I can probably write a query to suck the digital file directly into a database. It should take only a few minutes once I have the digital copy." Yes, except another table for the database will be required, which will entail more research. We need the police authority with jurisdiction over each name and address in the file. We'll want the name of each police force, the department within the organization that deals with crimes against children, a specific investigator's name, if possible, and a telephone number. The reason we're bringing in additional operators for the call center for one day relates to this list, Marilyn. The day after Abel and French are arrested, I want to tell the police authority about the pedophile in their jurisdiction and give them enough detail so they will take the anonymous tip seriously. I want as many of the names as possible ultimately arrested for their illegal activities. If the police don't react, we'll give the information to the local press. Boss, Robert said behind me. I turned toward the sound. He had a piece of paper in his huge hand. The folks I had organizing the data we took from French's studio on Friday just called. French has 3 bank accounts and 2 safe deposit boxes. The 3 accounts include his personal account, an account under an alias for his kiddie porn racket and a business account for his legit photo biz. The safe deposit boxes are both in his name. I have all relevant data like names of banks, account numbers, and so forth. That's one more safe deposit box than we thought. When you downloaded the data from the computers, did you acquire his bookkeeping records? Yes, both for his legit biz and his porn racket. Have your people work with Vera to determine if they can find the money Jill gave him. Jill said it was almost $1 million. In fact, before you talk to your people, talk to Jill and get the exact amount, dates, how she paid him, like cash or check, whatever. I'll bet you $1 to a donut a chunk of the money he extracted from Jill is in one of the safe deposit boxes, or in the safe. If I were to guess which one, I'd guess the box. The big man grinned. I won't take that bet, boss. and I sure would like a donut right now, but I promised the little lady not to eat any more sweet things. Got to hold down the weight, you know. I sure do miss them. I asked him to join Marilyn and me and told him what we needed for the database to make our calls the day after Abel and French were arrested. Getting all the info on the police authorities will take some time, boss. I know, and we're in the end game, so we don't have much time. Do the best you can. Hire more investigators, if needed. Yeah, this is important. That's why I had the file compiled. These fuckers need to go down, too. Ruth and her troops arrived at the hotel at 6 that afternoon. Jill and Christy hustled off to meet with Marcy, the girl Christy believed could get the kids in one place the next night. Marcy had agreed to talk with Jill but only if Christy were present. Jill left the hotel in her disguise, but planned to remove the disguise just before her meeting. I chuckled when I saw Jill in her little old lady getup. Doc Hanley's disguise expert had exceeded all expectations. Ruth wasn't pleased. She didn't want her daughter on the streets of New York meeting with a 12-year-old hooker/drug dealer. 2 hours later, Jill and Christy returned, unscathed, and Ruth calmed down. Marcy had agreed to assemble the kids to discuss getting even with French and the Abels. In fact, Jill told me the girl had tentatively talked with some of the kids about such a meeting before we raised the issue, but no date had been set. My concerns that the kids could blow the whistle on French before we were ready proved to be real. Later that evening, the 4 new callers arrived, bringing the butterfly team to 8, including Ruth and Roy, and we settled them into rooms on a lower floor. Marilyn and I moved to a suite, and Ruth and Christy occupied our old rooms along with Jill for one night in the 2-bedroom suite. After Jill left, Christy could enjoy her own bedroom. Roy and Vera took another 1-bedroom suite, and Robert's 2-bedroom suite became command center. Earlier that day, for a hefty price, the hotel cooperated and set up the extra bedroom in Robert's suite as an office with a whiteboard, a desk, and a conference table. The living room was divided with movable partitions to create a call center with 8 stations. The multi-talented Marilyn somehow made those arrangements. We were ready for the end game. Basically, the next day gave me only busy work. There comes a moment in an operation like this where I'm not needed much if I've done my job properly up to that time. The operation takes on life of its own and moves forward as planned. That morning, Ruth gathered her callers. I suggested she take another swipe at Perini and hit all his initial conditions one more time. I also wanted to push the drug dealing issue with both Abel and French. The 2 men were not dealing drugs, and my calculations suggested the disinformation wouldn't bite us before we were ready. After conferring briefly with me, Ruth put everyone to work and managed the process with a light touch that proved to be astonishingly effective. Her callers both liked and respected her, and most importantly, followed her directions. My sister was an excellent leader. I conferred with Robert, and after reviewing the possibilities, we made an educated guess as to the attorneys French and Abel would hire when they were arrested, and Robert started to gather information we could use on each of them to disrupt their professional and personal lives should we fail in our efforts to sequester Abel and French until their bail was revoked. Robert provided me a file on 7 websites that displayed French's kiddie porn for a fee. French owned and operated 3 of them. Abel's 3 sites not only included French's kiddie porn but also every other type or pornography. They were large sites, and made serious money for the sick son of a bitch. A man in Miami operated the 7th site. I compared the Miami man's name to the list Marilyn had reorganized into a database. Ted Gantry occupied the top of the list. We had isolated the heir apparent to Abel and French's sick business. I told Robert to put together an abbreviated dossier on Gantry right away. I wanted Ruth and her troops to start fluttering wings with his systems the next day, if possible. Later that evening, while waiting to hear from Robert and Jill about what happened when they grabbed the 16 kids, I called Mikey. To test the hacker's virus, I gave him the 7 addresses of the sites on the internet and told him to burn them down, but not to take them down again until I gave him the go-ahead. The next time, he was to take them down and keep them down. I checked an hour later. Little Nasty had done its job. "Matt, are you giggling about?" Marilyn asked me. I told her about Little Nasty. She smiled. Obviously, she didn't find the situation nearly as comical as I yin and yang. My cell phone rang. Jill was calling. "Martin, we have all 16 of them on the airplane. They are unhappy and fearful. They don't believe they're going to Disneyland. They all know friends who have disappeared before, never to be seen again." "Did any of them get violent?" "Yes, one boy and one girl. Both are currently sedated. 4 of Robert's operatives are flying to California with me to maintain order until your tough love friend meets us with his troops when we land. Robert's men will turn around and return immediately. I hope their absence doesn't hurt the operation. We'll get by. Help the children have some fun, Jill. And then help as many as possible become kids again. Marcy wants our help. If we can save just one of them, it makes it all worthwhile." "I agree, keep me informed." "Good night, Jill. You're doing a great job." A pounding on my door the next morning brought me awake. Marilyn and I were still in bed. Robert was at my door. I let him in expecting an emergency. Instead, he wore a broad smile on his large face. "Sorry to wake you, boss," he said, "but I thought you would want to know right away. I just reviewed the transcripts from last night's surveillance. French is flying to Miami to meet with Ted Gantry, the heir apparent to the porno racket we discussed yesterday. Gantry has located a little girl they plan to snatch on Friday morning. French is flying down to Miami Thursday night. Even better, Abel has decided to dump French and pull Gantry up in the organization, so he's flying to Miami as well, except on an earlier flight." I smiled. "And the drugs will arrive tomorrow. The timing is perfect, Robert. I'm glad you pounded on my door. We'll take Abel and French down on Thursday night?" His grin widened and he nodded. Fat rolled and I wanted to hug the man, but didn't know where to start the hug on his huge body, so I ignored the urge. Chapter 28 Wednesday morning, Christy joined Marilyn and me in Central Park. The day before, Marilyn had taken my niece shopping and bought her a pair of roller blades. The two alighted from the taxi with the skates on their feet, no bag to hide. I watched 2 cute little butts wiggle, instead of one, as they squirmed in and out of the cones placed to test the skaters' skills. I had a grand time. Marilyn was turning the drudge of my morning run into a joy. Christy was nearly as adept on the skates as Marilyn. At dance circle, my imp of a niece picked up the roller boogie with little effort, and soon captured the heart of a youngster who twisted his stuff while she wiggled hers. Marilyn, after cutting a rug with a male Adonis, sat with me and watched Christy boogie. "She is a tease," Marilyn said, grinning. "Look at her strut. She's going to turn the boys every way but loose when she gets a little older." "Looks to me like she's already doing that," I said. Marilyn and I showered together when we returned to the hotel. I tossed the washcloth aside. Soaping my lover with bare hands increased the fun and our arousal. We tumbled onto our bed without drying off. At first, we slipped and slid, but as we air dried, we started to stick to each other. I rolled over and Marilyn straddled me. With less surface contact, our coupling proceeded smoothly. She rode me with a grin on her face. "Matt, are you grinning about?" I asked and groaned when her pussy nibbled at the entire length of my shaft. "I lent Tarzan to Ruth last night. When you see her this morning, beat on your chest and give her a Tarzan yell." She chuckled. "No, don't do that, don't please. She would be so embarrassed." Vivienne, I told her about my new toy. I could see she wanted to try it, but she seemed hesitant to ask, embarrassed perhaps. Last night, I took it to her room in a plain, brown bag. When she pulled it out, she gasped and said, My God, Marilyn, the damn thing does everything. Try it, you'll like, I told her. I can't wait to get her reaction this morning. I groaned again and pulled her down as I humped my hips up at her. You're imagining your sister playing with Tarzan, aren't you? Ah, huh, I mumbled and thrust fully inside her, my cock throbbing with need. I bet you'd like to see her with her legs spread wide with Tarzan filling both of her holes and vibrating her clit at the same time. And she would like that, too. With her eyes on yours, she'd push the vibrator control up a notch and just hang. Marilyn's hips took off as her orgasm hit her. I climaxed at the same time. She was still moving, still having contractions when I finished, but another vision of Ruth stuffed full of Tarzan caused me to have a small aftershock. Oblivious to the cause of the additional squirt of semen, Marilyn nonetheless appreciated it. As we were dressing, I said, Marilyn, I know you're convinced that Ruth and I will fuck each other someday. Neither of us would ever step over that line, and not because of the incest taboo. Neither of us gives a tinker's damn about the incest. We don't fuck each other because both of us enjoy our incestuous fantasies too much to ruin the dreams by turning them into reality. Frankly, we've had hundreds of opportunities over the years, private occasions when both of us were aroused. A few of those times we were both naked. I was hard and she was wet, and still we resisted the temptation. Our fantasies are just too damned much fun and arousing to lose them. We watched her with lovers. She's watched me with some of mine. We've shared lovers because she also enjoys women. Diana was one of them, and you know about Jill. When we were young, one day I entered her room while she was masturbating. She didn't stop and I watched her until she climaxed. Then I pulled out my cock and masturbated in front of her. When I climaxed, my semen splashed on her naked body. She rubbed her fingers in my cum, used it for a lubricant and started to rub her cunt again. I sat on the bed and fondled her breasts while she continued to masturbate. Soon we were side by side kissing and touching each other. My cock was sliding through the crease of her cunt. We were both extremely aroused. I asked her if she wanted to fuck me. She told me she wanted to fuck me more than she had ever wanted to fuck anybody, but surprisingly, Marilyn, I understood. We lay on her bed holding each other, both close to an orgasm. She only needed to hump her hips up and then back down and my cock would have entered her cunt. I only needed to rear back and slide down a little and I would have slipped inside her. Each of us wanted the other desperately. But we talked that day. We talked about the incest taboo, how we both felt the taboo had nothing to do with our reticence to consummate our desires. However, they had a lot to do with our fantasies. We discussed our fantasies, how important they had become to each of us, how we cherished them. We made a pact that day many years ago that we would never consummate our desires, that we would do everything and anything to keep our desires at a peak, except fuck. We enjoy the constant sexual tension between us, and we share that tension with others. The belief by others that we will someday fuck each other enhances our fantasies and makes them more exciting. I'm telling you this because I love you. I've told only one other person about the pact, and that was Diana. I told her because I loved her and didn't want her to misunderstand the relationship between Ruth and me. Ruth and I will continue to tease each other, will continue to put ourselves in precarious situations to intensify our desire for each other, but we will never fuck each other. Maybe, maybe not. Pact or no pact, I still believe someday when neither of you expect it, you'll fuck each other, Marilyn said. I chuckled. That's what Diana said, or words to that effect. And like you, she occasionally urged me to fuck my sister. Incest was one of Diana's favorite fantasies as well, and she vicariously lived my almost incestuous relationship with Ruth. Diana and I have a lot in common. Your story made me hotter than a forest fire. It will only take a minute or two. Will you please eat me, lover? I laughed and dived in. Ruth blushed when Marilyn and I entered the command center. The two women huddled, and Ruth blushed deeper, but throughout, she wore a wide smile. They giggled together, and once Ruth looked toward me. She stuck her tongue out in defiance and grinned. At noon, Robert informed me the drugs had arrived at the place we designated. Some of the ecstasy tablets were tested randomly for purity, and then we waited to be certain the gendarmes didn't break down the doors, but not the doors in the suite. I never would have accepted possession of the drugs in person with those I loved around me. When it appeared the drug buy was successful, I told Vera to transfer the final payment. Robert moved the insertion team into the hotel. I met with them and discussed the details. We all used aliases for the meeting. I had to bite my lip when I saw Harry Masters, our safecracker. Harry wore false teeth, both upper and lower jaws, but he only wore them when eating. He smiled at me and looked like the guy in the sour beer commercial. Our video surveillance had produced 2 of the numbers used for the combination to French's safe. Harry believed he could open it without drilling and blowing. I preferred that approach because it was safer. The noise of an explosion could attract attention. We believed Karen Abel would go to Miami to meet with her husband and help him make bail on Friday. When she left, we planned to go into the Abel residence and take it apart. I wanted irrefutable evidence that would put the woman behind bars for her perversions. I reviewed with Ruth the calls her team would make to police forces around the country on Friday. I checked with Robert about the actor who would open and empty French's safe deposit box. I went over the details of the safe houses where we would sequester Abel and French until a bench warrant was issued for their arrest and their bail revoked. I went over until I noticed I wasn't accomplishing anything but getting on everyone's nerves, so I gave up and went down to the hotel bar. Marilyn joined me a short time later. "That's the problem, lover," she teased. "Don't you feel needed anymore?" Just like Diana, I thought and smiled. Marilyn reads my moods well. Actually, it isn't a problem. If I do my job correctly, I shouldn't be needed during the endgame. How do you wind down from an operation like this one? I laughed. Usually, I just go back to my day job, but I was thinking before you arrived that I might resign from the day job. I don't need the money, and I'm tired of campus politics. I think I'll make my avocation my profession and quit pretending to be a professor. I want to finish my doctorate, Martin. You should. A person should do what he or she wants to do. Usually the hustle and bustle of everyday living disallows the fulfillment of simple desires, let alone the big ones. I enjoy helping unusual individuals who have thumbed their noses at the hustle and bustle and try to achieve a dream. Follow your dream, Marilyn. "Matt, if you are my dream," she said softly. "Then you've achieved your dream. You have me. I'm in love with you. This exercise is ending earlier than either of us expected. Do you need to rush back to the university?" She grinned. "What do you have in mind?" "Helping you achieve another dream or 2. Have you ever been to Paris?" Her eyes lit up. "How did you know?" The Louvre comes to mind when the word, art, is spoken. Let's spend a few days in those hallowed halls, and you can give me a lesson in art history. Her smile brightened the dimly lit bar. To hell with the doctorate plan for a few more days. I'll catch up later. When can we go, Martin? Next Tuesday. Robert, Ruth, and Vera can mop up this operation. I'm out of here on Sunday. A day in Phoenix to shuffle through the junk mail and water the cactus, and we can leave the next day. Are you game? Yes. 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 Everyone in the bar looked at us. I believe they thought she was in the throes of an orgasm. I decided to see if they were correct, so I slipped my hand under the tablecloth and up under her skirt. They were wrong. She was wet, but she didn't have an orgasm for about 10 minutes. That time, no one noticed but me and Marilyn, of course. Shortly, she jumped up and dragged me to our room to try to get even. Naturally, given the differences in the male and female orgasmic abilities, getting even wasn't possible. I did appreciate that she tried, though. On Thursday afternoon, we received a surprise. Martin, Gantry jumped the gun and has the little girl 8 years old, blonde and blue. When the sick fucks finish with her, they plan to sell her to another sick fuck in Japan. Abel needs the money. Robert was seriously agitated. That's not good at all, I said. Do you have an extraction team you can send to Miami? Not one with an experienced leader. I'll have to go. I need you here, Robert. You're like a right arm. Now isn't the time to amputate. We thought about this, boss. Give me a listen. Harry can lead the team we send into French's studio. I can run the drug planting operation by phone. That's how I plan to do it anyway. I'll go down to Miami, get that little girl, and be back here before we're finished at the studio at 4 a.m. I call Jill. She's meeting me in Miami at 8 o'clock this evening, and she will take the little girl off my hands as soon as I can get to her, and I'll hop the next plane back up here. With a little luck, I might even be back before we enter the studio at midnight. I knew Robert had built up a real hatred for Abel, French, and their cronies and decided it would be healthy for the big man to get some of the anger out of his system before the operation wound down. Robert, what time does French's flight leave New York for Miami? 7 o'clock. And what time did you plan to extract the little girl? At 8. That's when Gantry would leave to pick up Abel. Abel is arriving in Miami earlier than French. Yes, I know. Let's do it this way. Make certain both French and Abel are in the air with the drugs planted in their luggage. Then go on in and get the little girl. Don't wait until Gantry leaves. You're not opposed to kicking a little butt on this. 1, are you, Robert? The big man grinned from ear to ear, quite a sight considering the width of his head. You've got it, boss. Just to be safe, I'll break his jaw so he can't talk, and maybe a few bones in his hands so he can't write. Don't kill the fucker, Robert. I don't want the gendarmes after you. I've already helped you once. I have a policy against helping someone twice. His grin disappeared and a serious look entered his face. I understand, boss. I won't kill the cocksucker, but when I get through with him, he'll wish he was dead. Christ. I've created a monster, I thought, but grinned. Get back here as soon as you can, big guy. I need my right arm. I feel lost without it. And keep me informed. You've got it, boss. He spun gracefully on his heels and left. I don't believe I had ever seen Robert move gracefully before. I stood with my mouth agape, shocked by the sight of the big man with a spring in his step. I didn't envy Gantry, but then the sick fuck deserved every broken bone Robert would inflict. Ruth walked up to me. What's with Robert? He's so tickled he nearly skipped across the living room like a teeny bopper. I smiled. He's going to kick butt, I said and explained. Ruth didn't smile. Good for him, she said seriously. Excuse me, bro. I'm going to go ask Robert to kick the bastard in the nuts for me. She strode off purposefully. I had no doubt she would tell the big man her desire, and no doubt he would do just as she asked. Chapter 29. My cell phone rang. Yes, I said. The PRC Kayukt is in place. Competent checked the bag, a voice said and hung up. The end game had begun. The drugs had just been planted in Abel's bags. We waited. The phone rang again. The product is in place. Napoleon checked the bag. A different voice but with the same message, except the caller referred to French. I glanced at my wristwatch. Yes, I said, answering my cell phone. The bird is in the air. I nodded to Ruth. She dialed the DEA office in Miami on an untraceable cell phone. A device that altered her voice was attached to the mouthpiece. I could hear the phone ringing in Ruth's ear and mumblings when someone answered. Listen carefully and turn on your recorder if it isn't already running, Ruth said and waited a moment. Are you ready? Good. I'll tell you only once. She hesitated. I assumed the voice had asked her to identify herself. Mrs. Anonymous, Ruth said, flippantly. No more questions or I'll hang up. 2 men are carrying drugs to Miami tonight. The drugs are in their suitcases. A man named Frank Abel is aboard TYVA, Flight 479, arriving in Miami at 8:10 p.m. In his luggage, which he has checked, are approximately 45,000 tablets of ecstasy. The other man carrying drugs is named Evan French. French is aboard American Airlines, Flight 207, scheduled to arrive in Miami at 8:55 p.m. In his luggage, which he has checked, are approximately 45,000 tablets of ecstasy. Abel and French are trafficking in drugs and should be arrested and put behind bars. I repeat. Frank Abel, she spelled the names. T/A7A, Flight 479. 8:10 p.m. 45,000 tablets of ecstasy. Evan French, again, she spelled the names. American Airlines, Flight 207. 8:55 p.m. 45,000 tablets of ecstasy. The 2 men know each other and work together. Between the 2 of them, they have marketed over 1 million tablets of ecstasy over the last 3 months. Ruth hung up and smiled. 40 minutes later, my cell phone rang again. It was Robert. The blonde and blue has been extracted. The Miami connection is in the hospital and won't be meeting his leader. Tell the lady the nuts were cracked. We'll call when blonde and blue is with Nightingale. He hung up. Ruth, I said. Your wish was granted. Robert says the nuts were cracked. The little girl has been extracted. I believed she would smile. I was wrong. Ruth took her nut cracking seriously. 20 minutes later Robert called again. Jill and Sherry had picked up the little girl. Robert couldn't get a flight out of Miami until 10 o'clock, too late to lead the insertion team. We waited. Again my phone jangled. Competent is cuffed, the caller said and hung up. Abel has been arrested, I informed everyone. 9 o'clock came and went, and I started to get nervous. We should have received a call informing us of French's arrest. I paced and glanced frequently at my wristwatch. Finally my phone rang, I juggled it and it nearly squirted from my hands. Yes, I said when I gained control. Napoleon is cuffed. Everyone, French has been arrested, I announced. A cheer went up. The 2 bad guys had been taken down. I called Mikey, my hacker in Mesa, Arizona, and told him to burn down the websites and keep them down. Mikey laughed. Little Nasty is evolving and multiplying as we speak. My next chore was almost 3 hours away. I planned to join the insertion team after they were safely inside French's studio. I couldn't sit and wait that long and went to my suite. I actually tried to watch television but couldn't concentrate. Marilyn joined me, curled up next to me and kissed me, a nice distraction, but I wasn't interested in sex. Marilyn, wise to my moods, asked, "Do you like sculpture?" Yes. Rodin is my favorite. We sat and talked about art for roughly an hour, and then I became restless again. I stood and paced for a few minutes. Surprisingly, the phone in the suite rang. I picked up the receiver. Martin, it's Jill. How's the little girl? She's fine, just frightened. Gantry took a series of photos of her from fully clothed to naked, but other than that had not molested her. In Abel's hands, things would have changed. I'm happy Robert intervened so quickly. What's the status? Abel and French are under arrest, and Robert is en route to New York. I'm waiting, impatiently as usual. We'll enter the studio at midnight and will be finished in 4 hours or less. Where are you now? In a hotel suite in Miami. Sherry is with the girl. Rebecca, that's her name, ran away from home. She was living with her father. He wasn't sexually molesting her, but he gets violent when he drinks. She has some old bruises on her little body. Becky wants to be with her mother, but that won't work either. I had my people check out her mother. She's a drug addict and a prostitute. I've made arrangements for Becky to live in a private foster home, run by professionals. Sherry will take her there tomorrow. I'm flying back to California early in Themernme. How is that experiment working? It's too soon to tell, but the kids have all calmed down. After a day at Disneyland, we made believers out of them. Little Marcy is a doll. She's got them marching to our directions. When I say marching, I mean marching. Your tough love friend has them marching from their rooms to the bus, from the bus into Disneyland. Many of the kids are responding positively. Some remain distant, but we'll be able to help a few of them. Frankly, I'm encouraged. Are they having fun? Most of them. She chuckled. It's difficult for kids not to have fun at Disneyland, but some of these kids aren't kids, if you know what I mean. Jill and I talked 20 more minutes before she hung up. I glanced at my watch. Less than an hour to wait the home stretch. Marilyn left the suite while I was talking with Jill, so I was alone. I turned the television back on and flipped through the channels. Nothing. Marilyn returned with Christy in tow, and the three of us chatted for a while. Then Ruth arrived, looking for Christy, and I teased Ruth about Tarzan by beating on my chest. Christy looked at us as if we were batty. I had stopped watching the clock, and when I next looked at my watch, it was after midnight. My cell phone rang. "We're in," a voice said and hung up. "It's time for me to go to the studio," I said and pulled myself up and out of the chair. Before I could leave, Christy accosted me and demanded a kiss. "For luck," she said. When she finished her kiss, Ruth wanted a turn, and finally, Marilyn stepped into my arms. "Kisses are good things I'll call when I have news," I said and stepped from the room. A man let me into the studio. I couldn't his alias, no one used real names. He handed me a pair of surgical gloves, and I slipped them onto my hands. Harry Masters, a retired safecracker, had come out of retirement to help Robert take French down. The diminutive man looked at me when I entered the room and smiled. I almost laughed again when he flashed his sour beer commercial look at me. "Howdy, boss," he said with a Western drawl. No one in the studio knew my name, except Harry. He had been instructed to refer to me as boss, my alias. I looked around the room. The desk was empty. Someone had already accomplished that task. One man sat at a computer. He was copying data files onto a zip drive. When he finished that chore, he would reformat the hard drive. Two other computers in the studio would receive the same attention. Another man was pulling files from a cabinet. He glanced at the contents of each file and placed them in one of two piles on a desk. Another man shredded one of the piles, the one that contained files unrelated to our effort. The other pile would be boxed and delivered to our surveillance team headquarters as soon as we were finished, along with the disks from the zip drive and any other information relevant to the success of the operation. Like they did with the surveillance tapes and reports, Robert's operatives would organize the material, digitize it, and summarize it for our use, and then destroy the files and zip disks taken from the computer. We felt this second effort was necessary should the information we collect point to a situation that needed our attention. This same insertion team would enter the Able residence tomorrow under Robert's watchful eye, not mine. 15 minutes later, Harry waved at me and grinned. I giggled. I couldn't help it. His toothless face was a riot. Harry turned the handle on the safe. The door gaped wide. I stuck my head inside and methodically removed each item I found within. The albums, negatives and photos of Jill and all the kids French had abused took up over half the volume in the safe. One of the men shredded the documents after I looked it over. The bags of shredded material would be taken to an incinerator and burned immediately after we left the studio. The safe deposit box keys were on the top shelf of the safe. I put them in my pocket. On the second shelf, I came across a long list, about 30 typewritten pages with 3 columns to the page, of names, addresses, and phone numbers with annotations under each name. It took only a cursory glance to determine this was French's customer list. The annotations indicated the type of pornography each customer preferred. I folded this list and put it in my pocket as well. Robert arrived. I brought him up to date and left him to finish up. Back in my suite, I called Jill on the landline at her hotel in Miami. The negatives and photographs French was using to blackmail you have been shredded and will be put in an incinerator and burned within the hour, Jill. When we leave the studio tonight, the safe will be closed and locked with nothing inside. The filing cabinets will closed and locked, but empty, and his computers will open when turned on in the morning, but nothing will exist on the hard drives. Finally, his kiddie porn websites have been destroyed. And more importantly, he's under arrest and can't hurt any more children, Jill said. Thank you, Martin. I owe you. Yes, you owe me one free one. That's the deal. Chapter 30. I slept late the next morning. I showered, shaved, and dressed, skipped my run, and strode to the command center. Ruth and her callers were busy. She waved and smiled but continued to speak with the person on the other end of her phone line. The Butterfly team would provide about 300 anonymous tips to law enforcement agencies around the country. The information would be detailed, providing enough facts, we hoped, to break the imposing inertia of jaded police officers and move them to action. If not, local members of the press would be given the same information. An idea struck, and when Ruth finished her call, I motioned her to me. How are the calls going? I asked. So. The recipients are pretty blasé about the information being provided. That's what I thought. You know, we decided to mail packages to the press regarding the top 5 on your list, instead of calling the police about them. The media will crucify them. Try this with your calls. Tell the police if they don't act on the information, we will turn it over to the local members of the press with the statement that the police were given the same data but didn't act on it. That should reduce our follow-up effort. She smiled. Good idea, bro. Let me pass it to my callers. I watched while my sister passed on my suggestion. Heads nodded and expressions lightened up. Looking around, I couldn't see Marilyn, Robert, or Christy. I strolled to Vera. Good morning, Vera. What's happening? Hi, boss. Marilyn and Christy are skating in Central Park, Robert is with the French look-alike opening safe deposit boxes, and I'm counting beans. Matt is the status of the beans. The million will cover everything, but barely. My phone rang. I owe you a donut or $1, boss. I can't remember how the bet went, Roberts said. We recovered a large chunk of the money Jill paid French. Both boxes were stuffed full. More importantly, the cautious man kept a second set of negatives of Jill and the kids in one of the boxes. Excellent. Are you heading back here? No, the money and negatives are being delivered to you by one of my operatives. I'm on my way to the Abel residence. Karen Abel just left for Miami to bail her husband out of jail. I'll take the insertion team into the residence when I get there. Good luck. Keep looking until you find enough evidence to put Karen Abel away, Robert. Besides removing our listening devices, that's the point of the incursion, boss. I'll call when, not if, we find something. I thought about the bugs and cameras in French's studio and residence and asked if they had been removed as planned the previous night. After Robert gave me an affirmative answer, I realized I should not have asked. But my right arm wasn't offended. He knew how I operated. Vivienne the operative arrived with a small suitcase. I took it back to my suite and dumped the contents onto a table in the living room. I worried the smoke alarms would start beeping, so I burned the negative slowly and flushed the toilet often. The bathroom smelled like burned plastic when I returned to count the money. I determined that Jill would get back slightly more than half of the money she paid French. I dialed her number. When she answered, I heard children squealing, obviously having fun, in the background. I proudly informed her of our find, and she promptly told me to keep it. I wouldn't know how to put the money back into my accounts without creating a tax problem, Martin. Besides, you spent way much money trying to save my worthless butt. I laughed. Your gorgeous butt is too perfectly formed and arousing to be deemed worthless. Talk to Vera. Trust me. She's clever about returning money to an account so it appears it never left. If you won't take it, donate it to the foundation, Martin. I smiled. Jill was starting to understand my concept of money. Okay, but it will be an anonymous donation. I don't want to run it through my books. Have you hired someone to run the foundation? Yes, and he's yummy, Martin. His name is Jack Perkins. He's in New York. I'll give you his number and he'll drop by and pick up the money. Tell me what you think about him. I'm interested in the guy personally, not business, and I'd appreciate your opinion. The big thing I must overcome is being known as Jack and Jill if we a couple. After I finished laughing, she gave me Perkins' number. Jill and I said goodbye, and I called the new head of her foundation. He said he would drop by to pick up the donation within the hour. Marilyn and Christy bounced into the suite, happy and laughing. They obviously had a good time in Central Park. Christy spied the piles of money on the table. Geez, Uncle M. What did you do? Rob a bank? I laughed. Sort of. French put most of the money he forced Jill to pay him into the safe deposit boxes. We cleaned the boxes out this morning. Cool. Jill should be happy. I told the ladies about my conversation with Jill. Marilyn was particularly interested in Jill's comments about Jack Perkins. I'd like to meet the man, too, Marilyn said. I'm off to the shower, Uncle M, Christy said and gave me a quick kiss. After Christy left, Marilyn asked, how do you feel about Jill being personally interested in this man? I looked at her quizzically. Frankly, I'm delighted. Do you ask? No reason. Just curious. Marilyn, I'm in love with you, not Jill. I know, but the woman is so damned beautiful, she's hard to resist. She makes me look plain by comparison. I laughed. You know that's not true. Quit fishing for compliments and take your shower. Perkins will be here soon, and I'd like your opinion of the man. Jill's track record for selecting men certainly isn't perfect. She does all right. She picked you for her first. And she picked French for her last. She laughed and kissed me. You're such a mother hen. I love you. She bounced off to shower. My phone rang. Boss, the woman is sicker than I thought, Robert said. She beat a few of the kids to death. And her sick fuck of a husband helped. They have a personal collection of snuff films. They didn't even try to disguise or hide their faces. It looks like they took turns filming the occasions. Robert's words stunned me. My mouth went dry. How many kids did they murder, Robert? I don't know. We only previewed 3 of the films that were in a safe in their bedroom. The safe contains a dozen tapes. 2 of the 3 were snuff films. Harry had no trouble opening the thing. It was an old model, a type of safe he said he had opened often during his criminal years. Take one of the snuff films, leave the others, but remove all the negatives, photographs and films that involve kids who are still alive. I don't want those children to go through the trauma of a police investigation on top of what the Abels already did to them. We'll deliver the video you removed to the police this afternoon with a statement that the Abels have more in their possession. You've got it, boss. Doing it this way will take a little longer, but we have the time. We won't have to worry about bail on this one.
No, but we'll still need to snatch Abel if he isn't arrested for murder before he's released on the drug charge.
Understood. Jack Perkins arrived soon after my call with Robert. I turned over the money to him, offered him coffee and he accepted. We chatted, mostly about Jill. The man adored her, I could tell, and for the right reasons. She had hired him to run her foundation not only because he was eminently capable of the task, but also because he loved children. I liked the man. Marilyn joined us and the three of us talked. My lover confirmed my opinion of Perkins after he left. The rest of Operation Monarch is history. We snatched Abel and French soon after their release on bail. The next morning, when Karen Abel returned to New York, the police arrested her for murder, among other crimes. The police were looking for Frank Abel, so we helped them find him in New York City so the man couldn't fight extradition. The Abel crimes were big news for a few days, covered by all the media. None of the bodies of the murdered children were found. Marilyn and I flew to Paris the following Tuesday and trudged through the halls of the Louvre. Jack and Jill joined us in Paris. Jill was familiar with the city and took us places not generally visited by tourists. We had a grand time, and when Jill suggested we spend a few days on the French Riviera, we all agreed and moved from the metropolitan environment of Paris to sandy beaches of Nice. Ruth went back to writing romance novels. She stated her experience in Operation Monarch had given her more than one idea for new plots and 100 new characters. Little Christy returned from her exposure to the sad side of kids to the happy setting her mother provided for a girl her age. I called Ruth to make certain Christy was not experiencing any ill effects from her exposure to the dark side of abused kids. Christy answered and promptly told me her mother had a new lover. Christy said, they've known each other for a while. He's her publisher and they started dating during the last week we stayed at the Marriott. The man simply adores her, and from my observations, mother feels the same way about him. Mad about you, Christy. Do you like him? He's yummy. Yes, I like him, but you kiss better. Don't be a tease. Let me talk to your mother. Ruth put my fears at rest regarding Christy's involvement in Operation Monarch and then confirmed her daughter's announcement about a new lover. He might be the one, Ruth said with a titter in her voice. Knowing Ruth had found a new love warmed me. She had been without a loving man for quite a while. We were in the south of France when Robert called. Perini had been killed in a gangland slaying. Evidently, our wing fluttering had produced some results. Robert said his operations had become such a mess, his cronies in the mob decided he had to go. The day after Marilyn and I returned to Phoenix, she renewed her quest for a doctorate in math. Robert turned French over to the authorities after a bench warrant was issued for his arrest when he didn't show up for his arraignment. The DEA also attached the bank account he used to hide his illegal activity, claimed the money came from his drug trafficking, and was therefore subject to forfeiture. In the end, French had to use a court-appointed defense attorney. He didn't have the money or assets to pay a good lawyer. A month later, the DEA promptly and enthusiastically acted on the package we sent them about Reicherter and Roth and their international ecstasy manufacturing, smuggling and distribution racket. The pair of bad guys promptly turned me over, among others, as one of their buyers in an attempt to have their sentences reduced. The DEA interviewed me but pursued it no further. I gave them ironclad alibis from some of my friends, and no record could be found of my presence in Amsterdam or Brooklyn on the days the two men insisted I met with them. Plus, I had Vera on my side. My books were impeccable. No trace of the drug transaction existed. In the end, I believed the DEA suspected I was the one who delivered the package that brought the drug ring to their attention. I submitted my resignation for my position with the university that morning, and that afternoon I sat gazing at the long list of French's customers I had taken from his safe, turning over in my mind the various methods I could use to alter the systems of the individuals on the list, when my thoughts were interrupted by the telephone. Jack Perkins was on the line, calling from London. "Martin," he said after chatting for a while, "I have a friend here in London who seems to have an unusual problem." Musical words to my ears. Finus.